playing as tough and focused a game as he could. That resulted in 18 points, 14 in the third quarter. Isaiah Thomas answered in the same way. Big game, big 22-point effort. Bernard King had 41 points in Game 4, but in the end, the Pistons won by 7. The series tied at 2. One sharp coach against another in the 5th and final game. An arena named for a great fighter was the place for a game that would be a great fight. No air conditioning turned up the heat.
It was at least 120 in there that evening. We had an added problem because Bernard King had the flu. He was still ill. He would not come out. The flu was sapping his body, but he was on such a roll. Only the great ones can tunnel vision and focus and block out pain. And that's what Bernard King did.
The story of this game begins with 1:57 left. The moment when the legend of Isaiah Thomas moved to a new level. With the Knicks in front 106-98, he scored 16 straight points in 94 seconds. A three-point play to make it 108-103. 4 free throws on this drive to make it 112-109. It was 112-111 with 36 seconds left. Bernard King would then score his 40th point on a flu-ridden night. It was the Knicks by 3 with 26 seconds left.
And Trapuka looking to inbound. King went for the steal. Isaiah, three-point attempt. He's got it. We're tied.
If you try to explain that to somebody that, played this game but didn't see that tape, it's, oh, come on, you got to be kidding. That's what playground legends are made of.
I was lucky. It was a nice feeling. This was a combination of the whole game coming together, all your fundamentals, all your skills, all your talent, all your creativity. Everything just came together in that 94 seconds.
A Knick turnover gave Detroit the ball in the final 11 seconds. Darrell Walker comes up with the steal. Trent Tucker races to the end of the floor. He was fouled, but the official said after the buzzer. Hubie Brown argued, but the game went into overtime. And it was there that Bernard King and the Knicks took over. Bernard finished with 44, and the team with a series to remember, 127-123. Now, recently, Hubie Brown said people still come up to him on the street and in airports and talk about what happened that season in 1984. The Knicks went on to take on the Boston Celtics in the next round and lost in 7 games. We're getting set to begin Game 1 tonight of a 5-game series, Knicks and Pistons. Walt Frazier will talk about some of the important keys to tonight's game in a moment.
Serves up another month of springtime sports action on MSG Network. The New York Rangers are back in action and look to skate their way through the playoffs. Catch all the excitement as they make their bid for Lord Stanley's Cup. The New York Knicks make their own postseason run as they tip off against their Eastern Conference rivals. Don't miss all the action as Patrick and company take on some of the NBA's best. The New York Yankees are off to a great start and looking to continue their winning ways. They battle the California Angels, the Milwaukee Brewers, plus the big-hitting Oakland A's. Once again, Fight Night Boxing rocks the ropes with top contenders. Catch location cards featuring the red-hot Paramount Theater. See some of the finest players in the world battle it out for prestige and big money payoffs. Don't miss the beauty and challenge of European PGA golf. Plus, you can always catch the latest news, scores, and highlights, and all the Tri-State Scholastic sports news with MSG Sports Den. Come cheer 'em on with all the great sports action in May on MSG Network, the best in the game.
The Knicks, the Pistons, the NBA Championship playoffs at Madison Square Garden, and you can be there. Individual game tickets for the Knicks versus the Pistons are on sale now at the Garden box office and all Ticketmaster locations. To charge by phone, call 212-307-7171. The Knicks, the Pistons, the playoffs, the Garden.
I know you're gonna dig this.
Brought to you by the Discover Card. It pays to discover. The card that pays you back.
Welcome back as we go inside with Clyde. Now, the Knicks have a lot to talk about tonight, Clyde. In preparation, you know they want to get the guards to play an elevated level of defense against Dumars and Isaiah Thomas, and somehow they have to slow down Dennis Rodman. But if there is something that can turn this series, it's the way the Pistons double-team Patrick Ewing, and how the Knicks answer with a solution to that is going to be important.
Right. They have to figure out a way to isolate Ewing one-on-one when the Pistons do double-team, and of course they will double-team. The Knicks have been working on that aspect of their game. Okay, here we take a look. Ewing on the right side, low post. There's the gridlock. So he got it inside, but they must get it back now around to Patrick on the low post. But the Knicks have been impatient, and they have settled for perimeter shots such as that by Wilkins.
Now, you look on that particular play, Clyde. Once the double team was set up, Oakley and Patrick Ewing did not move without the ball very well at all. And when the ball came around weak side back to his side of the floor, he was in no position to recapture the ball. So that's got to be important in this.
Yeah, and that way they help the Pistons, actually. So Ewing should not throw it inside to Oakley, but around the perimeter, and then Oakley should set a screen for him and allow him to come along the baseline, and he would be open.
All right, how do you see the series going?
I think the Knicks, because of the home court, I picked the Knicks 3-2.
Now, I'm stuck in the studio here. What's it like in the arena?
The luminaries are illuminating the gardens like old times when I played.
All right, Walt Frazier will be back at halftime when we have all the highlights and more. We're moving toward the sports desk where Lisa Burkhardt is standing by.
Jam City, and I'm the mayor.
Yo, fella, how about a game of hoops? Hey, what? With you? No, with your mama. Mom?
This guy was good, but he was all dribble.
Say what? Come on, man.
Man, he deserved one of these.
Franchise, want to call Bud? Solid.
Give me the news without the noise. Same headlines over and over.
It's so annoying.
Make the right choice for news. WCBS News Radio 88.
News Radio 88 gives me the top news stories with a sound that's easy to listen to. It's news without the noise.
I depend on traffic and weather together every 10 minutes on the 8th.
I start my mornings on time with Jim and Bridget.
You get a quick news update. It's a better way to start the day.
Make the right choice for news. Tomorrow morning, switch to WCBS News Radio 88.
Mom, tell the truth. Is everything all right?
In Cleveland, the Nets almost stole one away from the Cavs last night, but lost it down the final stretch, 120 to 113. The Nets played very well in the first half, shooting 57% from the field, but the Cavs won up then with 59% shooting. Mark Price hard to stop. He scored 24 in the first half as Lenny Wilkins and the Cavs led at 68-61 at the break. But this one was decided in the fourth. Brad Daugherty with a Cleveland playoff record 40 points, 16 rebounds, Cavs up by 7. But the Nets come back. Drazen Petrovic off balance gives New Jersey a 109-108 advantage with a minute and a half to play. But then, with a minute to go, Nets inbounding at midcourt when Hot Rod Williams is there for the steal, takes it the other way. That's part of what did the Nets in. The Cavs were also spectacular from the charity stripe, 21 of 21 in the fourth quarter.
We're going to have to be a little bit better at keeping them off the line and committing the fouls. We're going to have to figure out some way, maybe tie Price's hands together and see if we can't give Daugherty a early wake-up call or something, get him off. But those two guys were great tonight, and our defense is going to have to rise to the occasion Saturday.
At Boston last night, Pacers Celtics, 3.5 seconds left first half. The inbounds goes to Detlef Schrempf. Schrempf brings it up, sends it to Reggie Miller on the wing. Miller's three as time expires, ties it at 53. He had 29. Then with time running down in the third quarter, Michael Williams pulls up for the desperation three. And he cans it, 87 all. Chris Ford getting a little antsy at this point, but Reggie Lewis comes up big again for the Green, leading all scorers with 36. Here, nailing the runner and getting the call. The three-point play puts the Celtics up 110 to 106. They go on to take it 124-113 and now lead the best-of-5 series 1-0. There were 2 games in the Western Conference playoffs late last night, one surprise and one expected outcome between the Lakers and the Portland Trailblazers. The Trailblazers scored 75 points in the first half to the Lakers' 41. L.A. came back with a strong second, but couldn't overcome that slow start, losing it by 13. Meanwhile, the Golden State Warriors were shocked by the Seattle Supersonics, 117-109. Chris Mullin, who averaged 25 points during the regular season, was held to just 16 last night.
Looking at the game from where I saw it, I was a little discouraged, and I think that we, of course, have a long way to go, but they certainly were the better team tonight.
It's not the same team I'm used to seeing, but you know, we just had a bad game. Hopefully it won't carry over into Saturday's game.
And that is the NBA news from the MSG Sports Desk. Coming up next, the Knicks and the Pistons here on MSG.
For Pat Riley, the NBA playoffs are a time that holds some very special memories. Those memories are of his days at the Forum coaching the Los Angeles Lakers. He can reflect upon 9 successful years and know that he has captured the league's ultimate measure of success, the championship, on 4 occasions. He can take pride in knowing that he's emerged victorious in more playoff games than any coach in NBA history. Truly, this is a time of year that Pat Riley is anxious to begin.
I think that's what this is all about. And, you know, if you're a professional athlete, it isn't just about the recognition and, you know, all of the residual rewards you get from your career and your profession, but it's really about, you know, the simple aspect of the competition, you know. And if you're a competitor and you're into that kind of game, then it's the competition is fierce and it's intense and it's the best.
The best, that is what he has extracted from his championship teams of the past. He now hopes to bring out those same qualities in his New York Knicks in their series against the Detroit Pistons, because tonight, for Pat Riley, the second season begins once again.
New York Knicks basketball is brought to you by Budweiser, the king of beers. With that clean, crisp, cold taste, nothing beats a Bud. By Nobody Beats the Wiz Home Entertainment Centers. For everything in home electronics, music, and movies, nobody beats the Wiz. And by The Card, the American Express card. Don't leave home without it. Welcome to the start of the NBA playoffs for the New York Knicks, and tonight it's Game 1 of the Eastern Conference first round best-of-5 playoff series between the Knicks and the Detroit Pistons from Madison Square Garden in New York. Hi, everybody. I'm Marv Albert, along with John Andres. Well, at one point, the Knicks had won 5 straight games against the Detroit Pistons, and then Chuck Daly and the Piston coaching staff adjusted, and they won the next 2, the last 2 meetings between these clubs, as they doubled and tripled up on Patrick Ewing. And John, I think the Knicks can expect more of the same tonight.
Well, that seems to be the formula for success for the Pistons against the Knicks. Chuck Daly wanted to hold it for a while and not show that effective double and tripling of Patrick Ewing until the playoffs, but the Pistons were going so poorly at that point in the season in April that they had to go to it. And look at the results. Patrick Ewing, after averaging over 32 a game in the first 2 games against Detroit, went in half. His game disappeared with the Pistons' tremendous defense, the league's best defense. So the Knicks have to come up with better answers tonight. There's been so much written and talked about, Marv, as you know, this week about what the Knicks have to do and what to expect. But it really points to balance. In one of those big games Ewing had in a win against Detroit here at the Garden, he had 45. In the other game, it was a team effort, and that's what the Knicks have to present to the Detroit Pistons tonight. A complete team effort on both ends of the court.
And in the last get-together here at Madison Square Garden, a victory for the Pistons. That was back on the 7th of April. It was Bill Laimbeer going outside to kill the Knicks, and I know Pat Riley is very concerned about that, with Laimbeer being one of several weapons that Detroit can throw at you.
With all the talk this week about the Pistons, very little has been said about Bill Laimbeer. And when the season began, in fact, Bill Laimbeer wasn't in the starting lineup against the Knicks. Bill Laimbeer, however, showed the Knicks here in New York what can happen when you ignore him with the wide-open jump shot. He can make them. And then he can use his size so well, as he has throughout 11 years in the NBA, around the basket. If he gets a Kiki Vandeweghe on him, he'll overpower him. And he had the hot hands that night. The same with an Anthony Mason. With great position, Bill Laimbeer can overcome just about anybody in low. And he had 24 in that game in New York, 11 out of 19 from the field. He's a guy the Knicks can't forget about. Double teaming is the way to go these days in the NBA, but Bill Laimbeer cannot be left open in a double teaming situation as he was here in New York.
All right, the Knicks and the Pistons are going through their warm-ups, and when we come back, we'll have the introduction of the starting lineups for game number 1 of this best of 5.
Most guys kick back on the weekends. Jack, on the other
Georgetown. And a strong reaction to the playing of the national anthem by George Howard. Now we're set for the introduction of the starting lineups.
Square Garden, the world's most famous arena. Tonight's first round Eastern Conference playoff game features the Detroit Pistons and the New York Knicks. Here are tonight's starting lineups. First for Detroit, at guard at 6'3" from McNeese State, number 4, Joe Dumars. At guard at 6'1" from Indiana, number 11, Isaiah Thomas. At forward at 6'9" from Notre Dame, 0, Orlando Woolridge. At forward at 6'8" from Southeast Oklahoma State, number 10, Dennis Rodman. And at center at 6'11" from Georgia Tech, number 22, John Sallett. The trainer is Mike Abdador. Assistant coaches Brendan Shore and Brendan Malone. And head coach Chuck Daly. And now, please welcome your New York Knicks. At guard at 6'3" from St. John's, number 13, Mark Jackson. At guard at
recent team meeting while the Knicks were practicing during the week in Charleston, South Carolina, we're told that Patrick Ewing, who has certainly been more vocal these days, got up and addressed the ball club looking to provide a message. And we talked about that with John Starks.
Patrick made a good statement. You know, he's been here all 7 years and he haven't achieved what he wanted to achieve, that is the championship. So, you know, that's what we want to get to. And that hit deep with everybody. You know, we're going to try to go out and accomplish that goal.
Also, Patrick Ewing coming up with a new twist for team unity. You may have noticed, John, that the Knicks are wearing black sneakers. I talked about it with Mark Jackson. He says it is to promote togetherness and show that the Knicks are on a mission.
Oh, Marv, the key thing I see is the sneaker nut. A lot of different manufacturers are involved, though. It took a lot of teamwork from those sneaker manufacturers to get this ready for the first game of the playoffs.
And we're set for the opening tip. Tonight's overhead camera shot brought to you by the Upper Deck Company. Nobody does basketball like Upper Deck. The officials, Mike Mathis, Bernie Fryer, and Terry Durham. And here's Ewing. Rebounded by McDaniel. It's a lively crowd. It is not a sellout. Jackson, and it's tipped by Oakley and handled by the Pistons. They are a couple of thousand short of selling out, which may be a message from New York basketball fans that they turned off on the sputtering finish of this Knicks season. Of course, the Knicks could win them back with a victory here this evening. Thomas with the step. And Ewing with the rebound.
Well, the key thing is, what do the Knicks present here as a new look, if there is going to be one on offense? The first shot of the game was with Ewing with 3 men on him.
And here's McDaniel. And the Knicks opening up the way they face the Pistons. The last time these two clubs got together at the Palace of Auburn Hills, when they were beaten by Detroit by the score of 72-61.
I think, Mark, since then, Pat Riley's done a big job on the Knicks in building them up, making them feel good about themselves. I don't think there's any feeling now as this game starts of depression, and how odd it is for the game to open with a Rodman jump shot, a rare scoring opportunity for Rodman.
And that is a traveling violation, as McDaniel was played well by Woolridge, who was able to stay in front of him, and that led to the travel.
I sense the Knicks are filled with confidence. They certainly have crowd support here at the Garden. They're healthy and they're ready.
Woolridge for Thomas. And again, he beat Jackson off the dribble. Shot clock at 6. Thomas for 3. Well, now they say it would have been a 2. Jackson putting the move on Dumars. Set up Oakley. Kept alive by Wilkins. So the Knicks have tied it at 2. The Knicks opening up by hitting only 1 of their first 5. Dumars tried to lose Wilkins off a screen, and the foul is called. Gerald Wilkins has played Dumars very well over the years. Dumars and Thomas this season have not killed the Knicks.
Yet they are the high scorers, respectively, for the Pistons against the Knicks in the 4 games, although below their season averages. They both averaged 15 against the Knicks this season. Right. Already, Isaiah Marv, has dribbled around Jackson twice.
Very low scoring contest between these two. That's a block by Ewing.
An unbelievable block.
Oakley, that's an air ball. And back come the Pistons.
Was Ewing quick to that block.
And a foul is called on the Knicks. It's called on Jackson.
Pat Riley issued the challenge to Ewing that he has to be big in other ways than scoring, and here's an example of what he can do.
Back to the live action. Sally, wild shot, but he drew the foul. It's called on Oakley. The Detroit Pistons finished up the season at 48-34, third in the Central Division behind Chicago and Cleveland, way back 19 behind the first place Chicago Bulls. They did win 6 of their last 8. They dropped their last 2, losing to Chicago and Boston in a season of many ups and downs. Prior to winning 6 of 8, they had lost 7 of 9. Their last game last Sunday in Chicago, they were blown out by the Bulls.
Well, their big problem is offense. It's a different story now with John Sally as a starting center for this team than it was with Bill Laimbeer, a younger Bill Laimbeer. But John Sally started 38 games out of the 82 this year for them, and he's under 10 points a game. But he does contribute in the area of the game the Pistons are best in, and that's defense.
Light pressure showed, being shown by Detroit. Knicks able to get it down quickly. And Patrick Ewing with his first bucket. The game is tied at 4. In that last meeting at the Palace, Ewing 4 for 20 from the field. In fact, he has been held in check the last 2 games by Detroit. Thomas, off-balance shot. Ewing with the box out. McDaniel changed his mind. He's able to try to post up on Woolridge.
Only the second real setup situation offensively for the Knicks since the opening moments. And they give the ball to the Pistons with a turnover.
Wilkins with the travel. Gives it right back to Detroit. The game tied at 4 with 4 minutes gone by. And Dumars fires. So that was not a good shot. He could not beat Wilkins off the spin.
But Marv, on April 7th, you can recall the Pistons' last visit here, how Dumars was hitting all of those type shots.
Offensive foul on Wilkins.
Another turnover, a missed scoring opportunity, 2 in a row now.
And an early entrance for John Starks. Gerald Wilkins very upset, and you rarely see that kind of display. He took the towel that was handed to him by one of the ball boys and flung it. And he heads to the bench early. John Starks, very important player in this series because he has not been able to get going against Detroit this season. Sally.
Oh, that was a good defensive rotation by the Knicks with Oakley picking up the shooter so well. Imagine how Wilkins feels. He's been preparing all week, and he's out after 4 minutes of the game.
Patrick Ewing giving the Knicks a 6-4 lead. But Patrick, the last couple of times down, has been facing only one defender.
Because he's been away from the basket. Harder to double team him when he's outside. That's no accident.
McDaniel off the steal. Starks played by Dumars. And again, an offensive foul.
Looked like a moving pick by Ewing.
And that's what it was. He was looking to set up the jumper for Starks. Timeout is called. The Knicks lead it 6-4. And we welcome you back. We apologize for technical difficulties we just experienced. While we were away, Isaiah Thomas missed from long range, and Orlando Woolridge able to follow up with a stump. Ewing with the air ball, thought he was fouled. Ewing on the recovery is now fouled. Thomas picking him up on a switch, and Terry Durham, in making the call, just told Darrell Walker to quiet down. Walker had jumped off the bench to argue that call, and he said settle down. So Ewing to the line by virtue of the foul committed by Thomas.
It's always expected that meetings between these two teams result in low-scoring games, and that's the pattern here in the opening moments. But one of the things hurting the Knicks is their turnovers. They've already turned the ball over 5 times in 6 minutes.
Talk about low-scoring games. This is a matchup of the 2 top defensive teams in the NBA.
And that characteristic for both teams has followed through in their meetings this season as well. And the field goal percentage is always low. in the low 40s for the two teams against each other this year, as it has been for two teams against the rest of the league as well.
Detroit leading the NBA, allowing just under 97 points per game. Sally banks it home, and he's tied the game at 8. Pistons have led the league defensively for 3 straight seasons, and the Knicks second to Detroit this year, allowing just under 98 points per game.
Just as it's important for the Knicks to find the key to getting Ewing loose, they've also got to get the ball to each other. Another turnover from Ewing this time. They've got to get other people involved.
Jackson with the deflection. Starks gets down. And the Knicks with a 10-8 lead.
That was a perfect Oakley pass.
We are approaching 5 minutes remaining in the first quarter. The Knicks already with 6 turnovers to Detroit's 2. Dumars rebounded by Ewing.
No second shots for the Pistons thus far.
Ewing setting a pick, unleashing Starks, but Dumars able to fight it off. Ewing again one-on-one with Sally. Now there's the help, and Ewing spotted Oakley. Oh, what a rejection by Dennis Rodman, stopping Charles Oakley with 4 remaining on the shot clock.
Well, Rodman is so fast, and he reads this situation. Teammate in trouble, and who arrives but Dennis Rodman?
4 on the 24. Here's Starks as Dumars went down, complaining that he was tripped up. Pass for Woolridge overthrown. The Knicks 10 and the Pistons 8. It's game 1 of the best of 5. And Mike Mathis spotting a wet spot. Has it taken care of.
Can you imagine if the Celtics were the Knicks' first opponent, Marvin, and the Knicks came out with black sneakers? Everyone would say the Knicks are copying the Celtics. They can't say that now, although it does look funny out there. It looks like everybody has larger feet than usual.
It is a bizarre look. Oh, look out, McDaniel and Woolridge entangling, and it looks like Orlando apologized. He's called for the foul. Got himself hooked in with McDaniel. The Knicks with Jackson, Starks in the backcourt, Ewing, Oakley, and McDaniel up front. Patrick Ewing, 2 for 4 from the field, 2 for 2 from the line, and 4 rebounds. Very much into it in this first quarter. Ewing with the fake. He drew the foul. Yes, and it counts.
Ewing's most comfortable lower left side of the basket. John Sally buys the fake, and Ewing has the ability to concentrate and follow through. Another look at the lovely Ewing fake, so efficiently executed. Knicks very happy about that, but Marv, at no point in this game can they rejoice and get filled with themselves.
And the crowd greets the entrance of Bill Laimbeer. He takes over for John Sally. The Knicks with a 13-8 lead on the Pistons. We were talking earlier about the excellent game as the crowd is reacting to Laimbeer with some choice words, and Bill soaking it all in. When they met here back on the 7th of April and Laimbeer scored 24 points, you mentioned on the telecast that the Knicks were not in his face at all. He was able to get shots off. In contrast to how the Bulls played Laimbeer last Sunday afternoon in Chicago, the first matchup is McDaniel against Laimbeer, and Laimbeer not able to hit.
Xavier Wisely didn't go for the fakes of Laimbeer, who impatiently popped up that jump shot.
Oh, beautifully done. Oakley combining with Starks on a backdoor lob that fooled the Pistons. The Knicks lead by the score of 15-8 off a 9-2 run. Thomas one-on-one, and it leads to the call of the illegal defense for the first time.
When you have guards like Thomas and Dumars, a lot of times the Pistons will feed off that and let them go one-on-one and clear out the other side. That caused the illegal defense as the Knicks clogged the middle on them.
3:20 remaining in the first. Dumars with his first field goal. It's the Knicks 15 and the Pistons 10.
Jackson early doing a big job of sharing the basketball, not looking for his shots. He's setting up his teammates.
And a beautiful pass. Jackson for McDaniel to give the Knicks a 17-10 lead. And they call away from the ball, some congestion around Dennis Rodman, who took an elbow. McDaniel called for the foul. The Pistons now take a timeout.
It's the first.
A real winner knows how to party right. Please use good sense when you drink and know when to say when. That's a reminder from Budweiser.
Well, John, they just booed the dog act off the court.
Oh, that dog was sensational, though. What a second baseman he'd make.
Well, it's a good second effort. Had some problems at the start, heard it from the crowd, and then came back with a strong rally. That's something we haven't seen here.
He was catching ground balls, line drives, everything his trainer was throwing at him.
But the crowd turned.
Well, it's a rough crowd, Marv. You know how New York can be. Meanwhile, the Pistons turned, too. The entire bench was watching the dog during Chuck Daly's talk, and the Knicks were listening closely to Pat Riley during that performance.
It is Detroit ball as we resume. 2:45 remaining in the first quarter. Knicks lead it 17-10. Dumars with the open shot. Nice setup from Isaiah Thomas, and the Knicks now lead 17-12.
Dumars is such an important weapon offensively for the Pistons, and he's getting rolling now. It's 2 in a row for him.
Anthony Mason getting set. We'll check in. He was a question mark for tonight's game because of a sinus headache. In fact, did not practice yesterday. Patrick Ewing, tipped home. Charles Oakley able to put it home. He and McDaniel were on the boards, and the Knicks lead it 19-12. 2 minutes to go in this first quarter. Marv Albert, John Andre, out foul with Walt Clyde Frazier from the Garden. Offensive foul on Lambier, setting the illegal cut. Anthony Mason comes on to replace Patrick Ewing, so Pat Riley provides a rest for Ewing. Charles Oakley will move over to the center position, and Chuck Daly with a couple of substitutions. Darrell Walker and Mark Aguirre have come on.
Phil Lambier, veteran that he is, as each Piston came and won, he started counting to make sure they had 5 out there and not 6 or 4.
McDaniel and Rodman with the rebound. That's his 3rd rebound. Comes at averaging just under 19. A sensational season for Rodman, who led the league in rebounding. McDaniel called for the block, and that will put Mark Aguirre at the line.
It's too bad Aguirre's off the court, and I guess sometimes on the court behavior has diminished the image that he has earned, or I should say the image that he should have throughout his NBA career. Here's a man who has scored over 17,000 points during his career in the NBA, 11 years, one of the great scorers in NBA history. In fact, he had 18 points in his visit to the Garden here this year in the first half before he got hurt. And he goes right to work on the Knicks down low using that lower body strength.
Mickey Vandeweghe making his first appearance. Coming on for Xavier McDaniel, hit 1 of 3. Mickey Vandeweghe, another important man for the Knicks, did not hit the outside shot of that last meeting at the Palace when the Knicks shot 30% from the field. Knicks still looking for the outside shooting. Knicks 19 and the Pistons 14. Minute and a half left in the first quarter. Starts with the fake. Yes. And the Knicks now lead 21-14.
Not easy to shoot off the fake like that, and Starks scored the soft touch even after the fake.
Here's help from Starks, who came up with a steal. He surprised Aguirre.
We often talk about playing within yourself. Mark Jackson is doing that so well. He's just concentrating on distributing the basketball.
Oakley setting the pick. Starks with the finger roll, will not count. Offensive foul. It's a charge on Starks.
The value of Dennis Rodman. He makes those plays Riley drools about. He drew that foul. He offered himself up. Starks making a very difficult shot. And Rodman bounced right up quickly after that fine play.
The Knicks lead it by 7. Aguirre. Mark Aguirre off the bench for a quick 4. Mark Aguirre shot only 43% this season. That's a career low. Hardaway will go to the line. Mason having some words with Aguirre. Foul committed by Rodman, his first.
You know, Marv, looking at this black sneaker look of the Knicks, I notice all the Knicks have some kind of white on their sneakers except Vandeweghe. Kiki better be spotted after the game. He may just go home in these shoes.
Vandeweghe's free throw shooting has been off recently. In fact, he finished 80% for the season. That's the lowest of his NBA career. And you can see how successful he's been at the line, in particular come playoff time. He's number 5 all time, just under 91%.
Kiki's been around.
Joe Dumars makes his return. So the Pistons now with a 3-guard alignment. Walker, Thomas, and Dumars, along with Lambeer and Aguirre. 15 seconds to go, first quarter. Aguirre stopped by Mason. And Starks took a hit from Aguirre. Let's see, or was it just deflected? Aguirre thought last touch by the Knicks. No foul was called. Final seconds, first quarter. Jackson putting the moves on Thomas and then throws one into the crowd. Well, he nearly caught Quinn Buckner in the first row. Got by Quinn. A steal by Starks from three-point land. Good challenge by Lambeer. That's the end of the first quarter. And a good one for the Knicks. They hear it from the crowd, leading Detroit 22-16. Welcome back to Madison Square Garden. Game 1 of this Eastern Conference first round playoff series between the New York Knicks and the Detroit Pistons. Second quarter is underway, and the Knicks up by the score of 22-16. Big edge off the boards by the Knicks in the first quarter to the tune of 13-6. Rodman with his second field goal, and the Knicks lead is now 4. In the first quarter, Pistons only 6 for 16 from the field. The Knicks at 45%, clicking on 9 of 20. Patrick Ewing is back. Jackson changed his mind and went off the mark with that pass for Mason.
It's unbelievable the Knicks have a lead the way they're throwing the ball away here in the first half.
That was turnover number 9, but Detroit has 6. Aguirre, and we get a whistle for the foul as Lambeer was pushed. Mason driving his way through the pick.
Oh, defensive lineman style. Watch Anthony Mason lay out Lambeer, who of course always pretends he's 5'11" instead of 6'11" and plays like that.
But I think Anthony enjoyed the contact. He'll take the foul. Here's Lambeer.
Well, we talked about that at the start. Vandeweghe instinctively going to the double team, but you cannot leave Lambeer open. Forget about it.
See the 9 Knicks turnovers. The Knicks with a 22-20 lead, a minute gone by in the second quarter. Ewing, oh, he got bottled up.
Vandeweghe had such position down low, and Patrick just couldn't recognize that.
Lambeer open again off the double team. Bill Lambeer doing it again. We talked about it at the start, and the Knicks are not getting back quick enough to defend against Lambeer following the double up. Here's Vandeweghe for 3. Kiki Vandeweghe from downtown to give the Knicks a 25-22 advantage. Greg Anthony getting set to come on. He's been bothered by an injured shoulder. Walker off the spin. Had to change the shot with Ewing all over. Walker left behind. Knicks have a 5-on-4. Jackson, yes. And the Knicks now lead 27-22.
That may be his first shot attempt of the game. Mark Jackson rarely has looked for his shot. That is his second shot. But he has been controlling the ball.
Now Ewing stepping out on Lambeer. Then Rodman called for a travel. Good recovery by Mason to pick up Rodman. Here comes Anthony for Mark Jackson.
Pat Riley said he may get down to 7-8 men in his rotation, but he seems to be happy with the way the Knicks got out with the lead tonight, and he's sharing the opportunity for time on the court with the Knicks now.
Ewing. Mason with the rebound. Mason able to hit.
Oh, that's amazing. He took on the crowd and won.
Knicks lead it 29-22. They've run off 7 straight points. And a 20-second timeout has been called.
Pat Riley screaming at a couple of the Knicks when they came back into the huddle just now, showing that he's not happy with one basket or two. Bill Lambeer, however, is a cause of discussion now, certainly, with those open opportunities he has been getting. Patrick Ewing on a jump shot slightly out of his comfort range, but Mason grabbing that rebound. 3 defenders of the Pistons around him, and he succeeds. Timeout called, and Pat Riley had a lot to say. He wasn't happy.
John Sally checking back in. Sally replaces Rodman. Leaves with 2 field goals, 4 points, 4 rebounds. 3 minutes in, second quarter. And the Knicks lead at 29-22. Dumars wide open. Again, an open shot for the Pistons. This time it was Dumars. He's hit 3 out of 5. The Knicks lead it by 5 points. Anthony and Starks now at the backcourt. Ewing up front with Mason and Vandeweghe. They double up on Ewing. Mason. Oh, just got glass on that one. Sally, the intended receiver of that pass, couldn't get to it. Here's Ewing from Mason. Yes. And the Knicks now lead 31-24.
Boy, Mason was terrific on that sequence. He took it as far as he could. And Marv, I got the feeling he wanted to go and take on Lambeer and try and jam it, but he did the wise thing.
Aguirre open. Once again, the Pistons with an open shot. And Mark Aguirre trying to spark up this ball club, screaming at his teammates.
Among all-time playoff measurements, that's another area that Mark Aguirre has excelled in. 3-point shooting, 10th all-time with attempts and 9th in makes.
And John Starks has extended to a 7-point Knick lead. The Knicks 33, Pistons 26. Gerald Wilkins getting set to come on. Aguirre, it counts, and the foul. So Mark Aguirre has been a weapon. Now the basket is being taken away, and Aguirre shaken up. Mike Mathis says no basket, the foul before the shot attempt. Here's another look at it.
Aguirre's so tough down low with Mason on him, and Aguirre's deceptively fast. He goes around. Now, Marv, he strolled back to the foul line. He was happy, and then when he heard the call, he broke down. It's like an emotional breakdown.
And a foul called on Anthony. That's the second committed by Anthony. The Knicks with their third team foul. Detroit now with Sally, Lambeer, and Aguirre up front, with the regular backcourt of Thomas and Dumars. Here's Thomas. Aguirre. Lambeer on the recovery. And the Pistons keep it alive.
Boy, Thomas is firing tonight right from the start.
Aguirre for three. And let's see. The ball will go to the Knicks. It went over the top of the backboard. So it's Nick Ball. They'll put it in inside court. Yes, you say Isaiah has been firing 0 for 5 in this first half. Now Anthony and Wilkins at the guards. Ewing up front with Mason and Vandeweghe. 5 minutes have gone by in the second quarter. Anthony played very tightly by Thomas. Ewing from way out. Yes! And he just did beat the 24. So Patrick Ewing has 13. The Knicks lead by 9.
Part of the plan is for Ewing to roam a little bit, get outside. Don't do all that physical banging in close trying to get the ball. And the Knicks are doing well with him doing such.
Aguirre to the finger roll. Ewing with the rebound.
Knicks are owning their defensive boards.
Here's Anthony working his way in. Oh, Anthony saw the court so well and put the move on. The Knicks with their biggest lead of the night, and a timeout is called by Detroit. Another good run by the Knicks. They lead Detroit by 11. Al Trautwig is right behind the Detroit bench. Let's go over to Al.
Marv, it was pretty interesting. There was a lot of emotion in that last time out in the huddle. Mark Aguirre screamed, "I want the ball, damn it. I want it. I want it every time we can get it to me." Chuck Daly just looked at him and sort of shook his head and looked the other way. But at least you know where Mark Aguirre's head is right now. He wants the ball.
All right, Al, yes, he appears to be sparked up. He is battling down low now with Oakley, and he gets the ball and also receives double coverage, allowing Lambeer another open shot. Rebound kept alive by Aguirre. Lost it. Anthony stripped him.
Well, since that timeout, the Knicks made an adjustment. Now Aguirre's got to battle the larger Charles Oakley. It won't be as easy for him.
Sally outside with Ewing, who puts the move on. Rebound Ewing. And Sally gets to it. 5:20 remaining first half. Oh, Lambeer not expecting that pass. And the Knicks take over.
I guess Lambeer figured Isaiah was going to shoot because he seems to do it every time here in the first half.
And Detroit now has 10 turnovers. Knicks with 9. Sloppy first half by both clubs. But the Knicks lead by 11. Here is Wilkins. Air ball off the fake.
Dumars creates great pressure. He's an outstanding defender.
Anthony picks up his third, reaching in on Thomas. Greg may have jammed a finger. He'll sit down. Mark Jackson returns along with Xavier McDaniel.
Greg Anthony playing some defense, got banged pretty hard then. Then he seemed to have a delayed reaction on that contact to a bit of a twist. Mark Jackson right back in it. Could be knee to knee there on that play, and he felt it. Now he's going to get a rest.
Orlando Woolridge back for Detroit. Ewing with the block, and Woolridge with the follow.
You often hear people complain about players getting away carrying the ball in the NBA. Boy, did Isaiah get an advantage, because he looked like he carried that ball right to the hoop.
Thomas is now 0 for 6. Jackson got the step and then got entangled. Oakley right there, though. Sally stopped Jackson, but Oakley was in proper position, and the Knicks now lead 39-28. Pistons have Thomas and Dumars in the backcourt. Sally up front with Woolridge and Rodman. Woolridge, hand checked by McDaniel. And tipped home by Sally. John Sally, a native of Brooklyn. Attended Canarsie High School in Brooklyn. He has 6 points. Leg block indicated by the official Bernie Fryer. And the Knicks get the new 24, just under 4 minutes remaining in this first half. And Pat Riley now has his starting front line, Ewing with Oakley and McDaniel.
You know what's a surprise to me, Marv, in this first half is Pat Riley made a big point about Jackson looking for shots.
Patrick Ewing with a turnaround shot off glass, giving us the indication that it's all falling tonight. He's been forced out of his range on a number of occasions, but Ewing now with 15 points, and the Knicks again lead it by 11.
But part of the game plan, it seems, is to get Ewing away from the basket.
That counts, and the foul, and that's the first field goal for Isaiah Thomas. Foul committed by Oakley, who was trying to help out.
Well, Isaiah just sails around Mark Jackson. The help arrives. But the reason Isaiah Thomas is often referred to as a great player is because he makes baskets when it doesn't appear humanly possible.
The Knicks 41, the Pistons 32. And a holding foul on Thomas.
Mark Jackson has made it easy on Thomas and whoever is guarding him by looking to distribute the ball. The point I made moments ago is Pat Riley made a big point about Jackson having to score more, shoot more, take a shot. You can't live off Ewing, but Jackson has come out as a passer here in the first half.
And the Knicks call for a timeout.
Patrick Ewing having a big first half, working out of the forward position several times, and he has found all kinds of ways here. Very difficult shot Ewing surprised the defense with on that play.
15 points, 7 rebounds for Patrick Ewing. The Knicks are now at 50%. McDaniel bothered by Woolridge and is called for a traveling violation.
With a turnover. It shows you how well the Knicks are playing. They're overcoming this tremendous amount of missed scoring opportunities with these turnovers.
And Detroit has done the same, and Detroit has not shot well. The Knicks have had the advantage off the boards. I've been drawing a double team. Here is Woolridge, and Wilkins gets to it.
Well, clearly overcoming that severe ankle injury he suffered in the Knicks' last game in Milwaukee.
Oh, what a pass from Ewing. Charles Oakley has had an outstanding first half. 6 points, 5 rebounds for Oakley, and the Knicks lead at 43-32.
Well, when the Knicks were preparing for this game in this series in Charleston, those are the kind of plays they were dreaming about. Ewing as a passer.
Sally, John Sally with his 4th field goal. Rodman and Oakley having words, separated by the officials. And Mike Mathis may be calling a double technical.
Chuck Daly yelling at his player, Dennis Rodman. He's now explaining his position to the coach.
Well, he's calling a double foul, not a double technical. And that may be more damaging to the Knicks because that's number 3 on Oakley. For Rodman, it's his 2nd foul. Look out. Woolridge ends up in the crowd, helped by Bernie Fryer. Woolridge called for the foul. Here's Bill Laimbeer returning. And now Oakley sits down. Mason is back. So Laimbeer on the floor with Sally and Woolridge. And Dumars and Thomas in the backcourt.
The sound of Bill's name gets the crowd booing. There are several of them.
Wherever you are in the NBA, that is a consistent. Shot clock at 5. Minute and a half left, first half.
And a foul call against Detroit.
You know, that was such an impressive drive by Xavier McDaniel. He was determined. He didn't go for the jump shot. He powered his way to the basket. That's the play that's been missing from his game this year. One dribble, two dribbles. Pounding his way in, people in front of him. And he drew the foul.
Bill Lambier charged with the foul. His second and first of was called on Woolridge. And the call was changed, and Lambier is upset. Xavier McDaniel to the line for the first time. Lambier saying to Mike Mathis, he shot a brick. And that should not have been a foul call, but McDaniel to the line and hits on both. The Knicks lead 45-34.
Daniel's not scoring much here in the first half, but he is contributing. He's a positive factor for the Knicks out there.
Looks like Orlando Woolridge has shed the goggles. Thomas just forcing it up. And Mark Jackson just looking to steady things down as we come up on 1 minute remaining in this first half. Ewing with room. Yes! And the Knicks lead 47-34.
You know what's great about Ewing for the Knicks tonight is he's not playing with too much enthusiasm. He's just got it at the right level, and he's playing with great offensive confidence.
A delay of game warning on the Knicks. Now Mike Mathis over to the table, wanted to check if that was the first or second delay of game on the Knicks. A second means a technical foul. It was the first.
Patrick Ewing has erased that 4 for 20 nightmare with 7 out of 14 makes here in the first half.
17 points for Ewing. Woolridge, and Ewing rips it down. We're down to 30 seconds remaining in the half. Here's McDaniel to the reverse. And Dumars off the break. So the Knicks lead at 47-36. And the Knicks will hold for one. They will hold for a final shot. The clock at 10. On a pick and roll, Jackson could not find Ewing. McDaniel, rebound Jackson. Oh, McDaniel upset with what he felt was a very physical move against his teammate, Mark Jackson. And a technical foul is called on Xavier McDaniel. Anthony Mason and Bill Lambier are having some words. These are two very physical ball clubs. Here's another look at it. You see the bump by the X-Man to the back of Lambier because he felt that Lambier was a little bit too rough on Jackson.
Terry Durham, the official, didn't put up with it.
Dumars shooting the technical. And Joe Dumars missing the tee. We're down to 2 7/10 seconds remaining in this first half. Dumars, one of the better foul shooters in the league over the years, 87% this season. Now Jackson to the line. It has been a very impressive first half for the Knicks.
And this man, Mark Jackson, has come out and given his team a whole different look with his play. He has been the Bob Cousy, the Slater Martin, the old-fashioned playmaker by distributing the basketball, and it's helped greatly.
McDaniel sitting down. With a very smartly played first half by this man, Mark Jackson,
who had his 5th career triple-double against Detroit earlier this season.
The Knicks lead 49-36. Pressure on the inbounds. Lambier. Oh, the Knicks let them get away with it. A hard foul given by Starks. Oh, that backfired. The Knicks go to the pressure, and it allowed John Sally to take that lead pass, and he was clobbered by John Starks, and Sally, as you can see, is hurt.
Well, John Starks is lucky he isn't. Watch what Sally does to Starks at the end of the move. He dispatches him to the floor as well.
And the Knicks are hearing it from the crowd as they head back to the locker room. John Sally, who is not a good free throw shooter, just under 70% throughout his career, and facing the crowd with no time remaining on the clock. The Knicks now lead 49-37. Sally this evening 3 for 3 from the line. So Sally coolly hits both foul shots, and at halftime, it's the Knicks 49 and the Pistons 38. Coming up at halftime, it'll be Lisa Burkhardt at the MSG Sports Desk. Alan Clyde will take a look back at the highlights. The Knicks by 11. We'll be back in a moment.
In front of a crowd that came to cheer, the Knicks are preparing to take on the Pistons in the second half. A special presentation underway at midcourt.
MetLife has presented the MetLife Knick of the Month Award to the player who has made the most outstanding contribution to the team. Today marks the culmination of the program for the 1991-92 season with the 7th annual MetLife Knick of the Year Award. Now, please direct your attention to center court, where Mr. John D. Moynihan, Jr., Executive Vice President for MetLife, will present the MetLife Knick of the Year Award.
On behalf of MetLife, I am absolutely delighted to present the MetLife Knick of the Year Award for the 4th consecutive year to the great number 33, Patrick Ewing. We're also delighted to send a check for $5,000 to one of Patrick's favorite charities, the Institute for Advanced Studies of Immunology and Aging. Congratulations, Patrick, and great good luck.
The presentation of the MetLife Knick of the Year Award culminates a long year of balloting. Every month, MetLife awards the Knick of the Month Award. In the early part of the season, John Starks off to that great start. Patrick Ewing in January, Kiki Vandeweghe in his return in February, Mark Jackson in March, and Patrick Ewing in April. And Patrick Ewing getting the final nod as the MetLife Knick of the Year. Time now for the second half. Marv Albert and John Andres standing by.
Thank you, Al. And look at the stats of the first half. The Knicks 49% on 20 for 41, while the Pistons at 43%. They struggled 16 for 37 from the field, and the Knicks with the edge off the boards right throughout.
A very big factor with Rodman, 4 rebounds. He's a guy who averaged over 18 a game this season. The Knicks playing tough defensively with 7 steals. They were really on the case. John Starks with 3 of them alone.
The Knicks 49 and the Pistons 38. The third quarter underway. Detroit with a backcourt of Isaiah Thomas and Joe Dumars, John Sally, Dennis Rodman, and Orlando Woolridge up front. Sally is fouled by Ewing. That is his second. The Knicks open up with their usual starting lineup. Ewing, Oakley, McDaniel on the front line, Wilkins, and Jackson in the backcourt. Sally, who ended the first half at the line after time had run out, is back to the line right here as we open up in the third quarter.
And he's 4 for 4, high for the game from the foul line.
John Sally in his 6th year out of Georgia Tech earlier this season had knee problems. He took over the starting job at center when Bill Laimbeer was injured.
Two point guards for the respective teams.
Oh, look out. Check out center court. That's the dog that was booed off the court earlier, and Dennis Rodman does the honors.
You know what that
showing
says?
No fear.
What that says about a guy. That says so much about Dennis Rodman.
What is a defensive ball player, John?
Well, he is twice Defensive Player of the Year, and he drew attention on that.
You know, that is
courageous move.
That is actually a scary thought, to see the dog walk out onto the court right behind us, as we've mentioned on many an occasion. There are a herd of elephants with the circus in town, and if the dogs can get loose, John, think about that.
I'm getting
for just a moment.
I'll see you, Marvin.
Sally off the dribble, finding Rodman. And the Knicks with a 49-42 lead. The Knicks have led by as many as 11. Check that, as many as 13. They double up on Ewing, and he pops it out. Here's Jackson. Last touch by the Pistons.
The game plan for the Knicks was worked to perfection in the first half. Balance, rebounding dominance, good solid defense. They just can't think about it for 1 second of the second half, though, or the Pistons will run right by them.
McDaniel's pass broken up. Isaiah Thomas 1 for 8 in the first half. Sally given the shot.
One of the remarkable statistics is Mark Jackson's assist total for the first half. In 19 minutes, he had 2 assists. And he had his hands on the ball and distributed it so well in the first half. How deceiving statistics can be. Jackson did a terrific job leading the team, and so rare to see him play 19 minutes and only have 2 assists.
And Thomas committing the foul. That is 4. Darryl Walker will check in, so it's been a long night for Isaiah. 1 for 8 from the field, only 2 points, and the 4 fouls.
Well, I think the big change in the second half for the Knicks could be Jackson looking to shoot, looking to be an offensive player. He was not an offensive player in the first half, and that worked out just fine. Only took 3 shots, but I can see him helping the Knicks more now as an offensive player.
Well, Pat Riley feels that Jackson must shoot more from the outside against the Pistons. Wants him taking the open shot. He has been encouraging that. And Jackson is called for the foul, his second.
Jackson is objecting, you know, to the tightness of that call by Mike Mathis.
Knicks with light pressure.
Knicks respecting the strength of the guards. They're the ones that make this team click. With Isaiah out, it really falls on Dumars' responsibility to lead this team now.
Dumars off the fake.
And how good he is at taking responsibility.
He's hit 5 out of 7, 10 points. The Knicks 51, and the Pistons 44. Ewing, yes, he has 19, and the Knicks lead by 9. Patrick Ewing is 8 for 16 from the floor. 2.5 gone by in the third quarter. Walker. Knicks would like to see Dow popping from all angles right throughout. Wilkins getting down court. And the Knicks now lead 55-44.
You know, a fast break like that against the Pistons in a layup is like 6 points. You just don't get them. They come so rarely, and it means so much to you. It gives you an emotional lift to get a fast break success against these guys.
Dumars. And Ewing able to hustle it down. Dennis Rodman has been kept off the boards still only 4 rebounds for Rodman, who averaged close to 19 per game to lead the league.
The highest in 20 years in the NBA.
Jackson. Strong move by Mark Jackson, and the Knicks have matched their biggest lead of the night. Chuck Daly wants a timeout. The Pistons will talk it over. Tomorrow, starting 1:30, following Yankee scorecard, the Yanks are home up at the stadium, taking on the Baltimore Orioles. You'll see it right here on the MSG Network, the best in the game tonight up at the stadium in the third. The Yanks 4 and the Orioles nothing.
Well, the Knicks opening up here in the third quarter with a fast break. Few and far between when you play the Pistons anytime. And Mark Jackson to Gerald Wilkins, and that brought some excitement and had a very positive effect on the Knicks, and they are rolling now.
Here's Dumars. Oakley again to the rebound. Charles Oakley has done an enormous job off the boards. Doesn't only show up in the numbers, the box outs have been effective. Wilkins. The save by McDaniel, but he had stepped out, and it will be Detroit ball. It's the Knicks 57 and the Pistons 44. 4 minutes gone by in the third. And the crowd reacting as Bill Laimbeer walks over to the scorer's table. He and Mark Aguirre getting set to come on. Woolridge. Rodman missed the tip, and Jackson is on the ball. Oh, Jackson to the air to find Oakley. Nice touch pass. McDaniel. Yes, and it counts.
What an unusual basket. The Knicks not allowing second shots for the Pistons. Jackson going into the air. This time he finds someone, the right man, and over to McDaniel. Almost gets rejected by Rodman, but he overcomes that and draws the foul. Another look at it. Good ball movement, crisp passing.
That's rare to get the roll on that type of shot. Rodman called for his third foul. McDaniel will try to complete the three-point play. And he does. The Knicks extend to a 60-44 lead. They are in the midst of an 11-2 run.
And with 4 fouls, Isaiah Thomas back on the scene. Chuck Daly wants to win this game. He's not going to wait till the fourth quarter.
Wilkins with the steal. And Jackson resets it. Jackson for 3. Yes!
Mark, I don't know when I've seen Jackson play this kind of basketball game. I don't think ever. And he is playing perfectly.
The Knicks lead 63-44. Woolridge gets it back out. Laimbeer able to connect. And the Knicks now lead 63-46. 6:45 remaining in the third. Wilkins, yes, and it counts. Once again, the field goal and the foul. Laimbeer called for the foul. That is his third.
This is very exciting stuff going on here for the Knicks. Everyone's into the act now. This means Gerald Wilkins is fully into the scene too, and he reacts accordingly.
Gerald sat down early after picking up 2 fouls, replaced in the opening minutes by John Starks, but he's come on here in the third quarter. Aguirre open, blew the layup. Ewing with the rebound.
Those are the little things that go your way when you're having a good night. I mean, when would a shot like that be missed under normal circumstances?
Jackson again from downtown.
This is a remarkable performance by Mark Jackson.
The Knicks 69, the Pistons 46, and Detroit will talk it over again. block. Set up in short right field. There's no. Sends it deep to right. That ball is gone. Well, this Garden crowd still reacting to the superb play of the Knicks, who are in the midst of a 20-4 run. Here's Thomas. Just under 6 minutes remaining in the third, and the Knicks lead at 69-46, keyed by the combination of Patrick Ewing and Mark Jackson. Jackson has hit a couple from downtown. He has 14 points, and he's run the club so well. Ewing from Jackson. Rebound is slapped out of bounds, and last touched by the Pistons.
If there is a trap waiting for the Knicks, it is rejoicing in what's been going on.
Yes, we have seen that on a number of occasions. The early celebrations have come back to haunt them. Here's Ewing. Rebounded by Wilkins. Gets it back out for Ewing. Yes.
Boy, that's when you know it's going your way. All these bounces are going right into the hands of the Knicks.
And the Knicks now lead at 71-46. So they have surpassed their point total of the last meeting against the Pistons in the Palace when they were walloped and were not able to score.
Boy, the touch is gone, too. McGuire missing a very easy for him jump shot.
It's also one of those games for the Pistons who have been on a roller coaster throughout the year where they are in a funk. They've had these games during the course of the season. Of course, the Knick play has something to do with it. Jackson's pass could not be handled by Ewing. It surprised him. The steal by Jackson. Oh, I tell you, he's had to contain himself. You know he wanted to go with the helicopter.
He's helicoptering inside, I'm sure.
Very good job.
Marv, he is playing magnificent basketball. The numbers cannot match. Whatever the numbers are for him tonight will not match his impact.
And Thomas stripped 3-on-1. Jackson for Ewing. And the foul, Lambeer and Ewing having words.
And Lambeer opening his arms up like, come to me, Patrick. McDaniel to the rescue. Patrick lost it. He lost it for a split second, and McDaniel saved him.
Patrick Ewing now has been able to calm himself down. Bill Lambeer once again hearing the fine words from the Garden crowd as he has collected his 4th foul. And there's the smirk that has delighted fans throughout the NBA. What a perfect villain.
Amazing to think nothing he can do, no matter what it may be, will get fans to cheer for him, except in Detroit.
And over the years, he has been such a significant player. So important in terms of the 2 NBA championships won by the Pistons. The Knicks have outscored Detroit 24-4 to take this commanding lead. With 3:59 remaining in this third quarter. The Pistons 3 of 11 from the field in the third. Isaiah Thomas hanging in despite the 4 fouls, but has not been able to get anything going. He's 1 for 9 from the floor. Illegal defense against the Knicks. And that is their 2nd violation, so it will be a technical foul.
Daniel caught in the middle. There's one person not rejoicing with this lead. Pat Riley wants his intensity to go right off the bench to every player on the court on the Knicks.
Joe Dumars missed a technical earlier. The Knicks lead it 74-47. Detroit, as you know, leads the NBA defensively, allowing just under 97 points per game. Look at that rebounding discrepancy. McGuire getting inside. But offensively, for the Pistons, it has been a different story. They have scored at least 100 points only 39 times in 82 games. They have not been able to score. Jackson wide open. Yes. Mark Jackson with 18 points.
Well, let's talk about perimeter shooting. Looks like it's going to be delayed another game because the Knicks have it tonight.
Jackson has hit 14 of his 18 here in the third quarter. He's hit his last 5. Oakley with yet another Knicks steal. And the Knicks playing a very calm, smart game right from the start.
And that comes from the man with the ball, Mark Jackson. He set that tone.
Ewing. And it will be Detroit ball. One of the rare times we've seen Ewing not have the touch tonight. Ewing jumping out on a switch. Wilkins picks up Laimbeer. Shot clock at 5. McGuire for 3. Oh, a high arcing shot from downtown by Mark McGuire.
That looked like a long fly ball to left.
McGuire has 11. The Knicks take a timeout with 2 minutes, 8 seconds to go in the third quarter. The score, the Knicks 76, the Pistons 52. In game 1 of this best-of-5 playoff series. Game 2 Sunday afternoon here at the Garden. Game 3 Tuesday at the Palace. Let's go to Lisa Burkhardt of the MSG Sports Desk.
All right, thanks, Marv. At Chicago, nice steal here by Scottie Pippen, who feeds Michael Jordan for the jam. Jordan has 36 points as the Bulls are pulling away from the Heat. 81-70 Chicago, third quarter. Back to you, Marv.
All right, Lisa, we come up on 2 minutes remaining in the third quarter, and the Knicks with the huge lead, 76-52 over Detroit.
Our upper deck cam giving us a good look at the Knicks huddle. Mark Jackson playing the complete game tonight. At one point moments ago, Isaiah Thomas was dribbling up court. Mark must have shaken Isaiah's confidence so much on that move. He did it so effortlessly and finished with that one-handed jam.
And it has been all Mark Jackson. In the third quarter alone, he has scored 14 of his 18, and Isaiah just has been out of it throughout. Got in the early foul trouble. He's been hanging in with the 4 fouls, and he is 1 for 9 from the field. Let's go over to Al Troutwood.
In the two coaches. You know, there are a lot of similarities in the two coaches we're watching tonight. They both dressed well. They both had a lot of big success in big games. What's remarkable to me is that with the game in such a strong favor to the Knicks and out of control for Detroit, both coaches for the first 45 seconds of the last timeout said absolutely nothing. They let the players just think about it and let it go from there. Back to you.
All right, now John Starks has checked back in. Starks and Jackson now in the backcourt. Laimbeer with the steal. They double up on Thomas. It's gambling defensively. Joe Dumars. And back come the Knicks. McDaniel flying down, goes right at Laimbeer, and it's tipped home by Ewing. Jackson getting back, slow down Aguirre, and then stripped him. Jackson. Thomas. And Mark Jackson hit the floor. Foul called on John Starks.
So much was said, Marv, as you know, this week about the Knicks' video dependence. The job Bob Salmi, the Knicks video coordinator, the man who's not allowed to see daylight these days, does. in learning the tendencies of the Detroit Pistons. And it seems, as Patrick Ewing goes out to the cheers of everyone sitting here, it seems as though the Knicks know everything the Pistons are doing tonight. Unlike games when you see the Pistons double team and triple to success and then get back and recover to the logical place where the ball is going, the Knicks are doing that tonight. The Pistons are not getting easy shots. The Knicks' preparation looks magnificent in this game.
Well, Pat Riley said he may have too much time to prepare. He said too many days off, he could be dangerous, referring to working the team too hard with so much time on his hands. But as you say, in terms of preparation, this club has just dismantled the Detroit Pistons. We come up on 1 minute remaining in the third. And McDaniel on the loose ball. The Knicks have been on every loose ball.
Now, there's a bad shot, and still the Knicks are able to recover, and that's the way it's going.
McDaniel posting Woolridge. Jackson to the teardrop. And again, it's the X-Man, a new 24 for the Knicks.
Trying to get McDaniel the ball, and Woolridge is playing him tough. Finally, foul called on Orlando Woolridge guarding McDaniel.
That's 3 on Woolridge.
Knicks playing without Ewing now for a few moments, and they're still trying to go to an inside game. McDaniel trying to get position. Jackson not liking the target. Finally, the foul is called.
Xavier McDaniel, 2 for 2 from the line. He has 6 points, 6 rebounds, done a good job off the boards. That's where the Knicks have had a decisive edge, and it does not always show up in terms of numbers because there are people boxing out, there's positioning, and the combination of McDaniel, Oakley, and Ewing have just destroyed the Pistons in the rebounding department.
I think it's very significant from Daly's standpoint that Rodman is not on the floor now. I mean, here's a guy who can play 48 minutes, no problem. And I wonder if this is a sign of packing it in, which wouldn't surprise me.
Bob McCann, a second-year player from Morehead State, who does not get much playing time, is out there right now. Dennis Rodman did not seem to be his usual enthusiastic self. Usually plays with such spirit. 15 seconds to go, third quarter. The Knicks lead at 79-53. Shot clock at 3, starts for 3. Mason. 1 second to go in the third quarter.
Well, I think there's an element of luck going on here, too. They say, you know, to play well is important, but to be lucky is important, too. The Knicks are getting the bounces all night long.
And after 3, it's the Knicks 81. The Detroit Pistons 53. Of Auburn Hill starting at 8 o'clock on MSG2, we will present the New York Knicks and the Detroit Pistons. That'll be Tuesday night, game 3 of the first round of this playoff series. Game 2 will take place Sunday afternoon here at the Garden. Let's go over to Al.
Marv, I'm with Knicks president Dave Checkett. Dave, you get a taste of what you're up against. The fans here even boo the poor dog. But what I want to know is, are you surprised as a member of the inner circle at how intense and how successful the Knicks have played so far in this ballgame?
No, I'm not surprised because I thought in Charleston we prepared very well and we came out very hard. And, you know, coming back, the team was just so serious. I knew we were going to get a great effort tonight.
It really makes you believe in Pat Riley when he says he wants to take the team, take them away, get their heads clear. I mean, if this is the result, it's a great thing you want to redo.
The problem, though, Al, it's only one game. We'll keep going.
All right. Thanks, Dave.
Thank you.
Back to you, Marv. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, Al. 3-second violation called on the Knicks to open up this fourth quarter. Brad Sellers has come on. Now, he received plenty of playing time last Sunday in the wind-up game against the Bulls in Chicago. Chuck Daly going with Sellers instead of Lane Beer, who is having problems. Here's Aguirre with the shot clock running down. The Knicks outscored Detroit 32-15 in the third quarter. We're just underway in the fourth. Greg Anthony back on the floor, combining with John Starks in the backcourt. McDaniel gets to it, and he is hacked. So Xavier McDaniel will go to the line.
Nobody could have predicted coming into this game that at the end of 3 quarters, Chuck Daly would have Bob McCann on the court with Brad Sellers. Very significant move by Chuck Daly. He has checked out on his team. He feels they're not going to win this game, and let's look at some other guys and think about Sunday.
Yes, his thoughts are now on Game 2. Sunday afternoon. Remember, right at the start, we were discussing the fact that the Knicks have played this club extremely well. They had won 5 straight against Detroit at one point. Detroit has won the last 2, both in recent weeks. 103-94 here at the Garden. The game that saw Bill Laimbeer strike for 24, and then 2 weeks ago at the Palace in that memorable 72-61 Piston win, which saw Patrick Ewing go 4 of 20. But not the case tonight. It has been all Knicks in a big league style blowout. Foul called. No, apparently a 24-second clock problem. And more substitutions. Bill Laimbeer and Isaiah Thomas have had a very depressing evening. Dumars, Joe Dumars with 13. Detroit getting set to make additional changes. Look at that discrepancy. The Knicks have out-rebounded the Pistons 40-18. And the Knicks now lead it 85-55. McDaniel has 12 points.
It's amazing. Ewing on the bench now, resting for the last several minutes. Pat Riley staying with a lot of his starters out there to let them keep working, not allowing his team to weaken.
Sellers lost it. Oh, what a save by Starks. Little showtime by the X-Man, and the Knicks lead 87-55.
Well, the blemish of the close of the season on the Knicks schedule certainly is being erased here with this performance in the opening game of the playoffs.
However, as Dave Checketts pointed out a moment ago, Mason with the foul on McCann. It is only one game, and that will be the message that Pat Riley will look to bring. Lance Blanks replacing Joe Dumars, who departs with 13 blanks in his second NBA season. Out of the University of Texas, a first-round draft pick last year, and he has been a major disappointment. Detroit drafted him in the hopes that he could make the transition to the point guard position, but he has not been able to. And he has not received much playing time. That's a traveling violation off the good double team by the Knicks.
Which has been going on right from the outset. The only people able to avoid double teams are Dumars and Isaiah, but Isaiah has had incredible problem tonight putting the ball in the hole when he was on the floor, and also getting in foul trouble certainly didn't help his game.
Anthony with a nice move, and he drew the foul.
But you know, if he didn't go for the dunk, he would have had a layup. That was a great move, so deceptive.
Aguirre called for the foul. Anthony to the line off this move.
Now, Darrell Walker's a fine defender. To beat him like that means you presented some move, and Anthony did.
The Knicks lead at 88-55. Xavier McDaniel greeted at the bench by Pat Riley, and then the rest of his teammates. An outstanding opener for the X-Man. 14 points, 7 rebounds, and he was a presence. And Xavier McDaniel delighted in this instance to sit out the rest of the way in the fourth quarter. The Knicks lead at 89-55. Offensive foul. It's on Blanks. Now they change the foul. It's on Aguirre. Starks and Blanks talking it up pretty good. Starks Foul. Hard foul given by McCann.
Doesn't bother Starks. He just bounces right up.
Bob McCann, a local product, grew up in Morristown, New Jersey. He was a second-round pick of the Milwaukee Bucks. Spent time on the CBA last year. Spent some time with Dallas. Also spent time on the injury list on a couple of occasions this season. And here's James Donaldson for Charles Oakley, who is greeted by the crowd. Now, the stats will not be very impressive, but that man, Charles Oakley, had a sensational game tonight. 6 points, 8 rebounds. And Charles, one of the keys to this strong Knick performance. William Bedford now has come on, so Chuck Daly has emptied the bench.
Marv, the stats for this game are not going to be impressive at all, I don't think, except for the rebounding edge. But the numbers are not that high on the scoreboard, and they will not tell the story of Mark Jackson's leadership, certainly, and his low assist total. I mean, this may be the best game I've ever seen him play. And the team effort has been sensational.
Very neat spin by McCann. The Knicks 90 and the Pistons 57. Here's Mason working his way in on Sellers, who rejected him. Anthony gets it back. Shot clock at 6. Hardaway rebounded by Mason. Lost it. Blanks with the steal. It's a 4-on-1. Blanks. Anthony thought he was fouled. Good move by Lance Blanks. The Knicks 90 and the Pistons 59. Detroit with only 15 points in the third quarter, only 16 points in the first quarter. Hardaway giving the Knicks a 92-59 advantage.
Well, the Knicks went through that shocking 61-point game against the Pistons in their last meeting, and all of a sudden, with 7.5 minutes left to go in the game, the Pistons have 59 on the board. This is going to be a haunting number for Chuck Daly, who knew right from the beginning of the season his team's problems would be offensive. I remember our first visit out in Detroit, asking Chuck about his team, and him saying, I don't know what I have, and it really aimed at offense. An aging Bill Laimbeer certainly has made it difficult for this team to succeed offensively.
Brad Sellers to the free throw line. Brad Sellers, 6-year man out of Ohio State, played in Greece last year after 3 seasons with Chicago, spent some time with Seattle, Minnesota. Jack McCloskey, the Detroit general manager, making the move to sign Sellers, but he has not received much playing time. Always carried the rap of playing soft. The low for a Knick opponent this season, the 72 points by Detroit in that 72-61 win at the Palace 2 weeks ago. Hardaway extending to a 94-61 lead, so the Pistons with 61. Here's Bedford, and Donaldson gets to it. Starks eluding Blanks. Starks finding Hardaway.
No starters on the floor for the Knicks. Everybody getting the long rest.
Starks for 3. The Knicks 97 and the Pistons 61. Since the inception of the 24-second clock in playoff competition, the fewest points allowed by a Knick team as Mason comes up with the rejection. Starks on the drive, and he lost the handle as he was pushed. Fewest points allowed in the playoffs by the Knicks. Back in April of '73, the Celtics were held to 78 points, so that record is in range. We'll be right back.
Take a look now from our upper deck trading card, Cam. As the Knicks continue their onslaught here. Knicks in control of the ball, spreading the court out beautifully, making the defense work, and John Starks lets one go from three-point range. John Starks now on the foul line.
This is a shocker. People see this score around the country, and they may think that perhaps there was an error, John. The Knicks with a 98, 99, 61 lead. In particular, the manner in which the Knicks concluded the season. They lost 5 of their last 8. They blew a 5-game lead on Boston with 8 games to play. They let it slip away.
They blew a 17-point fourth-quarter lead in Milwaukee. Thanks to Mark Jackson's play, they pulled that out with an 11-0 run, but they were shaky at the end. And this will, as you say, Mark, certainly shock onlookers.
Or fans.
Many of whom have left already, as odd as that may sound.
Or just sports fans, people just checking in. Offensive foul.
Dogs who happen to be Garden tonight.
Kennard Winchester coming on. Tim McCormick is on the floor. John Starks hearing it from the crowd. 14 points for Starks. So the Knicks with a lineup, McCormick, Donaldson, and Vandeweghe up front. Anthony and Winchester are at the guards. Vandeweghe, all right. James Donaldson with no problem taking a little skip to knock the ball free, John. I see now, I don't know about you.
You're going to get in trouble now.
We needed another basketball. Usually.
Very good. Very humble. Good. Yes. There's a feeling that James just exhibited that you'll never know, Mark.
Absolutely. Maybe I don't want to know it.
I think you do.
5:20 remaining in the fourth quarter. A blowout for the Knicks in game 1 of this best of 5. Donaldson over Bedford. The Knicks lead at 101-61.
That's Donaldson's first impressive field goal as a member of the Knicks.
Sellers. So a 40-point differential. The largest margin of victory for the Knicks in a playoff game, 36-point spread. That against Milwaukee back in April of 70 when the Knicks beat the Bucks 132-96. McCormick called for the foul, and the Pistons with only 61 points. There are a couple of records in range here. Sellers able to convert. The Knicks 101 and the Pistons 63. Game 2 Sunday afternoon here at Madison Square Garden starting at 3:30, and Game 3 Tuesday night at the Palace of Auburn Hills. Game 3 will be seen on MSG2 on Tuesday night, starting with a special pregame show at 7:30. Terry Durham with the call, a loose ball foul on Anthony, called for pushing out.
Now, just looking at the Detroit lineup of players, Marv, I'm thinking that when they look at the box score tonight, of course, when you see 63 points on the board with 4:11 to go, you have to realize no one on this team really played a good game for this team. I mean, they're going down as a team, just as the Knicks did in Detroit.
Well, as pointed out by our statistician Eric Merlis, the all-time opponent low, 64 points scored by Indiana in December of '85. That's the low against the Knicks. And the Pistons with 63 points with 3:40 remaining. Here's McCann. So it will not be an all-time low. However, it could be an all-time low in terms of playoff competition. Fewest points allowed by the Knicks in the playoffs, 78, as I mentioned, scored by Boston in April of 73. That's the Knicks' second championship season. Here's Winchester. It counts, and the foul. Kennard Winchester will go to the line. Lance Blanks called for the foul.
Kennard does not get much of a chance to play, but when he does play for more than 2 minutes, I'd say, on the average, there are always signs of him being a fine offensive player.
Kennard has had shots with Houston and Boston with Houston last season, appearing in 64 games. The Knicks 103 and the Pistons 65. We come up on 3 minutes remaining in this fourth quarter. Bedford.
You know what's going to be hysterical, Marv, is the post-game press conference with Pat Riley and how he will almost not want to talk about this game as if it didn't happen.
Well, John, I think you should stir it up a bit. Now he'll try to pass this one over. McCann hitting the glass. Winchester for Vandeweghe. And the Knicks lead 105 to 65. But this is one you would not figure. The way the Knicks were going the final weeks of the season, leading to the playoffs, and then they come out against the #1 defensive team in the league, McCann slapping it home, and come up with their most brilliant all-around performance of the season. The Knicks lead it 105-67. Oh, Donaldson showing us the hook shot.
Big for him. Here's the game fading away, but those are big 2 shots for Donaldson here. He hasn't shown that he can put the ball in the hole until tonight.
James Donaldson in his 12th NBA season, acquired from Dallas right at the trade deadline on that deal for Brian Quinnett. Bedford with a finger roll over Tim McCormick. The Knicks 107. The Pistons 69. A minute and 50 to go in the game.
As an observer of both teams, do you think this performance by the Knicks can give the Rangers a lift?
I look at myself strictly as an onlooker or an observer of both teams. Yeah, I know the Rangers will be greatly influenced by this performance. Sellers, alley-oops. Sellers and Bedford combining. Well, I think Claude Lemieux of the Devils is apprehensive right now as we speak, as he sees this Knicks performance.
I thought you might feel that way.
Anthony had it knocked away, then recovers. Most interesting sequence here. Darrell Walker is able to come up with it. Here's Sellers. The Knicks 107 and the Pistons 73. Sellers with the rejection. Winchester. And the Knicks lead 109-73. Extensive garbage time here in the fourth quarter. McCann. The only question, will this be a record defensive game for the Knicks in terms of playoff competition? Fewest points allowed in the playoffs, 78. Scored by Boston against the Knicks back in April of 73. And Detroit with only 73. McCormick. The Knicks are hearing it from the crowd as time winds down.
A true shocker. The Knicks have gotten their self-confidence back, and certainly that from their fans.
Bedford. Knicks 109. The Pistons 75. Final second. So this is a Knicks team record for the playoffs and holding Detroit to 75, and they won it going away. Final score, the New York Knicks 109 and the Detroit Pistons 75. The Knicks taking game 1 of this best of 5 as they blow out the Pistons, led by Patrick Ewing and Mark Jackson, the Evian Natural Spring Water Player of the game. Is Mark Jackson, 18 points, down for only 6 assists. But John, as we mentioned on several occasions during the course of the telecast, the assists do not tell the story with a number of Knicks performances. Patrick Ewing, the high man, with 24, followed by 18 for Jackson, 14 apiece for Starks and McDaniel. We'll be back in a moment. Passover mark.
Well, down the stretch of this regular season, the New York Knicks did not have much to laugh about as they saw the Atlantic Division title slip away. But tonight, the playoffs begin with a laugher. The most lopsided playoff victory, the second most lopsided playoff victory in Knicks history. 36 points was the most. Tonight, 34 points. Overall, though, 75 points allowed. The best Knick defensive playoff effort ever. Well, you have to really wonder as you come back to Madison Square Garden here at courtside just what went on in Charleston, South Carolina. Was it the sneakers? Probably not. It has to do with preparation and hard work, and Pat Riley has talked all this week in various forms of the media how important it is to look at videotapes, become prepared defensively, mentally. He wanted to get the Knicks away from the pressures of being in New York and preparing for this series, and you'd have to clearly say that although it's only one game, it really worked today. Chuck Daly and the Detroit Pistons through most of the fourth quarter could just look and know that really today's game was so lopsided you almost have to throw it out as a result. The Knicks had everything working for them, and as John and Marv spoke of frequently during the second half, this has to be one of the most remarkable, if not the most remarkable performances that Mark Jackson has ever had as a basketball player. Let's take a look at the leading scorer summary then in tonight's game. It's brought to you by your Tri-State Jeep and Eagle dealers. There's only one Jeep, and it's only at your Tri-State Jeep and Eagle dealers. Patrick Ewing had 17 points at the half. He wasn't really needed in the second half. Finished with 24, added 12 rebounds, so the double-double for him. Mark Jackson, 18 points, 5 rebounds, 6 of 11 from the floor, grabbed the control of this basketball team with an iron fist from the opening tip. Xavier McDaniel, 14 points, 7 rebounds, a tremendous defensive influence. John Starks, 14 points, Kiki Vandeweghe as well. As for the Detroit Pistons, no one reached 20. Joe Dumars finished with 13. John Sally, who had 10 at the half, had 12. Mark Aguirre, 11, and 5 Detroit Pistons with 6 points. New York Knicks led at the half, 49-38. Detroit scored the first 4 points of the second half to get within 49-32, but then the Knicks went on a 52-29 run. They led 101-61 and went on to win by 34. The Knicks regulars got a chance to take a breather here in the first game of this best of 5. They had a chance to applaud some of the efforts of the bench. For Detroit, they had to wonder what went wrong. What didn't they do? What can they do in game 2?
There's a way to virtually guarantee a safer suspension system. A way to eliminate pulling, shaking, and loss of control. It's the suspension technology of Midas. Diagnostic tools so advanced, they can pinpoint the problem. So you know your car's fixed absolutely right. And for a limited time, buy one Shocker strut, get the second for 50% off.
Back at the Garden, the final 109-75. It's not a mistake. It's real. It really happened tonight as the Knicks went 1-up in this best-of-5 series. We've spoken so much throughout the evening of the performance of Mark Jackson tonight. 18 points, 5 rebounds, 6 assists, but so much of what he did on the floor tonight you can't quantify. You'll never get it on the stat sheet. Mark Jackson there celebrating with the fans who from the outset came to cheer at Madison Square Garden tonight. And joining us now is Mark Jackson. And Mark, there was some speculation on the part of Marv and John, and I was even thinking it, for the way you impacted the game, where does this rank in all-time Mark Jackson performances?
I really believe, I talked before the series started, I said the importance, people said about shooting the jumper and taking the shots, but mainly I have to dictate this game and control the pace of the game and be poised. That's all that really matters. And I think today, I have to be happy with the effort because we came out and played a phenomenal game, and we just want to continue it.
Mark, take me back to Charleston, South Carolina. Take me back to the vote of the black sneakers. And I'm not meaning that to be humorous. I know that you guys take it seriously in trying to do things together. Take me back there and tell me what happened.
Well, we had really talked about it a couple of weeks back, and the leaders got together, Patrick and I got together, and we just talked about how it would really would show unity, togetherness, would show we're on a mission. This is something that we really want, and it's just something to keep the team together. And is it the shoes? It was a great job tonight.
I want to take you back now. A moment in the second half. We're going to see it here. You're cruising up the floor. You're approaching the basket. I think you had dunk in your eyes as you went up the floor. Do you remember this play after the steal?
Well, I saw Isaiah trying to break me down, and I pretty much just guessed which way he was going, and fortunately came up with the steal.
I wondered, Mark, it looked as though you were going to flap the arms and go with the helicopter, but I know you've sworn it off. Were you doing a helicopter inside?
No way in the world. Don't start any trouble. I was just happy to have gotten the basket and to come up with a victory.
Mark, I wonder if this result was so lopsided, if you look at it from the Detroit Pistons point of view, and even the Knicks point of view, that you almost have to toss it out, as if to say this is not how the two teams match up on a given night in a 40-point difference.
Well, I think it was a combination of us playing real good basketball and them not playing up to their capabilities. They're an excellent basketball team, and they'll be back Sunday. We just want to continue to play well and win the series.
Pat Riley pointed you guys in a strong preparation mode, looking at videotapes. Did some of that stuff help? Did we see some subtle things on the floor tonight that were the result of all those videotapes and reading of reports?
You can't really measure what going to South Carolina and watching films, studying clips on the Detroit Pistons, reading about them. When they come down and call a set play, you don't have to look over at the bench. We know what they're about to do. We know how they can hurt us and what options they're looking for on a set play. And also defensively, we know what they're doing. So it really is, it can't be measured.
Mark, I know it's only the beginning, but this is really the capper of a season of a lot of work and a big comeback for you. Thanks for the visit.
Thank God, and thank you.
All right, that's Mark Jackson. Let's go inside and listen to what Chuck Daly has to say about tonight's 34-point loss.
He's got to make, though, when they do that, he's got to take his offensive attempts. He's passing up shots. He's got to take those when he's open, and then they've got to play him. Then it makes it much more difficult to keep him off the board. But they were totally prepared and did a good job. I think they were shocked at how we played them the latter two games of the season, and they responded in kind.
You encouraged them as much as anything with mid-range jumpers and
that had to happen. That had to happen. You're not going to contain them forever. When you're doubling down and rotating, and I'm not sure that we were into it as much as we haven't been in the previous two games we played them. We were almost maniacal in those games, but I was concerned when that happened during that time because I knew it could eventually be a problem. Because, now they know they're going to get open shots and where they're going to get them. And if they nail them, you've got another problem. So we'll have to make other decisions.
Chuck, have you seen Dennis Rodman contained in any game this year like he was tonight?
Not really, but he didn't play a lot of minutes. I mean, I think you'll find he played much fewer minutes when it got to be margin, and I wasn't going to play him. But they did a good job on it. But, I've never seen, since I've been, I've been in this business over 35 years, and I've never seen where people actually do the things they do to keep Rodman off the board. You try to keep people from scoring, but to keep people off the offensive board, they drape arms over them, they grab them. The things they do is amazing. But he'll keep working.
We saw tonight physically. Do you see this series, in your opinion, perhaps getting a little nasty physically as the games go on, a little rougher than usual?
No, I don't think it was any. I thought the other two were more physical than this one.
War coming up, maybe?
No more than we're seeing right now. No. Okay. My PR guy says I got to leave. Bye-bye.
So Chuck Daly exits the press conference into what has to be a very quiet Pistons locker room. Daly pointing to the fact that the New York Knicks keyed an awful lot on Dennis Rodman. That was part of the mix. The Knicks needed a good performance from their guards, and Mark Jackson led the way in that category, and they needed Patrick Ewing to overcome whatever defensive scheme that Chuck Daly had to offer him tonight, and they were able to do that. Now, Mark Jackson is one of our guests tonight, receives a Be My Guest restaurant certificate from American Express. Be My Guest restaurant certificates are a tasteful gift for any occasion. Give your friends and family a unique dining experience at any restaurant they choose in the U.S. and Canada that welcomes the American Express card. Call 1-800-535-GIFT or visiting a participating American Express travel office.
Guys, so I tried to just go out and try to pick up the intensity level of the game.
You look down that scoring sheet, you see a lot of players on the Knicks with double figures tonight. Is that something you can concentrate on the week off, getting a balanced scoring effort from everyone on the ball front?
I think it really shows how the ball was moving tonight. Guys making the extra pass, and guys knocking down shots. That's important. I think that hurt us up in Detroit when they beat us there, and we really concentrated on moving the ball and knocking down open shots.
Mark, you presented two different personalities tonight. In the first half, you distributed the ball solely. In the second half, you went offensive. Did that just evolve from the beginning of the game, or is that something you planned?
No, that's nothing that I planned. I think a lot of people have been talking about so-called key has been for me to score. I feel that the key is for me to take control of the basketball game, to make sure that the pace is going right, make sure that we're running a fluent offense and defensively executing. That's what a point guard is all about. I'm not about scoring or shooting just because it's there. I want to run this basketball team, and I think that in the third quarter, I had some spot-up jumpers off of a ball reversal, and I just tried to knock them down. I got a little upset in the first half when I passed up 2 jumpers, saw Anthony Mason down low, but in the third quarter, just had some open jump shots and nailed them.
Was stopping Isaiah Thomas maybe the main focus? He had such a terrible, poor game today, and it seems if you can keep him under wraps, it makes it easier for the rest of the team.
Well, that's easier said than done to keep him under wraps. Isaiah Thomas is one of the best point guards ever played the game. He's going to be a Hall of Famer. I just try to contain him, try to pressure him. I don't want to get beat where it's a blow-by where nobody can help me. And you know he's going to come back strong Sunday, so I just want to stay firm and hopefully continue to contain him, because he can go off at any time.
How come we didn't run that play to that dog that came out? We didn't get the ball to him.
That's the first.
Pat, it seemed like a perfect game for the team, yet you seem to be very unhappy on occasion. For onlookers, it was hard to believe you would be unhappy, but what bothered you at parts of the game, the way the Knicks were playing?
Not much. You know, I think you know, the team was you know, totally focused, and the first 5 or 6 minutes showed that. You know, with defensive rebounding, the offensive boards. You know, the effort part of the game was there, and you know, just knowing that these games are going to be very, very close. I think this was a real aberration tonight. I think we rode some emotion, and we did a lot of great things, but we have to quickly, you know, leave it behind us. You're playing against a former world champion and a team that is going to come for bear on Sunday, and we got to get it out of our minds right now, and get on with tomorrow's preparation.
After the regular season ending the way I mean, they know, you know, they know that it is, but how hard is it after the disappointment to sell them that you know, in 1 week you can change the perception of how things are going?
You know, the one thing about this team that, and I don't know if it's been written about that much or even paid attention to, but you know, that was behind us. The end of the season was a bit of a downer, but I think the one thing that is the common denominator all year long is that they really care, and they care about losses, and they take them hard, and you know, it was a bad moment for us, but we left it behind us. I didn't have to sell them, Mike. They know what they want. You know, they've worked hard all year for it. You have to put the adversity behind you and get ready for whoever was up in the playoffs, and that's what they did. So they worked real hard in Charleston, and we also had a lot of fun down there, too. It wasn't what everybody perceived it to be, except Jackson can't play pool at all. I found that out, and but it was a good week for us to get ready.
How did you neutralize Rodman?
Well, we talked a lot about it and watched a lot of film, and the only way you can keep a guy like Dennis Rodman away from his greatness is to put a body on him and block him out. And you know, Oak is one of the best rebounders in the league, and that was his assignment. Dennis was working hard to get after it. He just didn't get many opportunities, and I know he's going to defensive rebound the ball, but we just don't want him to get 7, 8, 9 offensive rebounds. That's what we're concerned about more than anything else.
Everywhere you look on the stat sheet, you either find numbers that made NBA playoff history or flirted with it. 23 rebounds for the entire Pistons team. Dennis Rodman.
Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to Madison Square Garden, the world's most famous arena. Today's game features the Detroit Pistons and the New York Knicks. Here today's starting lineup. First for Detroit, at guard at 6'3" from McNeese State, number 4, Joe Dumars. At guard, at 6'1" from Indiana, number 11, Isaiah Thomas. At forward, at 6'9" from Notre Dame, 0, Orlando Woolridge. And forward at 6'8" from Southeast Oklahoma State, number 10, Dennis Rodman. And at center at 6'11" from Notre Dame, number 40, Bill Laimbeer. The head coach of the Pistons, Chuck Daly. And now, please welcome your New York Knicks. At guard at 6'3" from St. John's, number 13, Mark Jackson. At guard at 6'6" from Tennessee Chattanooga, number 21, Gerald Wilkins. At forward at 6'8" from Wichita State, number 32, Xavier McDaniel. At forward at 6'9" from Virginia Union, number 34, Charles Oakley. And at center at 7 feet from Georgetown, number 33, Patrick Ewing. And the head coach for the Knicks, Pat Riley.
Well, a rousing ovation from the Garden crowd for a Knicks club that played with great poise and at a furious pace and defeating the Pistons on Friday night, 109-75. And as always, we are joined on the sidelines by our colleague, Ahmad Rashad. Let's go over to Ahmad.
All right, Marvin. The last couple of days, there's been so much written about Camp Riley down in South Carolina. And I talked to some of the players, and they said it wasn't all work. They had some fun. The first night they had a banquet. The last night they had a pool tournament. And they did something that most championship teams do to get some unification. Xavier McDaniel said, why don't we all shave our heads? Pat Riley said, no, I have a funny head. So Mark Jackson said, why don't we go with the black shoes? So the way that they played on Friday, all I can figure out, Marvin, is it must be the shoes.
All that, Ahmad. What a clever idea that would be for a national campaign. The officials, Darrell Garretson, Lee Jones, and Dan Crawford. A matchup of the two top teams defensively in the NBA. Detroit leading the league, allowing just under 97 points per game. They've led the league defensively for 3 straight years. And the Knicks second to Detroit, allowing just under 98 per game. Their best defensive numbers since back in 82, 83. Woolridge jumping against Ewing, and the Knicks control the tip. The New York Knicks went 51-31 during the regular season, certainly surpassing preseason expectations. McDaniel opens up by hitting the jumper. However, the Knicks faltered in the final weeks, losing 5 of their last 8. They blew a 5-game lead to the Boston Celtics with 8 games to play. They let it slip away. Bill Laimbeer getting right into it. Laimbeer in the starting lineup, which means John Sally will come off the bench.
Both coaches have to be breathing a sigh of relief. They come out and knock down their first perimeter shot. If they continue to do that, it'll make it a little bit easier down low.
There's the double on Ewing, and he pops it out. Jackson, air ball, handled by McDaniel. So Xavier McDaniel getting into it early, and he's given the Knicks a 4-2 lead.
Both of these coaches stress rebounding as one of the primary reasons for winning basketball games in the NBA. And the one that dominates the boards probably will be the one that comes out on top.
And Isaiah Thomas, who had the 1 for 9 on Friday night in Game 1, is able to hit on his first field goal attempt. The game is tied at 4. McDaniel guarded by Woolridge. Rodman on Oakley. Wilkins being played by Dumars. He got the step. And here comes Thomas. 3-on-1. Woolridge. Oh, hard foul given by the X-Man.
And X-Man knows that he has his 6 fouls to use up during the course of the game, and that he's only going to play so many minutes. And Darrell Garretson is awarding the basketball back to Detroit after these 2 free throws.
Orlando Woolridge will go to the line. They've called it a flagrant foul on McDaniel.
There is an A and B interpretation of the flagrant foul. And if in the judgment of the official, the player is not going after the basketball, is going after the player, and there is some intent to cause harm with a very hard foul, they will give him the 2 free throws and then award them the ball back on the side.
There were a couple of flare-ups that took place on Friday night. The main event, Patrick Ewing involved with Bill Laimbeer, and they were separated. Here's another look at the hard foul given by McDaniel.
And Garrett's in there, and it's obvious. Xavier McDaniel with both forearms goes after the body, not trying to block the ball. The B interpretation would have been an ejection from the basketball game of the player who committed that flagrant foul.
However, the Pistons not able to take advantage with Woolridge missing on both. Rodman, offensive foul. The Pistons would like to see Dennis Rodman get into it offensively, and right here he forced the issue. Dennis telling us before the game that at times when he does not look to shoot, it's as if the Pistons are playing 4-on-5.
And it's an excellent point that he makes. They are daring Dennis Rodman to try to score the basketball. New York would like to see him wind up taking 12, 15 shots a game.
Ewing. And it's Oakley. Charles Oakley with a solid effort on Friday night as he and McDaniel and Anthony Mason combined to keep the Pistons off the board.
And you may have noticed already, Patrick Ewing stepping out away from the basket a little bit more. That's by design.
Thomas missing on the three-point attempt. Knicks on the run. Pistons able to get back. And Jackson looks to reset. Mark Jackson coming off a brilliant performance on Friday night. Perhaps his best as a New York Knick in terms of running the team. McDaniel from deep. And Rodman with the rebound. Knicks with a 6-4 lead. Laimbeer for 3. And it's McDaniel with the box out.
The move of taking Sally out of the starting lineup and putting Laimbeer back in. Nothing against the way John Sally was playing. You just need another guy who can make shots. And the last 2 times down, it was Laimbeer that was the focal point when the ball got in his hand.
Oakley. Jackson able to slap it to Ewing. Jackson. Yes. And Ewing and Thomas in a collision both went down. Mark Jackson is playing sensational ball. He had a 12 for 16 in the Knicks' final regular season game against Milwaukee and had an excellent shooting night here on Friday. And a defense from the crowd. Laimbeer and Ewing getting inside for the rebound.
Because Bill Laimbeer is not known as a post-up player, you can afford to put your small forward, Xavier McDaniel, on him and not be real concerned that Bill's going to score a lot of points down low. It's a good sign for Detroit. At least he tried to make a move with his back to the basket to get a deuce.
Jackson. Yes! Mark Jackson with what he calls the teardrop stroke. The quick release. And the Knicks lead it by the score of 10-4. So the Knicks have come out very aggressively once again. They look to double up on Dumars. Rodman from deep. Woolridge with a good save. Here's Rodman. Knicks on the run. Pistons able to get back. Ewing finding the open man, McDaniel.
One way for Detroit to solve this problem they're having is come with Mark Aguirre early in the game, get another shooter-scorer on the floor.
The Knicks with 8 consecutive points, leading Detroit 12-4 with 7:13 remaining in this first quarter.
Seems that the Knicks will run more at home in Madison Square Garden and take advantage of easy scores. This time in transition, no one there to pick up the X-Man. He likes it, the team likes it, the crowd loves it.
Meanwhile, the Pistons are trying to settle things down. The Knicks getting off to a similar start as Friday night. They have come out flying. led by Xavier McDaniel. This is a Detroit team that has won 2 NBA championships the past 5 years. They've been in 3 NBA finals and 5 Eastern Conference championships. It has been an up and down season. They finished at 48 and 34. They did win 6 of the last 8, but prior to that, they had lost 7 of 9. Charles Oakley hearing it from the crowd for the hustle. It will be Piston ball.
Well, this is a very, very physical game already this early in the afternoon. Some shoves exchanged here. That's just kind of like a statement made, like, we're not taking anything from each other for the rest of the afternoon.
There's Orlando Mourning. Rebound, Lambier. As Rodman was sent flying, and he complains to Darryl Garrison. He felt he took a shove. The Knicks leader found a score on 12-6. Here's the trap on Jackson. McDaniel. Ewing and Rodman converge. Last touch by Rodman.
And Detroit accomplished what it wanted to. Get the ball out of Ewing's hands in the set plays, make somebody else take a shot. That time it was X-Man.
Well, Pat Riley has done a remarkable job, along with Dave Checkers, Ernie Grunfeld, in energizing a franchise that had been dormant. We asked Pat earlier, what has surprised him most about the Knicks?
Well, from what I had heard and from what people had told me about the team is that they didn't work hard. And probably the biggest surprise from that information and how wrong it was, I have never been around a team who has worked as hard and as conscientiously as this team in practice and preparing for the game. And during the games, they have made just simply a great effort.
That's one of the reasons why you should never prejudge a situation unless you're inside of it, close to it. Then you really understand what it's all about.
Just a moment ago during the timeout, Darryl Garrison brought Bill Lambier. Nice play by Lambier to break up the pass. He brought Charles Oakley and Bill Lambier to center court to have a little chat to try and calm things down.
Yeah, he basically said to both of them, you understand, you better knock it off, etc. And both guys kind of said, well, don't worry about it. And he walked away and said, okay, so be it.
Oakley with the rebound. And then Lambier gets to it. Here's Rodman with Jackson back. The Knicks 12, the Pistons 6. 6 minutes gone by in the first quarter. Stop clock at 5. Dumars. And it's Ewing on the rebound.
Knicks matchup of Patrick Ewing on Dennis Rodman, knowing that Rodman's always going to be around the rim. Why put Ewing out on Lambier way outside?
The alley-oop was worked to perfection, but Ewing not able to hit. Knicks succeeding with the backdoor pass on a couple of occasions in game number 1. The Pistons have opened up, hitting only 3 of their first 10.
Looking for the quick score off the reverse lob pass. Patrick just doesn't quite handle it well.
And Bill Lambier able to connect on his 3rd field goal. So he is off to the fast start. Knicks lead 12-8. Knicks have been in control off the boards, as was the case in game 1. Ewing. A good play by Oakley, and Wilkins shoots. And the Knicks shooting is now off after the early good start.
That's one of those opportunities when the quick touch pass didn't work. Bring it back out. Get a good shot.
Beautiful feed from Thomas, and Rodman will go to the line. Ewing called for his first.
Detroit can certainly use any fast break opportunity that comes along their way by Isaiah pushing the basketball and Rodman, who runs the floor as well as anyone, sneaking under the basket. It gives him some opportunities here at the free throw line.
Dennis Rodman is not a good foul shooter at 60%. He has had a sensational season, led the NBA off the boards, averaging just under 19, and you rarely see a player jump the stats to that proportion. Kevin Willis did it in Atlanta. The officials in disagreement on the call, looking for the better look. Danny Crawford was about to give it to New York. Lee Jones says no. Last touch by the Knicks, and it will be Detroit ball.
Well, sometimes one official gets blocked out. That's why they check with their partners to see if anyone else had a better look. And you have to swallow your ego a little bit. And if the whistle was wrong, correct it.
Yes, and it counts. Isaiah Thomas will go to the line. Ewing called for his second.
Talking with Isaiah before the game in the locker room, I asked a very simple question. Do you think everyone's ready for this one? And he said, there's no other way to do it. He said, we are down 1. We can't afford to go home down 2.
And you received a simple answer. Very simple. To a simple question, yes. Game is tied at 12. Knicks have missed their last 6 field goal attempts. Detroit in the midst of an 8-0 run. 4.5 remaining in the first quarter. Miscommunication between Jackson and Wilkins. Substitution, Anthony Mason replacing Patrick Ewing, who did not score. Ewing 0 for 4 from the field. Anthony Mason will come on as a forward, and Charles Oakley moves to the center position. Anthony Mason in his 3rd year out of Tennessee State has played very well. Isaiah Thomas to the line, took a shove. Jackson called for the foul.
There's no question that Isaiah is determined to come out, establish himself early, put pressure on Mark Jackson off the dribble, and if you can put Jackson on the bench with a couple of personal fouls, it obviously will help their cause after the game that Mark had in game number 1. The other thing, as soon as Patrick Ewing went to the bench, Detroit changed their defensive call. Now everybody will be played straight up, no double teams.
And here's Mark Aguirre, Chuck Daly hoping for some instant offense. Aguirre for Woolridge. First time the Pistons have led. Detroit 14, the Knicks 12. Tough defensive sequence here by the Pistons, looking to double up on the ball. McDaniel. Xavier McDaniel hitting on his 4th field goal. He has 8, and he's tied the game at 14.
With the Pistons trapping, using up time on the 24-second clock, someone else now will have to create other than Patrick Ewing for New York.
Aguirre backing in on Oakley, goes to the hook. Mark Aguirre, so difficult to stop with that back-in maneuver.
You don't realize how broad he is, how strong he is. I mean, Charles Oakley is not an easy guy to back under the rim.
And now McDaniel with the turnaround. Yes. So Xavier McDaniel goes right back at Mark Aguirre, and he's tied the game at 16.
And Mark Jackson picking up Thomas immediately to try and take the ball out of his hands and make Dumars the point guard.
And that is a traveling violation. And Thomas, let's see, looked like he took a shot. Isaiah following the travel. Took a poke. We'll have to get another look at that. Darryl Garrison calling a technical on Bill Laimbeer.
The concern right there is that Mason threw Isaiah to the floor. It's the second shot that Mason has laid on someone since he came in the game. The first one was a direct blow to Dennis Rodman at the opposite end of the floor. That time, an emphatic follow-through where Isaiah winds up going down.
And now Thomas and Mason are talking it over. Anthony Mason has been an intimidating player, has not thrilled a number of opposition players. And Isaiah Thomas, despite the fact you look at him, he's about 6'1", 180 pounds, is one who can handle himself. That should be pointed out, but he seems to be accepting that collision, at least for the moment.
Well, after 40-something stitches in his head earlier this year, he may try and talk it out first before taking action.
And then Laimbeer had something to say to the officials about Thomas taking the shot. He was hit with the technical. Offensive foul on John Starks, who just checked in. And the Piston players now upset with Starks and things maybe getting out of hand at both ends, although Darryl Garrison, who is the NBA supervisor of officials, is trying to calm things down. A timeout. We'll be right back. A very chippy start to this ball game. Anthony Mason in the midst of it all. He's a very strong physical player who has had a number of incidents during the course of the season. We asked Anthony, is there any player who has intimidated him?
Intimidating to me? No, not to me, but I've seen people intimidate others. You know, Karl Malone or Barkley on the floor. But I don't find them intimidating to me.
Do you feel you have intimidated other people?
A few times.
Anyone in particular?
Nah, my main thing is to take a person out of their game, take them out of their comfort zone, don't let them work the way they want to work. I don't know if I'm intimidating them, but I feel I've worked that a little bit.
You get the feeling that in his next life he's a hitman, or he has a part coming up in a movie as one of those guys just wipes people out and doesn't say a word, just kind of smiles when he gets it done.
A hitman. What a fine thing to look forward to. Anthony Mason involved on a couple of occasions here with Detroit players. McGuire backing Oakley, and he's fouled. So Aguirre to the line. Let's go over to Ahmad.
Marv, just during that last time out, Darryl Garrison went over and told Bill Lambier that he did not need any help in controlling this basketball game, and he would do the refereeing. So I guess they finally got that straight.
All right, Ahmad, and Bill Lambier is sitting down. John Sally has come on for the first time.
By this physicalness taking place early in the game, what New York is saying to Detroit is, you're not going to bother us, intimidate us. And I'm sure that Pat Riley, through his experience when he was the Laker coach versus Detroit, and watching what had happened to Chicago a few years back when Detroit got a hold of him, all plays a part in this making a statement type attitude.
Here's Starks, yes, and it counts. Prior to the game Friday night, John Starks had been very quiet against the Detroit Pistons, and the Knicks feel they need his offense. They did get it on Friday and hope for more of the same here.
Well, John Starks is fearless going to the basket, was not going to be intimidated at all by the fact that Detroit might rotate over, take a hard shot at him. He went, concentrated, and converted.
By virtue of the three-point play, the Knicks now lead 20-16, 2.5 remaining in what has been a very physical first quarter here at Madison Square Garden. Dumars being played by Starks. Mason and Aguirre in a battle. Aguirre feeling around for the presence of Mason, and the foul is called on Mason, and he gets an earful from Aguirre.
Well, earlier we saw how strong Mark Aguirre was in backing down Charles Oakley. That time, to show you how strong Mason is, he puts his hands on the hip of Aguirre, and Aguirre can't go anywhere. He tries to make his move. It's just stuck right there.
The Pistons struggling at the foul line, only 4 of 9. Aguirre missed his first 2. It is a 3-point lead for the Knicks. Mark Aguirre shooting only 43% this season. That is a career low. He averaged only 11 points, also a career low, but that is related to the cutback in his minutes. He has had a roller coaster season, at times at odds with the coaching staff, and he has been in and out of the lineup, but they need his offense. So Chuck Daly getting him in there very early this afternoon. Just under 2 minutes left, first quarter. Jackson with the pull-up. Sally on the rebound. Here comes Thomas. Starks back. Aguirre. And a loose ball foul. It's on Rodman. That is his second.
All the small things that you might get away with during the course of the regular season, when a playoff game starts out this intense and with as much contact, that you've got to have some whistles in there to clean it up before it gets out of hand. So the shove in the back called that time by Darryl Garrison.
Dennis Rodman upset as he has been taken out, replaced by Orlando Woolridge.
Once again, the Knicks have kept Rodman off the boards, at least early going. He has only 1 rebound, had only 4 in game 1. Mason putting the move on Sally.
Anthony Mason credits his high school coach for having developed his ball handling skills. The fact that his coach told him you'll never be a center as you go down the line, so you have to learn how to put it on the floor, and he certainly shows the ability to do that.
And Knick assistant coach Paul Silas has also been working with Mason. Bad shot by Sally. Mason working on a hook shot that we have seen from time to time. Here's McDaniel. Rebounded by Sally. Just under 1 minute to go in this first quarter. The Knicks lead by 4. Dumars for 3. And back come the Knicks. Mason from Jackson. And the Knicks maintain possession.
There were so many big, wide bodies under the basket that time that Mason just couldn't find room to gather himself and go up strong. As a result, he leaves the shot a little bit short.
And that's a push on Thomas. Isaiah could not put the brakes on. Saw the Pistons over the foul limit, and Mark Jackson will go to the line for the first time. Pat Riley feels that Mark Jackson must shoot more from the outside in this series. Wants him taking the open shot. And we did see that on Friday night in game 1. Mark Jackson in a remarkable turnaround from a year ago where he did not get the playing time. Pat Riley showing the confidence in Mark Jackson. And as a result, average 11 per game and among the leaders in assists at 8.5 per ball game.
There's no question that when you have a young man who is struggling within himself, trying to decide what went wrong, that to pat him on the back, give him some confidence to say, hey, you're my guy. Go out and do it the best you can. It's going to help him. And Mark Jackson certainly has responded.
10 on the 24. Now 15 seconds to go in the quarter. Aguirre and Oakley with the rebound. 10 seconds left in the first quarter. Down to 5. Mason gets it off. Lost sight of the clock. That's the end of the first quarter. Xavier McDaniel had the hot hand. 5 of 8, leading the way with 10, and the Knicks, after 1, are in front of the Pistons by the score of 23-18. Square Garden, the Knicks over the Pistons by the score of 23-18 after 1. Earlier today, a scene on NBC, the Bulls made a 2-0 on the Miami Heat with a 120-90 victory at Chicago Stadium. Michael Jordan had 33, Scottie Pippen with 30. Game 3 Wednesday in Miami. Lane Beer getting the second quarter underway. Patrick Ewing, who did not score in the first, is back on the floor. The high man was Xavier McDaniel with 10, and the other story for the Knicks, Charles Oakley, who comes off a strong first game, had 8 rebounds in that first quarter. Starks, and is rebounded by Aguirre. Dumars in the backcourt with Thomas. Aguirre, Sally, Laimbeer up front.
And Joe Dumars, another guy who got blanked in the first quarter.
Here's Starks eluding Aguirre. The Knicks lead 25-18. Darrell Walker, the one-time New York Knick, getting set to check in for the first time. Greg Anthony and Kiki Vandeweghe will come on for the Knicks. The Pistons have missed their last 7 shots. Detroit only 6 for 17 in the first quarter. And there's Aguirre ending that streak. His second field goal. He has 6.
And as Chuck Daly knows so well, Mark Aguirre, Isaiah Thomas, Joe Dumars, all 3 players very capable of exploding during one quarter.
Telegraph move by Ewing, and Patrick can't buy one. He's now 0 for 5 from the field. It will be Nick Ball, last touch on the Pistons. Bill Laimbeer not complaining about Anthony Mason.
All Bill Laimbeer wants to do is get him out of the lane. Bill counted up to 6 that time, maybe exaggerating a little bit on his count.
And McDaniel, Jackson hearing it from the crowd as they sit down to see the blanks for Dumars and Young. John Starks again. He's at 3 of 4. He has 7. The Knicks with a 27-20 lead.
One of those baskets where you make one mistake, you fall asleep defensively one time, and it costs you 2 points, which in this game with these two teams could be most important.
Aguirre draws the foul. Both Mason and Starks got him. It is Mason called for his second.
And Mark Aguirre changing up his pace. Earlier, taking a lot of time once he got the basketball. This time, when he catches, he makes the quick ball fake, gets him in the air, and then just lofts it up there to draw the 2 free throws.
Mark Aguirre, 2 out of 4 from the foul line. Pistons only 6 for 11 at the line, but they have been going to the line. 2 minutes gone by, second quarter. Marv Albert, Mike Fratello, Ahmad Rashad from Madison Square Garden. Game 3 of the series will be played Tuesday night at the Palace of Auburn Hills. This is the first time the Pistons have not opened the playoffs at home since 1986 when they lost to the Atlanta Hawks in the first round. I believe you were in the building at that time.
I may have been.
Anthony was fouled. So Greg Anthony to the line. The foul committed by Isaiah Thomas, and a timeout called. We'll be right back.
Back to back. Will cost the game, and not necessarily a pitcher's mistake where he hangs the ball. Maybe something in the outfield. Defensive lapse. Very intense game.
Roberto now hitting .361, came into the day the second leading hitter in the league. And the count is 1.
It's much deeper than
nice. He pitched a fine game and made some adjustments when he needed to.
Still a very live fastball upstairs. Is that look control?
Yeah. Oh, Ahmad Rashad back here at the Garden with the general manager of the Pistons, Jack McCloskey. Now, Jack, there's been so much said and written about the statements from Bill Laimbeer. Your reaction to all that?
Well, I have a reaction, but I think at the appropriate time, Ahmad, I will respond to it, and there's no question about that.
What about all the talk about Coach Chuck Daly? Has the contract been offered to him for next year?
Oh, well, Chuck's agent and I have always talked after the season, so that's not a problem.
All right, thanks for joining me.
Okay.
All right, back to you, Mike.
Thank you, Ahmad. And a few moments ago, if you want to know what Bill Laimbeer might be complaining about, it's right there that the offensive player steps on his foot going to the basket, and that it should not be a foul on Bill Laimbeer. He just sat out hanging around.
He stepped on my foot, Danny. That's what it was.
Bill Laimbeer directing that to Dan Crawford, one of the officials. The statements that Ahmad referred to in his chat with Detroit General Manager Jack McCloskey related to Laimbeer blasting Jack, saying that he had destroyed the team's family atmosphere by questionable player moves, indicating that he should not have parted with the veterans Vinnie Johnson and James Edwards, and he said that Orlando Woolridge should not have received such a rich contract extension. Also said McCloskey's relationship with Chuck Daly, which has not been a good one, created stress for the team, that Chuck should not be left hanging out there in terms of a contract extension. Sally with a good move, although Ewing got a piece of it, and the Knicks now lead 28-24.
Well, the standard answer of we always talk when the season's over, I'm not quite sure that everyone buys that right now, because everyone was aware of the fact that Chuck was on the last year of his contract, was going to coach the Olympic team at the end of the season. Somewhere along the line, the players felt that something should have been done. At least they should know who's going to be coaching him next year.
That's a travel on Walker. Well, several weeks back, there was a report that Chuck Daly had told his players at a team meeting that he would resign as coach at the end of the season. Chuck has not confirmed or denied that, but it has been an open secret that he and general manager Jack McCloskey have not had a real good relationship. And we've seen that from time to time in the NBA in terms of relationship between coaches and general managers. Patrick Ewing is now 0 for 6 from the field. Coming off the strong game on Friday night. You recall 2 weeks ago he was 4 for 20 against the Pistons in that memorable 72-61 loss at the Palace.
There's a quick double team by Starks on Mark Aguirre to get the ball out of his hands.
Walker. Darrell Walker showing the stroke. Not noted for his shooting. He is a defensive weapon, but given the open shot, was able to knock it down to move Detroit within 2.
Darrell Walker does a lot of little things. He gets on the glass, he comes up with steals, and if he can knock out open shots, that's a big plus.
4 minutes gone by in the second quarter. Here is Dumars. So Joe Dumars now 0 for 4.
And you can really see Joe Dumars struggling. He wants to contribute more than anyone right now to his team's effort. He just can't get that first one down to get going.
Anthony with the step and the bucket. Greg Anthony, the rookie from Nevada, Las Vegas, the Knicks' #1 draft pick, able to convert on his first field goal. The Knicks lead it by 4. Walker, hand check by Starks, draws the double team. The Knicks switching effectively. We were talking earlier about how the Knicks would switch. Saw Starks able to knock it away in our chat with Pat Riley in particular when we discussed the Knicks defensive effort against the pick and roll. Walker called for the foul.
Well, what Pat Riley tried to do with New York was to simplify it. Anytime a guard comes off the screen, trap it, rotate. You see Ewing, the guy, coming out high to make the rotation, and in every one matchup from there, kind of giving everyone their assignments and making it a little bit simpler to understand.
Can you adjust, though, during a game, Ewing? Well, Patrick Ewing is 0 for the first half. He's 0 for 7.
Can you adjust? You better believe Pat Riley's taught him more than just one way of playing.
And Mark Aguirre brings the Pistons within 2.
Aguirre here at Madison Square Garden nearly 45 minutes before the rest of the team arrived with Darrell Walker out on the floor shooting. He mentioned that I have to have a big offensive game today if we're going to have any chance.
Hardaway getting it back and going to the board. Most unusual to see Hardaway collar the rebound inside and then put it back up. He's given the Knicks a 32-28 lead. However, Ewing is now 0 for 8 and appears to be rushing the shot. 6:15 remaining first half. Aguirre. Starks with the rebound. He has a 3-on-2. Mason for Hardaway. Stopped by Lambeer. Ewing rejected by Sally. Nice pass from Lambeer. And Sally has cut it to a 2-point Knick lead.
At first, you had a question of decision to advance the ball to a Bill Lambeer on the run about 20 feet from the basket, but Lambeer with the touch pass. As soon as he caught it, he got it out of his hands.
A timeout is called.
Represents a potential tying run for the Mets. 2 outs in the ninth.
Out of play. Still 2-2. Bonilla.
Bonilla like a boxer in his corner. When he steps out of that box, up on the balls of his feet, bouncing around. Struck him out.
Detroit, 45 points back in November. He is showing a 0 for the first half. Ewing 0 for 9 from the floor. He had a 17-point first half against Detroit in game 1 on the way to 24 points in the blowout on Friday night.
But Patrick does have 6 rebounds at this time, and New York a 9-3 advantage on the offensive boards. In game 1, 18-6 advantage in favor of New York on the offensive boards.
Xavier McDaniel back on the floor. Oakley getting it out. Charles Oakley has controlled the board. 10 rebounds for Oakley. The Knicks lead 32-30. Ewing getting position on Salad. Yes, that's his first field goal.
And what New York did that time was use Patrick Ewing as the screener in the pick-and-roll situation. When Bill Lambier jumped out to help out, Ewing went right to the basket. Now the decision is, does someone else rotate who's much smaller to Patrick, or can Lambier get back in time?
Isaiah Thomas losing Mark Jackson off the dribble. Lambier recovers. Orlando Woolridge, very quiet. Game number 1. Not getting going to this point. Don Sally was looking for a goaltend. Knicks have Jackson and Starks in the backcourt. Ewing, McDaniel, and Oakley up front. Knicks again in command off the boards. They had a 50-23 edge on Friday. Shot clock at 4. Here's Ewing. Loose ball foul against the Pistons. Woolridge picking up his first.
A point of emphasis that the Knicks made in preparing for Detroit for these games. When Patrick Ewing catches it away from the basket, turn immediately, face the floor, and see where Detroit is coming from on the double team. So then you can make a good decision whether to take it or who the open teammate might be at that time.
Gerald Wilkins returning, replacing John Starks, who scored 7. Here is Oakley, not the shot that you want him taking off the dribble. Now, Pat Riley has been encouraging Oakley to take the outside shot more frequently. That was not the case at the start of the year. And from time to time here at the Garden, the crowd, as Oakley begins to cock the shot, would moan in anticipation that he would shoot. But he does have a good touch, but not off the dribble. Lambier, who has the excellent long-range touch with his 4th field goal, 8 points. The Knicks now lead at 34-32. 3:40 remaining in the first half. Ewing. And it will be Piston ball. Patrick Ewing is now 1 for 12. But the idea from the Knicks point of view is he's got to keep shooting. I'm sure Pat Riley is hoping that eventually he will get into it.
Well, you mentioned that he's rushing the shot, trying to get it off before the double team can get to him.
And Orlando Woolridge has tied the game at 34. For Woolridge, his first field goal. Knicks have missed 7 of their last 8 from the field.
Woolridge only contributing 4 points in game number 1, and the Piston players need Orlando Woolridge to be a factor on the scoreboard for them. He's been missing for the last week and a half, 2 weeks of the season.
Beautiful play by Dumars. Here's Thomas. Isaiah Thomas going the length of the court, following the steal by Dumars.
And the crowd wanted the carry call. They felt that Isaiah turned the ball over when he crossed over left to right. That's why the reaction from the Knicks fans. The deflection as the shot goes up, and now when he crosses over left to right, here is where the crowd feels that Isaiah carries.
When we ask a race engine to do 500 miles, it's like asking a
Official halftime report. We'll hear from Michael Jordan in the aftermath of the Bulls' easy win today over the Miami Heat. And we'll have playoff reports from Seattle, Utah, and Boston. In addition, Quinn Buckner offers his thoughts on the first half of the Knicks and the Pistons. Right now, back to the Garden. And Marv Albert and Mike Fratello once again. Marv?
All right, Bob, and I'd like to congratulate on Bob Costas on capturing yet another Emmy. Mike, I don't think he has any more room in the den. Put it right next to the Mickey Mantle card.
I would like to add my congratulations also.
Darryl Garrison came over just a moment ago and made a telling statement. He said he's so happy he's working the game today. This way he doesn't have to listen to your comments. I would not accept that. Here's Jackson for three. Yes. Mark Jackson hit 2 from downtown on Friday night, and he's given the Knicks a 37-36 lead. Mike, don't take that personally. You know, he was just kidding.
You throw those little barbs out just when guys are shooting jumpers on the way in. Very nice.
Woolridge pushed, and he'll go to the line. Ewing called for his third. Patrick Ewing, 3 personal fouls and 1 for 12 from the field. And it's not a case of the Pistons doing a particularly effective job on Ewing. He has had the opportunities. At times he's rushed it, but it's not what took place in those 2 previous meetings prior to Friday night.
No, he's certainly getting his shot opportunities, and the quick dump down pass, as long as your teammate is always looking for the basketball and is a potential receiver, then that late pass opportunity is there.
Ewing will sit down. Knicks now have Mason, Oakley, and McDaniel up front. Pistons lead it 38-37 as we come up on 2 minutes remaining in the first half. Wilkins played by Woolridge, pops it back out. Nice pass from Jackson, and Oakley was fouled. Foul committed by Sally, that is second. So Oakley to the line for the first time.
Well, when you receive a pass under the basket in this game, you should not expect any gimmies, any easy scores. They're going to make you go to the free throw line, make your foul shots rather than give up a layup or a dunk.
Charles Oakley spent 3 years with the Chicago Bulls. This is 4th season with the Knicks, acquired in the deal for Bill Cartwright. And his mission in this series to stop Dennis Rodman. He certainly contributed to that on Friday when Dennis pulled down only 4 rebounds, did not get off to the good start in this first half. And after he collected his second foul, we have not seen him. Woolridge with a gorgeous move. Orlando Woolridge with a second field goal. Pistons by 1.
And what Detroit did is change the person who was setting the screen at the top of the circle. Normally it's Bill Lambier. That time they put Woolridge there, more capable of putting it on the floor and taking it to the basket.
Here come the Pistons, led by Thomas. Woolridge over Jackson. Offensive foul.
When Bill Lambier sets the screen at the top of the circle, he normally steps back for the jump shot. But when it's Woolridge setting the screen and you throw the ball back to him, then he has the ability to put it on the floor and take it to the basket. Keep in mind that Woolridge used to be a point guard as he came up through elementary school, junior high school, so he certainly has that ability.
McDaniel off the fake. Xavier McDaniel going last to give the Knicks a 41-40 lead. 12 points for the X-Man. He is the high man of the game. McGuire leads Detroit with 10. Jackson committing the foul. Second foul for Jackson.
Who has the stronger will? The defensive man, don't let him turn that corner, or the offensive man to keep that dribble alive and try and get down to that baseline area.
Non-shooting foul. Detroit inbounds. Lambier sets the pick. McDaniel on the switch. Lambier. And Oakley able to get to it.
Just by a little adjustment in positioning the offensive people in a different area, Bill Lambier is winding up getting the open shot after a couple passes.
Foul away from the ball. It's an offensive foul on McDaniel. He was trying to set a screen, and he was on the move, and he took Thomas down.
The blind screen, if you take that shoulder and turn it in at all, the officials are going to call that one. They don't want to get players hurt, especially when they can't see the screener coming from behind. If the player holds his ground, doesn't move, it's fine. If you take that shoulder and forearm and just deliver the slightest of blows with forward movement, they'll call the foul.
Knicks with a 1-point lead, 20 seconds to go. First half, 15 on the shot clock. Dumars for Sally. Thomas from downtown. Oakley with the one-hand rebound. Final seconds of the half. Here's Wilkins eluding Lambia. Well, Joe should have pulled up and decided to go for the drive.
That's Bill Lambier making a move out to him. Wilkins said, here he comes, I'll go around him. He just bought enough time, Lambier, to force a rush shot.
And a shot that would have been too late. So at the half, it's the Knicks 41 and the Detroit Pistons 40. Bob and Quinn coming up with our Prudential halftime.
To you by the companies of the Prudential. In a changing world, one thing remains rock solid, the Prudential.
Halftime at Madison Square Garden, the Knicks lead the Pistons 41-40, and New York, as you know, leads the best-of-5 series 1-0. Now, who would figure this? Halftime, Rodman, 1 rebound, didn't play a minute in the second quarter, held to 4 rebounds for that matter in Game 1. Ewing, 1 for 12 from the floor, 2 points.
The shots Ewing were taking are the same one he took on Friday, and then you've got to wonder when he's going to miss that. Some of it, I think, has been Detroit has run after him. The more important part is Rodman, because that means Mark Aguirre has been on the floor. And with Mark Aguirre, because this game is not necessarily one of your big offensive games, you need to get as much as you can from Detroit's perspective. That's why Mark Aguirre has played and Dennis Rodman has not played, because Dennis Rodman is not rebounding. That's what he does best.
And Aguirre does have 10, but overall, the Knicks have out-rebounded the Pistons without Rodman for half the game, 28-18. You know, no team in the league has as big a differential between their top scorer and their second best scorer as the Knicks. Ewing, 24 for the year. Starks, 13.9. No team has as much as a 10-point gap. So you'd think that with Ewing held at 2 at halftime, the Knicks would be in bad shape, but somehow they've been resourceful enough to lead by 1, so Riley can take some solace from that.
He can take some solace in that, but you'll always know if you play Detroit, they don't have enough offensive firepower to run away from you. You know, we're talking about Aguirre playing, and they got him out there because they can't get offense. So that's why New York is still in the game. Though they can't shoot the ball very well, they got the rebounds, they're just not getting in the basket.
Okay, in the early game today on NBC, the Bulls had an easy time of it, beating the Heat by 30. They thus take a 2-game lead in that best-of-5, and after the game, Dick Enberg played setup man for Magic and Michael.
Thanks, Bob. With Magic Johnson and Michael Jordan. I'm going to take a back seat on this one. I want to hear what you guys like to talk about.
Well, in the first half, Michael, you looked like you were trying to get your teammates involved, get them in the offense, and you really just sat back and let the offense come to you later on. Was that the case?
Yeah, you know, I was trying to evaluate my teammates. You know, they were very nervous, as you know, in the first game. And, you know, Scotty got out of the blocks quick. So I just sat back and let them control the tempo, more or less, chipping in here and there, trying to help out rebounding-wise. But offensively, I think it was a well-balanced effort from everybody. But, you know, defensively, I think it was a good team effort. And, you know, we all tried to help out in all different areas, rebounding as well as defense.
Well, you talk about sending a message. Looked like you really sent a message. It seemed like you guys wanted to blow them out because you were up, I think, 29, and you and Scottie Pippen were still in the game. And I said that you wanted to send them a message that no way they could win Game 3. Was that the case?
Yeah, that was the case. I think, you know, Phil had that message. Horace and Scottie, they were very intense about playing well today, being that they were a little nervous on the first game. But everybody had an initiative of coming out and sending them a message, making them give up as early as possible so that if we play them in the third game, when we play them in the third game, then certainly they're going to think about going home and not really putting up the effort.
Well, thank you both, you gentlemen. Congratulations, Michael. Magic, we'll see you next week as we go to the next round of these NBA playoffs. We return you now to Bob Costas in New York.
You know, Dick looked a little bit like Woody Allen in Zelig there. You know, he'd just like pop in, kind of paint it into the picture in between FDR and Churchill or something.
Oh, that was great to see Dick set him up.
What a bizarre reference that was. I need rest. Coming up next, we'll turn our attention to some of the other playoff series as we get reports from Seattle, Utah, and Boston. That's right after this message from Prudential and a word from the NBA. Well, the Seattle Golden State series is tied at 1 game apiece with Game 2 scheduled for Tuesday night in Seattle. The Sonics remain the only team to win a game so far on the road in these playoffs. For a report, let's go to Don Criqui in Seattle.
This is Eddie Johnson, an 11-year NBA veteran, now with the Seattle Supersonics. Eddie, kind of heated up yesterday at Golden State. You think that's going to be the case on Tuesday night?
I think so. I think it's going to be a tough series. Both teams really respect one another, and they were a little bit embarrassed by what happened Thursday night and us coming in and taking the home court advantage. And we knew they would come out fighting. They're a tough team, and they have a lot of heart. And we're going to win this series. We got to come and play strong.
What did they do differently yesterday that turned the game around and got them a win?
Well, I think their role players played well. I think Mario Elie came off and had a great game, and he was basically the difference. He had a big third quarter. I think he had 12 points in the quarter, and he carried it on into the fourth quarter. And it made it tough on us. We pretty much controlled Mullen, Marshall-Lennox, and Hardaway, and then he jumps out with a big game, and that really carried him over.
What did Coach Carl emphasize in the team meeting about things he wants done on Tuesday?
I just think what we have to do is just mainly keep the floor spaced. We really got kind of bunched up yesterday, and their defense was able to get hands on balls. And
practice in yesterday's film session. Well, we just trying to figure out ways of stopping them. We weren't very physical. We didn't guard very well. I know they shot the ball well, Steve. They shot over 56%, but they had easy shots, and that's been the emphasis, to figure out a way to guard them.
All right, the killer, John Stockton and the Malones. They had a tremendous game against you in that 115-97 shellacking. Are you going to try to get the ball out of John Stockton's hand?
Well, we're going to try to change up defensively a little bit, but other people hurt us as well, so it was a team loss, and the biggest thing is we got to figure out ways to defend better and rebound better.
All right, well, Bob, if they can get one here, it'll probably be the thriller in the Western Conference.
All right, Steve, one-time ABA teammates and foes, Larry Brown and Steve Jones. Next up, Boston, where the Celtics...
In Game 1, and the Knicks have out-rebounded the Pistons 28-18.
In Game 1, when Rodman got only 4 rebounds, you said there's no way that could ever happen again. Well, Dennis Rodman, in the first half of this game, only 1 rebound.
It's the Knicks 41 and the Pistons 40. We'll be back with the second half in a moment.
Gillette presents Sensor, the system, the technology that will change the way you shave forever. Sensor, twin blades set on springs to read your face and respond. Independent suspension to sense and adjust to every curve of your face. No other razor comes...
5 playoff series with the Knicks at halftime leading Detroit 41-40. Just a moment ago, Ahmad chatted with Detroit Piston coach Chuck Daly.
All right, thanks, Mark. Well, here we are again, the Chuck and Ahmad show.
We've got to stop this way.
We either take this on the road.
Play at NBC, we're down at the half.
I know it, but now you rebounding is something that bothered you the first game once again today.
Well, it's been one of our strengths for years, but they're hammering on us the offensive board, really getting inside, and we've got to do something about it. They can't win the game. They can't get second shots. We've got to do a much better job in that area.
How about getting Dumars more involved in the offense?
Well, we'd like to, but they're playing them real tough. They're switching out a big guy on him, and they're really dogging him, and he's taking a couple of tough shots. But, hey, whatever.
Playoff time, huh? Right. All right, thanks, Chuck. Back to you, Marv.
Wait a moment. Is that coaching terminology? Whatever?
I understand. That's a very deep comment. There's a lot to it. You just have to take some time to figure it out.
Xavier McDaniel, the high man for the Knicks with 12. Mark Aguirre off the bench to lead Detroit with 10. Detroit ball as we start the third quarter. Thomas had it knocked away by Wilkins. It is a 3-on-1. Slowed down by that deflected pass. Oakley for Ewing. Oakley on the fall.
2 things happened on that play. First, Patrick Ewing walked. Then Patrick Ewing got fouled. Nothing was called on either one of those. And then the follow-up score. And by the way, right now for the Knicks, that's their 18th point on second shot opportunity. Counting him, as Chuck said, 12-4 on the offensive boards.
Lane Beer called for the travel, and he knew it. No argument. The Knicks starting the third quarter with Mark Jackson and Gerald Wilkins. In the backcourt, Charles Oakley, Xavier McDaniel, and Patrick Ewing up front. Joe Dumars and Isaiah Thomas at the guards. Bill Laimbeer, Orlando Woolridge, and Dennis Rodman on the court for the Pistons. Patrick Ewing is now 1 for 14.
You see Patrick turning to that right shoulder away from where the double team is coming from.
And the Knicks get it back. Well, Patrick Ewing had that 4 for 20 against the Pistons 2 weeks ago and said it may have been his worst as an NBA player. He is moving up into that area with the 1 for 14. Come on! Shot clock at 1. Ewing. Actually, Patrick gets a break because that basket would not have counted. So it is not another field goal attempt. 24-second violation.
For Detroit, on this trip down the floor, they have got to get a shot at the basket. At halftime, only 5 turnovers for the Pistons. 3 straight to start the second half. If you don't hold on to the basketball, you're not going to score any points.
Joe Dumars, and he continues to struggle. 0 for 5. For Dumars.
Perhaps it's time to go to the isolation to clear out on the side of the floor where Joe Dumars, as he has done so many times, takes his guard off the dribble, try to get to the free throw line or create for somebody else. Pulling up the jump shots, it's not working right now.
Beer doing an effective job fronting Ewing. Now the double team leading to the foul. Dumars picks it up.
See, what's throwing Patrick Ewing off, he's been so used to Detroit coming at him hard, quickly, as soon as he catches the ball, 2 defenders there, that now Detroit has changed up this game. They're kind of halving it, keeping him off balance, and then suddenly coming back late on him to double team just when he has looked over the entire floor, sees no one else is open. When you think he might make his move, now they're coming late.
As a result, at times, you see Ewing tentative when he receives the ball, not sure whether to make the move or kick it back out. McDaniel, yes, it has been an outstanding game for Xavier McDaniel, a guy who may actually be playing for his next contract. It's all on the line for the X-Man, who has had an up and down season. He had 2 years left on his contract that continued from Phoenix. Lane Beer way off. McDaniel on the rebound. Xavier boarded out. He had an option written in that if he paid $500,000, he would become an unrestricted free agent, and he'd pass up on the $1 million+ for the final 2 years. Ewing with only his second field goal, but the Knicks lead at 47-40, and a 20-second timeout is called by the Pistons.
Basically, what Xavier McDaniel did was put himself out in the open market by buying out the clause in the contract. He said, I'm going to put the pressure on myself this year to have a great season, and then at the end of the year, a lot of teams will come after me, and I should make more money than I was going to make according to my contract. A similar move done by Cliff Levingston when he left Atlanta. Atlanta had offered Levingston 4 years, guaranteed $1 million a year. He turned it down to sign with Chicago at 1 year guaranteed, around $750,000, and 1 option year. That is quite a gamble.
But if Xavier McDaniel, who has contributed in many ways, although at times toward the end of the season he had some invisible performances, if he can do it in the playoffs, here's Woolridge rejected by Ewing. Wilkins for Jackson. And the Knicks lead it by the score of 49-40. And words between Oakley and a couple of Pistons. Darryl Garrettson blowing the whistle. 8-0 run by the Knicks here in the third. And let's see how Garrettson handles this. He was the official observing down court.
Darryl Garrettson was at the opposite end of the floor, and perhaps got the best look at what happened altogether after the basket was scored by the New York Knicks.
Double technical has been called on Oakley and Rodman. And let's see if things have settled down. They did erupt in the first quarter. Second quarter was quiet. And the sparks flying once again. Ewing with the block.
Anytime there's a pick and roll situation, New York traps it, double teams. At that time, Detroit went to a little bit of the Chicago offensive set, the triangle offense, and turned it into a pick and roll. So what does New York do? They trap it.
Ewing forcing. And he's claiming he was hacked. So Patrick is now 2 for 16. Thomas stopped by Ewing. McDaniel for Jackson for Wilkins. The Knicks by 11, and Chuck Daly will talk it over.
Back-to-back NBA playoff doubleheaders next weekend.
A few moments ago, the Knicks defense, led by Patrick Ewing's block shot, winds up turning into easy points as Wilkins leads the break to Mark Jackson. And then the end of that play winds up with Oakley and Rodman in a confrontation once again, a double technical. Each player hit with the technical. Next time, they're gone from the game. Again, Ewing with the block leads to another Knicks scoring opportunity. They're just running out in waves against the Detroit Pistons. When the block shot comes out on the floor, Patrick Ewing knows he's done his job. It may not be scoring, but he's doing it in other ways.
The Detroit Pistons have been outscored here in the third quarter by the New York Knicks 10-0. And they're down by 11. Dumars spinning in. Joe Dumars with a strong move, and that is his first field goal.
Joe Dumars saying, just get me close enough to the rim so I can get an easy shot. Now finds himself finally getting on the scoreboard.
Joe Dumars missed his first 5 shots, led the Pistons in scoring during the season, averaging just under 20. Xavier McDaniel has 16, and the Knicks now lead 53-42.
Orlando Woolridge has no idea right now how he wants to guard Xavier McDaniel. He keeps trying to go underneath the screens, and he's leaving about 9 feet worth of space between himself and McDaniel.
Orlando Woolridge battling very hard through the foul. Terrific effort by Woolridge, and he was fouled by Oakley.
When teams set diagonal screens or screens straight up and down, Woolridge at the offensive end staying after, trying to make up for the defensive mistake he made at the other end. But when teams are setting straight up and down screens in the lane or diagonal screens, you have to make a decision. Do you switch on it? Do you follow the man you're guarding, or do you try and slide underneath it, go through? Woolridge right now is trying to slide through everything, and as a result, his man is way on the other side of the floor.
And Orlando is only 2 for 5 from the line. Pistons 11 for 16 from the foul line. The Knicks lead by 10 with 5 minutes gone by in the third quarter. Wilkins comes off the screen. Wilkins on the floater.
The spacing that time for New York, the distance between all their offensive players was excellent. As a result, very hard to help on Wilkins.
Dumars heating it up. Hitting from downtown. The Knicks now lead 55-46. Joe Dumars, one of the better three-point shooters in the NBA. Oakley from Ewing, rebounded by Rodman. For Dennis Rodman, only his 3rd rebound. Woolridge, will it count? Yes, it does. And the foul. A strong move by Woolridge. McDaniel committing his 3rd foul.
Well, just as Mark Aguirre was on his way to the table to report in for Orlando Woolridge, this fast break opportunity allows him to put it on the floor, take it to the basket, and now he'll go to the free throw line. So Mark Aguirre goes back to the bench.
Woolridge only a 68% free throw shooter. He is 3 for 6 from the line.
And that is so typical of the way Chuck Daly likes to coach. A player gets going, just like Dumars finally made his first 2 shots here, 5 quick points. He sees Woolridge perhaps on his way to just getting on a roll, so he tells Mark, sit back down for a little bit. Let's see if he lights this thing up for a while.
Knicks have led by as many as 12. Detroit cutting it to a 6-point lead. Ewing, that was his best shot opportunity of the afternoon.
And the reason being because he realized early in this quarter that Detroit was not coming to double team him hard. So he made a strong, quick move with the confidence that there wasn't going to be anybody there to bother him.
Woolridge. The Knicks lead at 57-51. So Woolridge now has 12 points, 6 of the 12 coming here in the third.
Very similar to what happened with Dumars. You make your first one, Dumars made his second one. Woolridge makes the layup in transition. He comes back to knock out the jumper.
Ewing, yes. Patrick Ewing with his 4th field goal, and for the first time has hit 2 in a row. He is now 4 of 18.
Now the decisions have to be made by Detroit. Do we go get Patrick now with the aggressive double team before he starts lighting it up?
Whoa. What a move by Orlando Woolridge off the crossover, whipping by Charles Oakley. Oakley beat by Woolridge, who has cut it to a 6-point Knick lead.
And Mark, again, that time, Mark Aguirre was up at the table, getting ready to report in for Woolridge, but the third straight basket, so Mark goes and takes a seat.
McDaniel. Lane Beer with the rebound. And Detroit picking it up here on the third. Dumars again. Joe Dumars has hit his last 3. 8 points for Dumars. The transition back to coaching after spending such valuable time week in, week out with Costas, Vesey, Curry on NBC's Showtime, and man who coached the Lakers to 4 NBA championships. You know, Pat blamed himself for that bad finish, the sputtering finish by the Knicks at the end of the regular season. Here's Jackson. Yes. And the Knicks lead 61-56. Pat Riley telling us that he did more coaxing than coaching. He said he felt he let the team down, perhaps taking it all on his shoulders as the Knicks lost 5 of the last 8 and blew the division title to the red-hot Boston Celtics.
Certainly not afraid to share some of the responsibility.
Oh, a facial served up by John Sally and the foul. Patrick Ewing committing his 4th.
When New York starts rotating, if you can find an open spot in the heart of the defense, and if your guards have the ability to thread the needle like Dumars finds Sally, then you'll have these type of scoring opportunities. And going back to game 1, it was right at about the same time in the game where New York was up 11-13 and exploded to a 27-point advantage. This time with about 7 minutes remaining in the quarter, down 12 points. Detroit rallies, comes back, and if Sally knocks out this free throw, will be within 2 points. So they've made their stand rather than falling apart as happened in game 1.
7 points for Sally, and the Knick lead is now down to 2. Patrick Ewing sitting down after picking up his 4th. Anthony Mason has returned. Ewing went 1 for his first 14. He hit 3 of his last 4. But now on the bench with 4 fouls. 3.5 remaining in the third quarter. Jackson rebounded by Laimbeer.
Well, what Detroit did is after starting out 0 for 5 in the second half, they went to the shot doctor, got a little remedy, and now have made 7 of the last 8 shots, and it certainly helps on the scoreboard.
Thomas unleashing. Isaiah Thomas has tied it at 61. 11 points for Thomas. So the Knicks sparked up earlier this third quarter off a 10-0 run and a 12-point lead, but the Pistons have come roaring back, and the game is tied at 61. Starks fouled by Dumars.
That time a good, hard show by Bill Laimbeer when the pick and roll was about to develop. It gave Joe Dumars time to recover and play his man straight up, but then Starks used a couple tricky dribble moves there, got his back to the basket, and as Dumars tried for the swipe, got too much on.
The Pistons in an 18-6 run since the Knicks led by 12 points. John Starks averaged only 7.5 points per game against Detroit in in the 4 games during the regular season. They split the season series at 2-2. But he had a good one on Friday night in game 1. 5 for 10, 14 points. Starks now with 9 here this afternoon. And the Knicks lead it by 2.
You see the Knicks all the time. Should John Starks be a candidate for the 6th Man of the Year award?
I would say he's among the candidates, but I don't see Starks winning out over the likes of Detlef Schrempf and Linus Marciulionis. As Orlando Woolridge has tied the game at 63. I'd also have to rate Dan Marley over Starks. I'd put him number 4 in that category. He has had a very fine season. John Starks in his 3rd year out of Oklahoma State, one of 4 colleges that he played for. Xavier McDaniel with 18 points. And the Knicks lead it 65-63. 2 minutes remaining. In the 3rd, nice look. Thomas from Sally, and the game is tied at 65.
Well, Detroit calls it the fist. Chicago calls it its triangle offense, but the Pistons have taken some of their options, and that time the little back pick, center on guard, produced the layup.
Mason is stopped, and that won't count. Detroit wants a tie-up, looking for a jump ball, but a foul was called.
Well, you have so many different things that could be called there. Detroit wants a jump ball call. They felt the block took place and that the Knicks came back down to the ground. New York wants a foul, and then New York also wants a basket. The block from behind, did he come down? No, he released first, then the foul by Bill Lambier. By John Sally, rather, not Lambier.
Mason giving the Knicks a 1-point lead. Anthony Mason, a local New York City product out of Springfield Gardens. All City at Springfield Gardens, although he did not play basketball until his junior year. Oakley met by Lambier, and the Knicks regroup.
On the scouting report for Detroit, one of the statements, watch out for New York when they're on the foul line. They come up with a lot of their missed free throws.
Woolridge called for his 3rd. The Pistons over the foul limit.
X-Man down low, holding his ground, and then Woolridge trying to decide which way do I want to come around this guy, but you just can't hold him.
Xavier McDaniel on the line for the first time. 19 points for McDaniel. He is the high man in the game. Xavier acquired back in October from the Phoenix Suns in the trade for Trent Tucker and Gerard Mustaf. Knicks 68 and the Pistons 65. 1:25 left in the 3rd. A reach-in called on Mark Jackson.
And Detroit certainly would like to get their share of what you would call the lesser fouls to give them some opportunities to go to the foul line and pick up some extra points from the stripe area. If you're going to let them reach in and keep an arm on and get a body in like that, well, you have to call that foul. Otherwise, you'll get away with murder.
Next Knick foul will put them over the limit. Here's Lambier on the pick and roll. Rebound Starks. Starks and Jackson now in the backcourt. McDaniel stopped by Lambier. Good play by Bill Lambier. 2 bars.
Detroit still will get a 2-for-1 opportunity by Dumas coming up with that offensive rebound after his missed shot. They'll put the ball back in play and have 2 chances to the Knicks 1 to finish out this quarter.
Dumas worked off the pick. Time remaining in this 3rd quarter. Shot clock down to 8. Dumas working hard, and he drew the foul.
And the reason that Detroit used up the clock the way they did, if they would have shot too early, it would have given New York the opportunity to go 2-for-1 back at them. So they ran out as much of the 24-second clock as possible. Now with just over 36 seconds remaining, New York will get 1 chance, and then Detroit should get one. Back them down, get in that lane area, and then try to draw the contact.
Joe Dumars to the line for the first time. Looked like Isaiah Thomas was shaken up. The Detroit trainer, Mike Abdenauer, checking it out. Joe Dumars gets set to shoot the fouls. Joe Dumars, a three-time NBA All-Star, most valuable player of the '89 finals when the Pistons won their first championship. And he is the only Piston player to start every game this season. Looks like Isaiah is okay. All 9 points for Dumars have come here in the third quarter. He and Woolridge able to get it going after the slow start. The Knicks lead at 68-67. Half minute to go in the third. Oakley stripped and foul. Contact made by Lane Beal.
Most times the Detroit Pistons team gets away with that strip maneuver where they anticipate the basketball coming up as the offensive player is going to the rim. They try to get an arm in and knock it free. Today, an unusual number of calls against them where they're getting more arm or hand than basketball.
Oakley 2 for 2 from the line. Charles with 15 rebounds, setting the tone off the boards as he did in game 1 on Friday. Charles Oakley, a 74% free throw shooter.
I think you have to admire the fact that Oakley has accepted the role that Pat Riley and the staff have asked of him. He's gone out and done his job, and regardless of the minutes that he has received in each game, he has turned down, as you mentioned, the shots early in the year. And now he realizes that if we all do our part, it can work out for the betterment of the entire team.
Yes, he has cut down on his mistakes and on the questionable shot selection of previous seasons. But as we mentioned, Pat Riley would like Oakley to shoot the medium range jumper more frequently. As Pat put it, within the flow of the offense. 15 seconds to go in the third. Knicks lead it by 2. Out of 10. Woolridge behind the back for Lane Beer. Sally couldn't handle it. Here is Jackson firing. After 3 at Madison Square Garden. It's the Knicks 69 and the Pistons 67. Orlando Woolridge with 10 of the 16 here. Welcome back to Madison Square Garden in New York. Marv Albert along with the czar of the telestrator, Mike Fratello, and Ahmad Rashad as we head to the fourth quarter, and the Knicks and the Pistons in a 2-point ball game. Knicks lead 69-67. Game 2 of the best of 5. Friday night game 1. The Knicks won in convincing fashion, 109-75. Detroit came on strong after the slow start in the third quarter. Here is McDaniel. And the rebound comes back to Jackson.
Well, through a lot of hard effort, what happens is 2 Pistons fighting for it. The ball winds up in New York's hands.
Jackson being played by Sally. Goes to the left hand. And it's last touch by the Pistons. Now Mark Aguirre, who on a couple of occasions was at the scorer's table ready to come in during the third quarter, finally is able to make his appearance. Orlando Woolridge heated up, and Chuck Daly changed his mind. Bill Laimbeer has been solid. 12 rebounds, 8 points. He'll sit down. Jackson for McDaniel. He's had a hot hand. 22 for Xavier McDaniel. Knicks 71, Detroit 67. John Starks trying to get the crowd involved. The Garden crowd has been on the quiet side during fourth quarter play, and Starks motioning, trying to get the crowd going. Dumars from deep, yes! Joe Dumars cuts it to a 2-point Knick lead. McDaniel one-on-one with Woolridge. Orlando saying, come on.
And McDaniel saying, there it is.
The X-Man with 24, and the Knicks lead at 73. 69. Xavier McDaniel has come up very big in a big ball game. McGuire for Dumars. Loose ball foul called on Woolridge.
And it seemed like a very late whistle to the Detroit staff, to Orlando Woolridge. Lee Jones probably would have let that go if Detroit had not come up with possession, but after the fact, when he thought about it, he felt the advantage of Woolridge putting his hands on the back of the player boxing him out was too much, so he blows a late whistle. Hey, if it's right, you'd rather have a late whistle. Ball up. Are the hands in the back? Yes, they are.
Orlando sitting down after picking up his fourth. Dennis Rodman has come on. Starks for three. And Jackson able to race it down. The Knicks were on every loose ball the other night. And they have been succeeding here in the second half. Now McDaniel felt that he was bumped. Oakley and Thomas are having words, and Danny Crawford has to get between them. You know, Mike, we need a couple of National Hockey League linesmen for Game 3 at the Palace.
But Oakley must realize the next technical foul, he's gone. He's out of here.
Right, earlier, the double technical was called on Oakley and Rodman. We'll be right back. And today's Miller Genuine Draft Genuine Memory takes us back 20 years when Wilt Chamberlain was the last to average over 19 rebounds per game. His closest rival in recent years, Dennis Rodman of Detroit, who has led the league in rebounding for the last 2 seasons. Dennis just under 19 rebounds per game this year. In recognition of these moments, Miller Genuine Draft will donate $1,000 to the Thurgood Marshall Scholarship Fund. Dennis Rodman not getting the minutes this afternoon. Cannot be happy about that. Did not have a good first half. You recall only 4 rebounds in Game 1 on Friday. To this point, only 3 rebounds for Rodman. And after he picked up his second foul in the first half, he sat.
The key to team success is accepting your role and accepting the fact that one particular game might not just be yours. In fact, 2 years ago, the greatest example, when Detroit won the championship, all 5 starters at one time or another sat the entire fourth quarter of that championship series because his replacement was doing such a good job they never got back in again.
Rodman has played only 16 minutes today. Starks called for the foul. 9:39 remaining in the fourth quarter. The Knicks lead it by 4 points.
Well, it's not going to get any easier as far as the contact goes, particularly in a close game down the stretch run here in the fourth quarter. They are still after it, just like this game started out.
Dumars. Patrick Ewing has been sitting for some time. Pat Riley apparently saving him for the stretch run. He picked up 4 fouls. Only 4 out of 18, but was showing some signs by hitting 3 of his last 4. The Knicks 73 and the Pistons 69. McDaniel over Rodman. And Oakley could not hang on. Sally gets to it. Sally going all the way.
Not a bad move for a 6'11 player to get the rebound and lead the fast break. John Sally saying, let's see what the guys do that, like Barkley and some other guys. I kind of like that maneuver.
9 points for Sally. Now Ewing getting set to check in. The Knicks lead by 2. Starks. Good box out by Rodman. McGuire with the open shot. And McDaniel rebounds. Starks with room. And he's been off. Oh, Jackson got a piece of it. And that prevented the fast break with Dumars ahead of the field. Here's Patrick Ewing for Xavier McDaniel, who hears it from the crowd. 11 for 21, 24 points, plus 7 rebounds.
And X-Man has received quite a pounding physically, as well as the great job that he's done. He's absorbed a lot of blows today.
Joe Dumars turning it around in the second half, and he's tied the game at 73. The Knicks have missed their last 5 field goal attempts. Starks, yes! So John starts with 11, and he's given the Knicks a 2-point lead.
Well, when you go into a series and you are the team that does not have home court, all you want to do is get one of the two. You don't care if it's the first or second. And just when it seemed like Detroit might be on its way out, they find a way of coming back and hanging real tough in the fourth quarter here.
Starks charged with the foul, his fourth. It is a non-shooting affair.
The hold and the riding of the back there by Starks.
Dumars for Sally, and he is fouled. Oakley called for his third. A look at the foul rundown. 3 apiece on Oakley, McDaniel, Jackson, Starks, and Ewing each have 4.
And Detroit starting to take the ball to the basket, drawing and looking for open teammates. Earlier, Maguire misses a wide-open shot in the corner. That time, Dumars, who also has a lot of the abilities that point guards have to find open people, hit Sally on the roll.
The only Piston in foul trouble, Woolridge with 4. Sally has 10 points. John Sally has come on here in the fourth quarter. Pistons down by 1. Sally in his 6th year out of Georgia Tech. Local product, native of Brooklyn. A standout at Canarsie High School in Brooklyn. The Knicks 75 and the Pistons 74. 7:20 remaining in the fourth quarter. Oh, Sally jumping out for the steal as a 3-on-2. Rodman and the Pistons lead 76-75.
You see some of the other skills besides just rebounding, playing defense, shot blocking that both Sally and Rodman have. They can take it, put it on the floor, and then make decisions at the end.
Oakley is fouled. Ewing double team and saw Oakley with the step down low, and then Oakley is fouled right here. It was fouled by Sally. As you look at the Piston break, they lead it by 1.
Well, 76-75 with just under 7 minutes remaining. It shouldn't surprise you. You're talking about outstanding teams here defensively. Detroit leading the NBA this year, just under 97 points per game allowed, and the New York Knicks holding their opponents under 100 points a game. 52 times the Knicks did that, best in the NBA.
And the Pistons now 29 for 61, 48% of the Knicks have dropped down to 39% for the game, 31 of 79. Charles Oakley with 2 free throws. He's 3 out of 4 from the line. Charles in command off the boards with 16 rebounds. And the Knicks, who have had their problems at the foul line, done a good job this afternoon. 13 for 17 from the line. The game is tied at 76. The Knicks with a 1-point lead. Chuck Daly going with Isaiah Thomas and Joe Dumars in the backcourt. Dennis Rodman, Mark Aguirre, John Sally up front. Aguirre played by Mason. Good play by Mason, forcing the short shot by Aguirre.
Because of his strength inside, he's able to hold his ground. The only thing he's going to give Aguirre is that fadeaway jumper.
Ewing. And it's rebounded by Sally. Patrick Ewing now 4 for 19.
Actually, that rebound was way over John Sally's head, but Isaiah Thomas, coming from behind, tipped it to his teammate to keep it there in play for Sally to rebound.
Jackson went down. Crowd looking for a foul. Shot clock at 4. Rodman. Dennis Rodman able to line drive it home. And the Pistons take a 1-point lead.
And Mark Aguirre playing totally unselfish. He knows he's the shooter in that case, but he was not the open man, so he fires it over to Rodman, who was wide open on the baseline.
Battle between Rodman and Oakley. Down low. Shot clock at 3. Starks from downtown. And Jackson able to get to it. And on a switch by Aguirre. This matches Mason and Thomas. Starks, wild shot. Rodman with the rebound. Dumars ahead of the field.
And Mark Jackson almost made a terrific defensive play. He knew no one was covering the backcourt. His only shot stopping the layup was to go and jam the long rebounder quickly, but Rodman got around them for a clean look down the floor.
The Knicks take a timeout with 5:02 remaining in the third quarter. Rodman and Oakley going at each other. Chuck Daly saying after the game the other night, after it was pointed out that Dennis Rodman was held to 4 rebounds, he said, yeah, held. They held him. Commenting on the tactics by Oakley and McDaniel. And Pat Riley was a little bit annoyed at that. He said, look at what Rodman does when he looks to get into position. I think both coaches playing to the officials, looking to get the edge in game number 2.
Well, we asked Pat Riley just prior to the game, did you hold Dennis Rodman? And Pat never wanted to tell a lie. Said, yeah. Oh, no, absolutely no. There was no holding at all.
The Pistons lead it by 3. 80-77. The Knicks at one point led by as many as 12. This is the biggest lead of the game for Detroit. And the Knicks are involved in a drought. They have missed 8 of their last 9 shots. Jackson from deep. Yes! A three-pointer from Mark Jackson. That's his second of the game. He's tied it at 80.
Well, just what the coach ordered. You're down 3 when you go into the timeout. Come out of it, knock out a 3, and we're all even. We start over again with 4.5 minutes remaining in the fourth quarter.
And again, Knick players asking for crowd support. And a foul call on Oakley. That's 4 on Oakley.
As the year has progressed and his level of confidence has continued to be on the rise, Mark Jackson goes back deeper behind the three-point line and knocks out a number of big shots for New York, particularly when the defense is collapsing in on Patrick Ewing.
16 points for Jackson. He hit 2 from three-point land in game 1. 4:25 remaining in the fourth. The Knicks and Pistons tied at 80. Chant of defense. Shot clock at 5. Dumars. Oakley with the rebound. 17 off the boards for Charles Oakley.
And Detroit was trying to create the isolation for Dumars at the top of the circle, hoping he either could beat Wilkins or draw the next defender and find an open teammate.
Ewing, Rodman called for a block. He tried to draw the foul. From time to time, the Pistons will use Dennis Rodman defensively against Patrick Ewing and take advantage of the mismatch. They bring it to their favor, and Rodman has done a good job against Ewing.
Well, Dennis there felt he was in position, no question about it, that his feet were not moving. One of the reasons they can play Dennis is because most times they're going down and trapping or double teaming Ewing, so it's just a matter of keeping a body behind him that'll stick his nose in and play tough against Patrick.
Now it's Sally guarding Ewing with some help, and Ewing drew the foul. He was hacked. Oakley and Aguirre in each other's face, and Ewing comes over and hears it from Aguirre.
You must keep control of yourself. You do not want to lose a vital player in a playoff game, particularly in a tie game with just over 3.5 remaining.
A foul called on Sally. Ewing to the foul line for the first time.
Patrick, the little hesitation and then lean into Sally is what drew the foul.
5 on Sally, 4 on Woolridge. 4 apiece on Ewing, Starks, and Oakley. The Knicks lead it 81-80. Bill Laimbeer returns, replacing Mark Aguirre. Aguirre departs with 10. Laimbeer has played well, 8 points, 12 rebounds. Patrick Ewing with only 9 points. He's given the Knicks An 82-80 lead. 3.5 remaining in the fourth. Game 2 of the best of 5. Pistons seeking to tie the series at 1 as they go back to the Palace on Tuesday. Knicks trying for the 2-0 lead. Here is Dumars. Yes, and he's tied it at 82.
The timing, just as your teammate comes off a screen and he's open for only a split second, the ball must be delivered on the money. That's what Isaiah Thomas got done for them.
Joe Dumars with 18. All have come in the second half. Ewing now played by Laimbeer. Good play by Laimbeer. Thomas with the save. Ewing gets it back. Jackson from downtown. And the box out by Sally creates the foul call. It's on McDaniel. Xavier McDaniel committing his 4th. The Knicks over the limit with that foul. Timeout is taken. 2 minutes, 48 seconds remaining.
An adjustment that the Knicks made. Normally they would have a man on the wing and a man at the top of the circle, and when the ball would go into Patrick Ewing, Detroit would double team from the top. The adjustment, they took away the man from the top of the circle. There's nobody there to come back and trap, so as a result, Isaiah must come down and be the man double teaming if they're going to get to Patrick Ewing.
And Patrick Ewing with 4 for 19, 2 for 2 from the line, only 10 points. John Sally with 2 shots off the foul called on McDaniel just before the timeout. Sally is 2 for 3 from the line. He is a 70% free throw shooter. The Pistons lead it 83-82. The Knicks and the Pistons with 3 timeouts remaining. They each have 3. Knicks are back to their starting lineup. Detroit with Laimbeer and Sally and Rodman up front. Thomas with Dumars in the backcourt. The Pistons lead 84-82. Down to 2 minutes and 40 seconds remaining in the fourth. Ewing, yes! From the behind-the-back pass thrown by Jackson.
Set up during the timeout. Instead of holding the screen, what Patrick Ewing did was flip the screen. Come over like you're going to set it, but leave before the ball ever gets to you.
The game tied at 84. Laimbeer played tightly by Ewing. Sally double teamed. Laimbeer for 3. And taken by McDaniel.
Well, of all people that you do not want to leave open, it's Bill Laimbeer. Sally got the ball back to him. No one guarding him. A wide open 3 attempt. He just doesn't knock it down.
Just under 2 minutes remaining in the fourth. Now the Knicks have not played well down the stretch during the regular season. Beautiful pass. Jackson for Oakley. The Knicks lead 86-84.
No weak side rotation that time by Dennis Rodman. He's the cutoff man. He has to get back in the lane and cut off that cross lane pass. Mark Jackson, who sees the floor, knows that Patrick Ewing is going to slip the screen, so he anticipates it and lays it behind his back on the floor. And then here, after drawing 2 defenders, finds the open man under the rim for the score.
Well, the crowd responding to the New York Knicks, who now lead Detroit 86-84. Minute 39 to go in the fourth quarter. Detroit has 2 timeouts remaining. The Knicks have 3.
If you Chuck Daly, who do you want to go to here? Which one of your all-star guards is the one that you want to either take the shot or create for another teammate? Joe Dumars or Isaiah Thomas? Laimbeer, he'll be an option if they happen to draw a double team.
half left in the fourth. Shot clock down to 7. Dumars, who's been red hot in the second half. Out of 3, shoots the 3 and hits. Joe Dumars with a clutch shot from downtown, giving Detroit a 1-point lead.
That's got to be Dumars' at least 5th or 6th major three-point shot that he's had this season to either win or get his team back even or ahead in a basketball game down the stretch.
Ewing off the double team, finds Jackson. Shot clock at 3. Jackson. And it's rebounded by Rodman. Trying to call a timeout, and he got the call. The Knicks could not locate a good shot with the 24 running down after the three-pointer by Dumars. So the Pistons call for time. It will be Detroit ball when we come back with 50.
Something good. Dumars is running a curl for that last basket, and everybody knows that Jackson, who's playing Isaiah, is going to help out. Isaiah is supposed to pass and move so that then Dumars can give him the ball back, but he doesn't move Isaiah. As a result, Jackson stops Dumars, so Dumars has to get it up with just 2 seconds remaining on the 24 and knocks out a three-pointer.
And Joe Dumars, after the blank in the first half, coming through with 10 points in the third, 11 in the fourth, 21 in all, and he's given the Pistons a 1-point lead. It is Detroit ball as we resume. They have 1 timeout left. The Knicks have 3 remaining. 54 3/10 seconds to go in the fourth quarter.
Pat Riley, you know that when you put the ball in Patrick Ewing's hands, he's going to draw at least 1 other and perhaps 2 other defenders. So now you turn him into a passer or feeder rather than your primary scorer. Someone else will be open for New York. They will be forced to take a shot when they get the basketball. Right now, with Detroit trying to run time down off the clock, they will run as much as they possibly can. Go to the high pick and roll. Isaiah in the lane or Landry are making a decision.
And the Knicks are over the limit. Shot clock at 2. The block. Dumars recovered. And it will be Nick Ball. But no, wait a moment. Looked to be a 24-second violation that wasn't indicated.
So New York got exactly what they wanted. They got the great defensive play at this end of the floor, which will give them now the opportunity to go back at the other end.
They may put some time back on the clock because the 24-second buzzer should have sounded before that Dumars recovery, and that's what the officials are discussing.
When this ball goes over the top of the rim, if it does not touch anything, which it does not, and the shot clock, the 24-second clock, is at 00, then you have a change of possession.
Timeout taken by the Knicks, so they have 2 timeouts remaining. Detroit with 1. 31 seconds to go in this fourth quarter, and the Pistons lead 87-86.
But we discussed a moment ago what New York was going to do if they got the ball and had a chance to go back on offense. Now, if you're in Detroit tunnel and you're Chuck Daly and the staff, you're trying to decide, all right, do we go back and continue to double-team Patrick Ewing? Because if we don't, he's going to try to score. If we go double-team him, we're leaving perimeter players open to make shots from the outside. That means that your defense, if you decide to double team, the defense must start scrambling and rotating and covering for each other. The problem there is you wind up with mismatches and players who can dribble taking bigger guys in the lane for penetration.
Game 3 of this best of 5 will take place at the Palace of Auburn Hills on Tuesday night. Game 4 is scheduled for Friday night, and Game 5 is scheduled back here on Sunday afternoon. And they did add a second onto the game clock. So it's 32 3/10 seconds remaining in the fourth quarter. The next foul committed by Detroit will put them over the limit. The Knicks, as I mentioned, are over the foul limit.
And you saw the players in the Detroit huddle voicing their opinions. They're trying to straighten out what their rotations are going to be. They're anticipating what the favorite play is for New York. Most times it's Patrick Ewing on a low left block. After they come out of the double team, how are they going to rotate to the other people? That's what Isaiah and Dumars are talking out.
Here's Jackson going all the way. Tip home. Oakley with the tip, and the Knicks lead by 1. Detroit trying to Knicks got back. Pistons have one timeout remaining. Down to 15 seconds to go in the fourth. Down to 10. Isaiah Thomas. Yes! And now the Knicks call for time. One of the great clutch shooters in the history of the game. Isaiah Thomas taking the shot and converting to give Detroit an 89-88 lead. 7 and 6/10 seconds remaining in this fourth quarter.
Well, from Detroit's standpoint, defensively, the worst thing happened possible. That was a pick-and-roll situation. Mark Jackson coming off the screen by Patrick Ewing. No one helped as a result. He goes right down the lane and draws 3 Pistons. Well, when 3 guys are trying to stop the ball, Oakley is free to tip it in. At the other end, I hate to say what I think someone's thinking in their mind, but to me, Isaiah Thomas knew all the way he wanted to take this last shot. If his team was going to lose in game 2, he was taking that responsibility on his shoulders, knocks it out, and is happy about it.
Isaiah with 15. He's hit 6 of 11. Coming back from the 1 for 9 on Friday night. The high man for Detroit, Joe Dumars with 21. Orlando Woolridge with 16. And Isaiah has 15. The Knicks led by Xavier McDaniel, who has 24. Mark Jackson with 16. And Patrick Ewing with only 12 points. 4 for 19 from the field. Off the boards, Charles Oakley with 17 rebounds along with 13 points.
Either team has a foul to give. If you foul, the opponent's going to shoot free throws. But what they both have is a delay of game left, which means that on this side out of bounds play, if New York decides to take it on the side, Detroit could run the man out of bounds. In other words, the guy guarding the ball, taking it out on the side, his man can cross that sideline, cause a delay of game call that will give his teammates a chance to see what the play is New York's trying to run.
And the game has come down to this. 7 and 6/10 seconds to go. Knicks down by 1. Wilkins with the jumper. Rebound McDaniel. And that is it. The Pistons enthusiastically run off the bench as they have tied the series at 1, pulling out an 89-88 victory here on the Knicks home court. The Knicks certainly have their chances. Gerald Wilkins with the first shot that was way off, and Xavier McDaniel had the follow-up opportunity but could not hit. The series tied at 1. Game 3, Tuesday night at the Palace of Auburn Hills. Here's another look at that final sequence.
It reminded me of the shot a couple years ago that Gerald Wilkins took against the team in the McDonald's Open when he knocked it down to save the game for the New York Knicks. Same spot on the floor, this time the miss. They get their second chance opportunity, miss once again, and a gutty performance by the Pistons just to hang in there, keep it alive, so that the Knicks did not get a layup to win the game at the buzzer.
From the Knicks point of view, Gerald Wilkins is not the man that you would want taking the jump shot. But he was open, tried to do it off the dribble, was way off on the attempt, and Detroit comes away with the 1-point victory, and the series tied at 1. Again, the final, the Pistons 89 and the Knicks 88. For Mike Fratello and Ahmad Rashad, I'm Marv Albert. Thanks for being with us throughout the afternoon. This has been a presentation of the NBA on NBC. Charles Oakley has made the backboards his personal domain. In Game 2, he pulled down 18 rebounds, 7 of them offensive. The Knicks have enjoyed an astounding 99-60 rebounding edge, a problem that has left Chuck Daly searching for answers.
Well, they're bigger than we are at every position, you know, and then they're stronger probably in many of them. So that's a problem.
We're not any more physical than them. Just because our numbers are bigger, people are trying to translate that into being more physical. They're just as physical as we are. If you watch the tape and study the tape, there's give and take on both sides.
What the tape shows is a series that has been intensely physical. Indeed, both clubs have taken part in the clutching, grabbing, shoving, and intimidating that is inherent in a playoff matchup between two teams that pride themselves on their physical prowess. Can it get even more physical?
We can't back up. You know, we're not going to back up. That's just something that personally I won't accept. I'm not going to be manhandled by anyone.
As long as we can win the game, I don't care if fight break out. Hell, they just have to break it up. Ain't my problem. You know, so I don't care. I just want to win.
And throughout both games, players have repeatedly complained to the officials. And more of the same can be expected tonight in Game 3.
I think it will continue. I think it's imperative that the officials keep it under control.
He's just doing a lot of whining. That's all he's doing. He's just doing a lot of whining. They ought to step in and take a look at his team. That's what they ought to do. Okay.
And Pat, concluding matters, did not seem to be enthralled at what he feels are Chuck Daly's attempts at sending a message to the officials. I have a feeling that the NHL mentality will continue tonight in Game 3. And Bob, it should be reported that Ty Domi and Bob Probert will not be present for tonight's game. Back to the studio.
And Marv did not comment about Joey Kocur, who may be on hand for the contest. We've got much more to come on Knicks Game Night. Next, it's Marv with Walt Frazier, plus news from around the rest of the league. Stay tuned. We're back after again this time out.
The NBA Championship Playoffs at Madison Square Garden, and you can be there. Individual game tickets for the Knicks versus the Pistons are on sale now at the Garden box office and all Ticketmaster locations. To charge by phone, call 212-307-7171. The Knicks, the Pistons, the playoffs, the Garden.
Oh, you gonna dig this.
It has been a winter of discontent for the aging but still proud former world champion Detroit Pistons. The greatest sports villain in America, Bill Laimbeer, recently lambasted Detroit general manager Jack McCloskey, telling reporters that McCloskey is the reason for the Pistons' demise. Laimbeer said McCloskey blundered when he let both James Edwards and Vinnie Johnson go in the offseason and signed Orlando Woolridge to a much larger contract than he deserved. I spoke with McCloskey here on Sunday. He still refuses any comments on Laimbeer's statements, but did tell me, and I quote, "When the time comes, I will have plenty to say," end quote. McCloskey leaped from his seat in Celebrity Row after Sunday's win at the Garden and rushed onto the court. I saw him congratulate every Piston about the victory except for Bill Laimbeer. Now, from suburban Detroit once again, here is Marv Albert, this time with former Knicks great Walt Clyde Frazier.
All right, Bob, and of course, Clyde very accustomed to taking part in these pivotal big game situations. The Knicks and the Pistons involved in a big one on Sunday, and Pat Riley did not make any bones about the fact that he was not pleased with Patrick Ewing's shot selection on Sunday. Ewing obviously did not have a good one.
Yeah, that's true, Marv. He was meandering on the perimeter. I think Pat wants him to remain on the low post more. But Patrick Ewing, you can see his numbers are cut in half, folks. Dreadful shooting the last game, only 5 of 20 from the field for Patrick. Now let's take a look at why. Here he's in good position, about 18 feet away, spinning along the baseline, and that's why Riley says the fourth shot, he was double teamed and forced it up. This time, one-on-one, utilizing his quickness against Sally, but excellent D by Sally to deny Patrick. So Ewing now forlorn melancholy, saying, why did I leave Jamaica for this?
And Detroit rarely doubled up. Very successful with the double teams in the two last regular season games. You look for more of a change up here tonight.
I think early on, Ewing will go on the low post. They will look to double Patrick, and again, force the Knicks to get a perimeter shot.
All right, the one consistent factor for the Knicks has been the play of Mark Jackson, who is just capping off what has been an outstanding comeback season.
Yeah, indeed. He has really neutralized Isaiah Thomas at the point guard position. Mark Jackson, a bigger than Thomas here, 6'3", has also improved his perimeter shooting. And now when you hit a perimeter shot, Isaiah knows he must get up and defend Mark. A splendid pass to Ewing along the baseline. That time he saw Ewing focusing on the hoop. This time Jackson spinning inside, created for Oakley underneath the left side.
Now, the one surprise of this series, as you look at what Mark Jackson has accomplished over the first couple of games against Detroit, but the one surprise has been the fact that Dennis Rodman has been taken out of it. Now, Rodman, during the course of the regular season, led the NBA in rebounding, averaged just under 19 rebounds per game, but he has been virtually shut out over the first two games.
Well, Marvin, I think his problem has been domestic woes. He has recently filed for divorce, and it's not the same Dennis Rodman that we saw during the regular season. So I think his marital problems are affecting his game.
And Dennis Rodman with only 4 rebounds and 5 rebounds in the first two games. In fact, his minutes are down. This is the guy who plays quite a bit during the course of the regular season, but you get the idea that Chuck Daly was upset with him and he sat him down after he saw that he was not coming through with his usual production.
Right, because he has not played with that tenacity and audacity that we were accustomed to seeing. Again, he's a very temperamental player. As temperamental as he is talented, I think his domestic problems right now, he has to get over and focus on the game.
All right, Walt, I know you're headed over to the radio side. John and I will be back with all the action on MSG in just a moment. Let's get back to Bob.
Marv, at the Meadowlands Arena, the Nets are underway against Cleveland in Game 3 of their best-of-5 series. New Jersey must win tonight to stay alive. Very early, 14-12 Nets. Last night at Indianapolis, the Pacers succumbed to Boston 102-98, so Indiana goes down in 3 straight, always shooting his mouth off. Remember what Chuck Person said after Saturday's Pacer loss about what had happened?
I don't have any answers to why we shouldn't have won this game. But we're not out of it yet. We're going to soundly kick their ass Monday, and then we're going to let them know that we're not dead yet.
But not even Detlef Schrempf getting his second straight six-man award last night spurred the Pacers on, though a layup by Michael Williams in the fourth quarter did cut Boston's lead to 91-88. Williams not seriously hurt. In the final 30 seconds, Williams drives again. Dishes to rookie Dale Davis out of Clemson. Robert Parrish rejects him to protect a 4-point lead over Bob Hill and the Pacers, who went on to lose. So what happened now?
I really felt that we had a great shot at beating Boston, especially when Larry Bird and Dee Brown are hurt and not playing. And I felt the guys gave it their all. You know, it shows you how important those 2 games in Boston were, and we should have secured at least one of them. And it just shows you, it just shows how our whole season went.
And now the part of the show you hardcore NBA fans have been waiting for, the latest from Pete Vessey's Grapevine. In just a moment.
In a little trouble after the year. Donnie Walsh, the GM, had told him that he was safe for the whole year. The year is over. They've done worse than last year. He could be gone also. A lot of coaching changes.
Kevin McHale said in your newspaper today that this is a strange team, the Indiana Pacers. Makeup is strange, things they do.
Well, they are a strange team. I mean, they've got a strange leader in Chuck Person. Tell me Sonny Smith shouldn't be in the Hall of Fame just for coaching him and Barkley and Morris. And
at Auburn.
Tell me Boeheim shouldn't be in the Hall of Fame with him. Well, you know, it's funny because Chuck is always ragging on his players, especially his teammates, especially Rick Smits. You know, everybody talks about Smits being mobile, and he says, hey, any 7'4" guy that can move is considered mobile. They don't get along at all. they're not compatible at all. I won't say they won't get along. They're not compatible on the court.
And Pete, finally, what's going on in Los Angeles with the Clippers? Problems between Danny Manning and Larry Brown?
Well, you know, everybody thinks that Danny Manning was glad to see Larry Brown when he showed up. And that isn't the case. You know, he told me the other day when I was out in L.A. that it's like deja vu back in Kansas. Here he's got the guys screaming at him for the same mistakes he was making in college now. And he said if they weren't winning, he and Larry would be at each other's throats.
And they're not winning because they're going to go out tonight, aren't they?
They're not winning. I asked him, you know, he's always said that he wouldn't stay at the end of his contract. He's got one more year to go. His agent has said that from the beginning. I asked him about that, and he really backed off that answer. He wouldn't comment.
Pete, thanks for joining us. Stay tuned. The Knicks and the Pistons coming up.
Dominating performances in franchise playoff history. The Detroit Pistons had been thoroughly embarrassed. On Sunday, it appeared the Knicks were on their way to taking a commanding 2-0 series lead as they continued their aggressive style of play. But the Detroit Pistons have a history to draw upon. The confidence of winning 2 NBA titles in the past 3 years was displayed in the game's final minutes. Detroit's playoff experience and veteran leadership proved to be invaluable. Led by the clutch shooting of Joe Dumars and Isaiah Thomas, the Pistons pulled out a 1-point win and a split of the Garden, giving them cause to celebrate. Now it is the New York Knicks who must conjure up an inner strength if they are to earn another victory with the next 2 games at the Palace of Auburn Hills.
New York Knicks basketball is brought to you by Budweiser, the king of beers. With that clean, crisp, cold taste, nothing beats a Bud. By Nobody Beats the Wiz Home Entertainment Centers. For everything in home electronics, music, and movies, nobody beats the Wiz. And by The Card, the American Express card. Don't leave home without it.
Welcome back to the Palace of Auburn Hills as we close in on game time. The Knicks and the Pistons to meet in game 3 of the best-of-5 Eastern Conference opening round playoff series. Hi, everybody. I'm Marv Albert along with John Andres. And, John, what is most extraordinary about this series has been the amazing disparity in the rebounding department, with the Knicks led by Charles Oakley so dominant. Now, can they continue to keep Dennis Rodman off the boards?
Well, if Oakley continues this fine work, it will be really a major story in the NBA this year. In the 2 games, it has been unbelievable. The Knicks would be happy coming in if Oakley would play him relatively even. Not only has he done that, but in some categories, he's more than doubled Rodman's output. Oakley with 13 rebound average, Rodman 5.5 a game. And look at the offensive numbers. Unbelievable. Rodman without an offensive rebound, he averages over 6 a game this year. Now, Xavier McDaniel has been a big story as well. The scoring, the X-Man hitting the jump shot Sunday. He was on fire with 24 points on Sunday. And it wasn't just the jump shots, it was the drive to the basket, something Knicks fans had been hoping to see more of this year. Even along the baseline, he was very effective on Sunday. Xavier McDaniel, as a matter of fact, is leading the Knicks in scoring against the Pistons at 19 points a game, and he's also doing some hefty rebounding, Marv.
And also of significance in game 2 at the Garden, the Knicks were able to hold Joe Dumars in check, at least in the first half, and then Joe certainly did bust out in the second half, and that helped turn the game around for Detroit.
Well, as Joe Dumars said after that first half, actions speak louder than words, and that's exactly what he did. He was full of action against the Knicks in the second half. After 0 for 4 in the first half, it was 8 for 13 in the second half, and it featured his whole array of moves, the spinning jump shot, and then key jump shots down the stretch. And Joe had three-point shots down the stretch, but none was more important than this one over Xavier McDaniel, an unbelievable shot. Joe Dumars came up big, a three-time NBA All-Star, and he was something else. In fact, he had all 21 points in the second half Sunday against the Knicks.
And right now behind us, both the Pistons and the Knicks are completing their pregame warm-ups. We'll be back with the starting lineups from the Palace. Game 3 of the best of 5 coming up. Welcome back to the Palace as both clubs have just completed.
4%. Ewing struggles in game.
We are set.
The guards do. They struggle 36%.
The Detroit Pistons and the New York Knicks about to meet in game number 3. The last time the Knicks were on this court, they went through a nightmare as they were beaten by the Pistons by the score of 72-61. Let's join with the public address for the lineups.
Starting at one of the forwards, wearing number 34 from Virginia Union, here's Charles Oakley. The other forward wears number 32 from Wichita State, Xavier McDaniel. That's Ewing. One of the guards wears number 21 from Tennessee, Chattanooga, Gerald Wilkins. And the other guard, number 13 from St. John's, Mark Jackson. Head coach is Pat Riley. His assistants, Dick Carter, Paul Silas, Jeff Van Gundy, and the trainers, Mike Saunders and Tim Walsh. Your Detroit Pistons, starting at one of the forwards, 0 from Notre Dame, Orlando Woolridge. The other forward was number 10 from Southeast Oklahoma State, Dennis Rodman. At center, wearing number 40 from Notre Dame, Bill Laimbeer. One of the guards, number 4 from McNeese State, here's Joe Dumars. The other guard, your captain, number 11 from Indiana, Isaiah Thomas. Head coach is Chuck Daly, his assistants, the Brendans, Sir and Malone. The trainer, Mike Abdenor.
Well, it has certainly been an intense series between these two ball clubs, scratching and clawing and shoving and attempts at intimidation by both teams. We talked earlier with Chuck Daly, who said he feels that that style of play will continue.
I don't think any team is going to win this series without great intensity. I think that's the number 1 priority. Number 2 is doing the job on the backboard, because they're a great rebounding team. Nobody's handled us on the boards like this in the past. And then free throw shooting. Those are the 3 areas. But intensity is the key. And we're down to a 3-game series, not 5. It's a 3-game series with 2 at home.
Chuck Daly, in his 9th year as head coach of the Pistons, and his club is receiving a standing ovation. It'll be Orlando Woolridge and Patrick Ewing, and the Knicks control the tip. As mentioned earlier, Bill Laimbeer in the starting lineup for the 2nd straight game. Here is Wilkins, rebounded by Ewing, and he's pushed by Laimbeer. So Gerald Wilkins opens up with the jump shot, the same manner that the game concluded on Sunday afternoon, although a different location. And the Knicks did have a follow-up after the Wilkins jumper.
Knowing how Pat Riley operates, Marv, it wouldn't surprise me if Pat told Gerald to take the first shot of the game to get some confidence, get him going, believing in him.
McDaniel, and a loose ball foul called the Knicks. Called on Ewing. And the Pistons look to be a sparked up club right at the start. You can see it in Dennis Rodman, who has not been his usual fiery self over the first 2 games.
Yes, Rodman has a lot of pressure on him to perform at his average. Just his average would be fine for the Pistons.
Woolridge. And it will be Nick Ball. The officials, Bill Oakes, Joe Crawford, and Blaine Reichelt. And Charles Oakley involved in a heated discussion at the Detroit bench. So the boys starting out early.
Well, Darrell Walker's got a big smile on his face. And Mark Aguirre also chatting away with Charles.
The Detroit players have been particularly upset with some of Oakley's tactics. Charles has been talking it up. They're also upset about the fact that he's played so well, I'm sure. McDaniel rebounded by Lambier. And here comes Thomas. For Woolridge. Well, a minute 15 gone by and no score. Wilkins for Ewing. Yes, Patrick Ewing giving the Knicks a 2-0 lead.
Well, Pat Riley made it clear that he wants better shot selection, and already we have a technical.
It is called on Dennis Rodman. Apparently Rodman had something to say to one of the officials.
Marv, on Sunday in New York, as you know, there were 4 technicals called other than illegal defensive technicals. The Knicks had 2 and Detroit had 2. It looked like an offensive foul from the Knicks' perspective.
Rodman felt that Woolridge was tripped up on that drive and had something to say about it. Knicks with a 3-0 lead. Thomas on a pull-up. Rodman with the save. What a play!
That's what Dennis Rodman brings to the Pistons. Tremendous effort, competitive fire.
There have been whispers about Dennis Rodman's marital problems, but it all came out the last couple of days here in the Detroit media. Ewing, strong drive by Patrick Ewing, and the Knicks lead by the score of 5-2. And apparently he has been greatly affected, and it began right around the time some 3 weeks ago when he showed up late for a game against San Antonio here at the Palace. And since then he really has not played with the same enthusiasm as he did earlier in the season. That will count. It's a goaltend. And the problems have heated up during the course of the playoffs, as you see Woolridge and the goaltend by Ewing. And according to the reports, he has been greatly affected recently, and it has certainly taken its toll in terms of his play.
It says we're told he's in a divorce situation, and his wife or his ex-wife took his little girl out west, and that has affected Dennis dramatically.
Here's Rodman. Oh, he is walloped by Oakley, then straight armed by Ewing, and here we go. This will be a very difficult game for the officials.
Ewing smiling, keeping his cool.
This is difficult because if things continue in this manner, there are decisions that will have to be made if punches are thrown with key players involved. Do you throw them out? Do you let them stay on the floor?
Marv, I honestly think there will not be punches thrown in this game. I believe everyone knows how important it is not to be thrown out and how ready the officials are in view of the intensity here to make those decisions. I think it's all heavy psyching of one another, although it's quite physical, as you see on the replay. Now, Charles Oakley, as is his way, overdoes the physical play. He didn't have to put his arm around Rodman's neck on that play. And, of course, everyone wants to, quote, protect your teammate, which brings McDaniel followed by Ewing in there, and then, of course, Lambeer's typical behavior.
They're calling a flagrant foul on Xavier McDaniel. It appears a technical foul has been called on Ewing, and now they've changed the flagrant is called on Charles Oakley. That for the physical play on that drive by Rodman. So the technical on Ewing, the flagrant on Oakley, and Dumars shooting the tee. And another technical foul has just been called. Blaine Reichelt indicating a tee on Lambeer. Now, apparently it's Woolridge called for the technical.
He's incredulous as he's out by half court, but I guess his voice carried.
Lambeer arguing the call. In fact, he thought it was called on him. And Jackson hits the technical. So the Knicks with a 6-5 lead. This will be a tough one to settle down also.
You know, when you say, Marv, 6-5 after all that, it's almost humorous. I mean, you'd expect it to be 65, 55 or something.
And now Rodman shooting off the flagrant foul. So he gets 2 shots. And it will be Detroit possession. The game tied at 6. Now, this is a game out of the 50s. This whole series out of the 50s. You expect to see perhaps the Syracuse Nationals battling against the Minneapolis Lakers, where they have their share of fisticuffs and confrontations. So it's the Pistons 7 and the Knicks 6. And now it is Detroit ball.
Well, Rodman is 60% foul shooter this season. Very effective at the foul line.
Thomas. And the Pistons lead by the score of 9-6.
Isaiah has a way of making spectacular statements with a basketball.
Wilkins knocked away by Thomas. Here's Woolridge. Detroit 11 and the Knicks 6. Ewing with the rebound. And the Pistons lead by 3. The Pistons have not played particularly well here at the Palace this season. A record of 25-16. 16 home losses, their most in 4 years in this building. On the road, they're 23-18. Oh, what a push from Rodman, finding Woolridge. And Detroit leads 13-8.
That happened so quickly, it almost looked like it went through his hands.
And the foul called on Rodman. And McDaniel wanted to go at Rodman, and Oakley held him back. Xavier McDaniel did not appreciate the way he was manhandled. And a technical foul called on McDaniel.
Marvin has reached the point of outright dumbness. It's so disruptive to have this physical macho response to fouls.
Yes, the Knicks in particular have let it get away from them as they are overreacting on almost every call. As a result, another technical foul. Pistons now lead it 14-8.
Most importantly, it's very difficult to have your shooting touch after all that stuff.
Jackson, rebound Oakley, goes strong to the boards, through the layup. Lambeer, and it will be Detroit ball.
Marv, also, this kind of play suits the Pistons just fine. They have the personality to play with anger, as they've reflected during 2 championship seasons recently.
Yes, they've made it work for them. Dumars gives it up. Here's Woolridge. And Wilkins able to come down with the loose ball. Pistons with a 14-8 lead. 12-3 run.
With his outside jump shot. 14.
Nick Ball, last touch by Orlando, and a timeout has been taken. 6:53 remaining first quarter. It has been a wild start at the Palace.
Showed in the 2 games, and I mean the driving and the jump shooting combination. He had very good shooting games in certain games this year, but the assortment, the variety was tremendous, or it has been thus far.
Well, the McDaniel that they have seen over the first 2 games of the series was the one they were hoping they had traded for when they made the deal with the Phoenix Suns, but he has had a very inconsistent regular season. The Knicks now down by 2. Thomas played very well by Jackson, gets it off to Lambier. Pistons 16, the Knicks 12.
At some point, from the Knicks' viewpoint, hopefully they'll realize Lambier is never to be left alone.
Well, they had that problem with him in the latter stage of the regular season when they met at Madison Square Garden, and Pat Riley was unhappy that the Knicks did not have the hand in the face of Lambier. As a result, he had many open shots. McDaniel changed his mind. Ewing rebounded by Lambier. Lambier set the pick, and Thomas with a nice feed for Rodman. Knicks try to break and turn it over.
Defense is not being played well when a man sails in like Rodman with 5 defenders not aware of it.
Now, the Knicks did win here at the Palace earlier this season. That was back in November. And at one point, they had beaten Detroit 5 straight. Detroit won the last 2 of the regular season. Rodman. 4:20 to go in the first, and the Pistons lead the Knicks by the score of 18-12.
Knicks only had 5 turnovers in game 2, already have 3. Gerald Wilkins hitting a jump shot. Knicks have got to stop this pattern now of playing catch-up. They want to get back in this thing and get a lead.
Shot clock at 6. Down to 3. Dumars. That's the 24-second buzzer that went off. So a good defensive sequence by the Knicks. Here's Jackson for Ewing. Patrick Ewing off the mark.
Never a good sign when a key player is short, way short on his shot.
Well, Pat Riley was not satisfied with the shot selection by Ewing on Sunday at the Garden. Here's Lambier. He wants Ewing posting up, wants him closer to the basket.
As he said, he wants his head under the rim, and that hasn't happened thus far. Bill Lambier is doing a good job of denying him that.
Wilkins wanted a charge. Last touch by Wilkins. Gerald being helped up by Isaiah Thomas. The Knicks calling for time with 2:54 remaining in the first. Quarter for that man, Xavier McDaniel, who was also involved in some of the aggressive play, had a technical called on him in the first quarter, and he had some tough things to say following the game at the Garden on Sunday.
Well, sometimes they should not jump in, and then you see how many guys talk and see how many guys just let a guy slap another guy upside the head, and then you see how many guys back up there. He won't see that as much. So, I mean, guys know they're officially going to come in. And so that gives them an opportunity to talk. But then, you know, and then they know if you fight, it's a fine. But just imagine the league didn't have a fine. You'll see all the tough guys. I guarantee you that you will see all of them.
Xavier McDaniel was expressing his feelings should there not be officials making tough calls. Then you'd see who the real men are after that frustrating game Sunday for him.
Sure, that worked real well, wouldn't it?
I don't think we're going to see that.
Make your own calls.
He can dream on.
Do it as they do in the schoolyard. Call the fouls yourself. Aguirre. And here comes McDaniel. Second quarter underway. Starks for Ewing. And is rebounded by Sally. Patrick Ewing is now 3 for 8 from the field.
He's got to get closer to the basket. He's still a jump shooting forward.
And he comes off the 5 for 20 in game 2. Had a good one in the opener last Friday. John Sally has tied it at 22. The Knicks concluding the first quarter with a 10-2 run as they were able to turn things around. The Knicks have Ewing, McDaniel, and Mason up front. Anthony and Starks in the backcourt. Walker guarding Starks. Walker, an excellent defensive player. Here is Mason with room. Yes. And the Knicks lead 24-22.
Set up beautifully by Greg Anthony. Meanwhile, John Sally has come alive offensively and in his all-around game in this series. Matter of fact, he's the Pistons' second leading scorer coming into this one tonight.
Sally. That time he forced the issue. No whistle. And now we get the tie-up.
A rare offensive rebounding opportunity, and who is it but Darrell Walker? Throughout his career, one of the best rebounding guards in the NBA. Sally down close. Oh, if he had a hook shot, all of this motion would have been a lot easier. And there's Darrell Walker in the middle of things, and he loves action.
Charles Oakley getting set to return. Bill Laimbeer is back. It's Aguirre, Sally, and Laimbeer. They were a successful combination on Sunday. Anthony now played by Thomas. McDaniel trying to post up on Aguirre. Here's Starks. Anthony. And Mason shoots. Aguirre with the rebound. Aguirre saw the opening and then lost it.
I think he got so excited about the opening, he couldn't believe it, and the dribble got away from him. It was too high.
Pat Riley getting set to send on Kiki Vandeweghe. Now Patrick Ewing will sit down. Charles Oakley checking back in.
Knicks very fortunate to be where they are in this game now with Ewing not hitting his shots.
And the foul before the shot attempt. It's on Walker. Here's Vandeweghe replacing McDaniel. McDaniel with 8, leading the Knicks. So Mason now up front with Oakley and Vandeweghe. Anthony lost it. Thomas for Sally. Will it count? It does. And a blocking foul.
Anthony tried his best, but he was in motion here upon contact. These are the moments when minutes are measured so carefully. Pat Riley has got to measure, is Anthony lifting us? Is he giving us something now before he comes back with Jackson? He has set up Mason nicely twice. That's not a happy face.
Well, Patrick Ewing still not getting the shots that he and the coaching staff would like.
The team also hasn't had patience with him, Marv, in helping him establish that position. They've gone to quick shooting.
Pistons lead by 1. Once again, the Knicks have had the edge off the boards. They've out-rebounded Detroit 16-10. Vandeweghe eluding Sally. Yes. Kiki Vandeweghe giving the Knicks a 26-25 lead.
A rare off-the-dribble jumper by Kiki.
Lambier comes up high for the pick. Thomas rushed the shot. Rebound handled by Mason. Starks for three. And Mason gets to it. Rejected by Sally. Mason again. Yes, and it counts. What a play by Anthony Mason.
Baskets like that are so gigantic. Here's a rush shot. Darrell Walker did a good job getting the hand up to bother Starks. Mason battling with 6'11" Lambier, being rejected and coming back strong, this time with no wasted motion to make that.
Mason line drives it home, a three-point play. He has 5 points, and the Knicks have opened up a 29-25 lead. It is their biggest of the game. At one point, Detroit led by 6. 8.5 remaining, first half. And the push called on Anthony. Anthony has picked up a quick three, and he will sit down. Mark Jackson replaces Greg Anthony. Lambier being guarded by Vandeweghe. Aguirre will not count. Offensive foul. The Knicks know they can get away with, or at least they will try to get away with Vandeweghe matched with Lambier, because Lambier does not usually go down low at the offensive end.
Boy, there's a muscle battle. You know, Aguirre felt Anthony Mason in order for him to react the way he did, committing that foul.
Vandeweghe thought that Mason was cutting the other way.
Thought he'd be looking for the ball, and he thought wrong in a big way.
Now Aguirre picked up by Vandeweghe. Walker. Sally. Rejected. 3 on the shot clock. Lambier pops it. And it's Mason again. Anthony Mason is controlling the boards at both ends. Starks. Aguirre gets to it. Nice play. Sally finding Walker. The Knicks now lead 29-27.
The Knicks' offensive decision-making leaves a lot to be desired. Those rush shots create an imbalance and open up fast breaks.
Well, John Starks, who did not have a good shooting game on Sunday, is trying to shoot his way back into it, and his shot selection has been questionable.
Yes, he was 4 for 12 Sunday.
Mason lost it. Although Anthony Mason handles the ball well, you do not want to see that kind of move. And Patrick Ewing makes his way back in.
He's more of an open court dribbler as opposed to an offensive inside the foul line dribbler.
And the Pistons give it back. Timeout being taken by Detroit with 6:51.
First half of the Knicks, up by 2 over Detroit.
On the MSG Network, the best in the game.
Chuck Daly made his team very aware of the Knicks being open to fast breaks. Knicks putting some pressure on the offensive boards on that play, and boy, were they open to a fast break layup. Got to protect the backcourt when you send people to the boards.
Neither club shooting well in this first half. That's been the pattern between these two clubs. The top 2 defensive teams in the NBA. Also, neither club noted for its offensive prowess. Detroit at only 35%, 11 for 31. You see the Knicks edge off the boards, and the Knicks 39%. They've hit only 12 of 31. Jackson and Wilkins in the backcourt. Ewing had it slapped away. Was not expecting the pass. Ewing up front with Mason and Vandeweghe. Here's Thomas. Rebound. Put home by Rodman.
What a costly turnover that was. Ewing not ready to receive, and Jackson just flipped it into him because Ewing was in perfect position. He had no one bothering him at that moment.
Game tied at 29. Here's Ewing stumbling his way. Patrick Ewing is having another difficult half. Here's Aguirre popping it out. Sally for Aguirre. Nice ball movement. And Darrell Walker able to keep it alive.
The rebounding total for the 3 games thus far, 119 to 73 in favor of the Knicks.
But the series is tied at 1, and this game is tied at 29. So the Knicks have not been able to take advantage of that discrepancy. 5:40 remaining. First half. Marv Albert, John Andres from the Palace of Auburn Hills. Patrick Ewing continues to struggle.
He chose to shoot with 2 defenders on him.
Isaiah Thomas looking to regroup it. We're down to 10 on the shot clock. Sally open. And he's fouled.
Well, the Pistons are getting very easy shots inside the foul line because many of them are being left unguarded with all this doubling and tripling of players. The Knicks are lucky the Pistons are not hitting better shots.
Vandaway being replaced by McDaniel. Vandaway hit 1 for 1. And Sally to the foul line.
In the playoffs, the intensity is such that there is no time or very little time for a player to work his way into it, particularly when you come off the bench like Vandaway did. You've got to come in and make your statements right away. The coach will have little tolerance for people out there who aren't bringing something to the table fast.
And as you mentioned, this man has stepped it up in the playoffs. Excellent game on Sunday. Chuck Daly made the point that he did not complain when he was taken out of the starting lineup, replaced by Bill Laimbeer, although John Sally was upset about losing the starting job earlier in the season, particularly upset when William Bedford at one stretch was the starting center.
Yes, early in the year when the Knicks visited here, Bedford had started a couple in a row.
Detroit with a 1-point lead. Wilkins is fouled. It was hacked. So Wilkins will shoot a pair.
But John Sally's earned many starting roles this season. And, of course, his value to this team is in shot blocking, and he has become a very important player here. So many players in the NBA are very important coming off the bench.
Foul committed by Sally, sending Wilkins to the line. Gerald 1 for 4 from the field to this point. Gerald Wilkins involved in that memorable sequence. 7 seconds remaining in the game on Sunday. A much discussed play. Gerald, not the Knick that you'd want taking that last shot. Of course, had he hit it.
Yes, there'd be a Gerald Wilkins for political office move going on.
Sally through the foul, hit by Mason. But when you're playing percentages, certainly you don't want the guy with the head down, not seeing the court, and just looking for the shot. And certainly you don't want Gerald Wilkins, who does not have the good outside touch, taking that last shot.
Well, Marv, in retrospect, as we look back on that, you've also got to respect who's guarding the man. Joe Dumars is, as we said earlier, one of the NBA's best defenders, and that's who made it very difficult for Gerald.
And the other question is, why was Gerald on the court, not John Starks? Pat Riley was asked about it. Of course, Pat, even if he does second guess himself, is not going to admit it, at least publicly, but he said, well, Starks was not having a good ball game.
Yes, he was also a 4 for 12 guy, and he didn't want to bring him in cold.
Now John Sally is having his problems at the line. Sally, during the course of his career, has shot 69%, but in the playoffs coming into tonight, 10 for 11 from the line. He's tied the game at 31, just under 5 minutes remaining in the first half. Ewing. So Patrick Ewing with his 4th field goal. He has 8 points.
Beautifully done by Gerald Wilkins, who drew 2 men and found Ewing right away.
The Knicks lead it 33-31. Sally. And rebounded by Mason.
Mason so quick to that ball. Beat the NBA's best, Rodman.
And Mason quick on the drive, but he missed it. Went short. Orlando Woolridge is blocked. Recovered by John Sally. There's Dumars. And he's tied the game at 33. Gerald Wilkins came up hobbling. He's trying to walk it off. Pat Riley requesting a timeout. At first, a 20-second timeout indicated. Now the Knicks change it to a full timeout with 3 minutes and 46 seconds to go in the first half.
They'll be back.
The Knicks and the Pistons tied at 33. It is Nick Ball as we resume. 3:46 to go in the first half. This a game that began in very testy fashion. 4 technical fouls were called in all. 2 against the Knicks, 2 on the Pistons. And Wilkins fouled. Dumars thought he had all ball. Called for the hack. And once again, Wilkins to the free throw line.
Dumars with his hand inside on Gerald. Looks like he makes a fine play. But classy guy that he is, he takes his frustrations off to the side and deals with it himself.
Apparently Gerald Wilkins is all right. You saw him come up hobbling right before the timeout. Gerald is now 2 of 3 from the line. The high point man of the game, Patrick Ewing, with 8 points. Anthony Mason with 7 points along with 6 rebounds. Orlando Woolridge has 8. John Sally with 7, all in the second quarter. Neither club burning it up. Knicks 37% and the Pistons 35% from the field. Woolridge allowed to penetrate.
And boy, those big steps of Woolridge bring him close to the basket without too much trouble.
Here's McDaniel. Yes, so the Knicks recapture the lead. The Knicks 36 and the Pistons 35.
Boy, the Pistons have succeeded in making number 33, Patrick Ewing, just another guy out there.
Rodman given the room and able to hit. Dennis Rodman with his 3rd field goal. He has 8 points in all.
Averages 9 per game over the season.
He was telling me the other day he'd been so frustrated offensively. McDaniel with the rebound and called for the foul. Offensive foul as he pushed Dennis Rodman. Dennis Rodman was saying that unfortunately the way he's been going offensively, he feels as if teams sometimes are playing 5 against 4 because he's been so out of it, and they've told him, hey, you got to step it up. Offensively, you know, they love the rebounding, they love the defensive work, but he has to score.
Played 40 minutes a game this year to lead the Pistons in time on the court.
Woolridge to the fadeaway.
Well, the glasses fell off as he went into the move. He lost them. That one had to be a distraction. Now he slams them to the side.
Thomas and Ewing with the rebound. Come up on 2 minutes remaining in the first half. Knicks with the ball. They're down by 1. Mason with that hesitation dribble and able to hit as McDaniel hit the deck. Anthony Mason with that hesitation maneuver about as close as you could come to a discontinue without the call being made. Actually, it was a discontinue. Mason has 7 points in the quarter.
Well, you have to wear a striped shirt to make those remarks.
Just an objective observation. And the foul call on Ewing. That is his second. John Sally back to the foul line. He is 3 of 5 from the line. Knicks lead it 38-37. John Starks getting set to return. Game number 4 of this best-of-5 playoff series will take place here at the Palace Friday night. And you will see it right here on MSG. Sally's tied the game at 38. Here's Starks. And Ewing will sit down. Just a moment ago, Patrick picked up his second foul. He has 8 points, 6 rebounds, but once again, the Pistons have done the job holding him in check. Patrick Ewing's high game this season came back in November against Detroit as he scored 45 points. But they have done a job on him since then. Although Friday night in game 1, he was able to break out. Then it was a wipeout. So he did not come up with the enormous point total. Pistons lead by 1.
Also, Marv, Patrick has only played 33 minutes in each of these 2 games. First game because it was a blowout. The second game because he had foul problems.
Shot clock at 3. Last touch by Sally. Good hustle underneath by the Knicks. And it was knocked out of bounds by Detroit. So the Knicks get the new 24. Third quarter, the Cavaliers and the Nets tied at 66. The Nets season on the line. Cavaliers lead that series 2-0. Oh, Rodman playing McDaniel well. Then Xavier with the spin. Rebound Mason. Anthony Mason has been sensational in this first half. 11 points, 7 rebounds, 9 of the 11 points here in the second quarter, and the Knicks lead it by 1.
He's already surpassed his total of the first 2 games.
Dumars off the dribble. Oh, what a setup. Joe Dumars beating John Starks with the jump off the dribble. Pistons lead by 1. McDaniel showing his repertoire. Jackson able to recapture.
Mason kept it alive.
Knicks will hold for a final shot. 15 seconds to go. First half. Pistons lead by 1. McDaniel setting the pick. Wilkins for 3. Would not have counted. So that is the end of the first half here at the Palace. A bruising half of basketball. A game that began with technical fouls called on McDaniel, Ewing, Woolridge, and Rodman. Things did settle down, and the Pistons lead by the score of 41-40. Bob Page at the MSG Sports Desk is coming up. We'll be back right after we pause for these messages.
Bases loaded, 1 out. The Mets trying to add to their 2-0 lead. Fly ball, right field. Over near the line in Cavilla, and diving for it. He misses it. That would certainly have been 1 run, maybe 2, as Bonilla crawling up the back of Dave Magadan, depending on the extent of.
Led by 5 at intermission, but again are down now by 3. At last report, Derek Coleman had temporarily set aside his public and vociferous criticism of head coach Bill Fitch, but Coleman's act has been well documented. It'll resurface. A high-ranking Pistons official needed a top-flight big man to work out some of their people during the summer and the off-season. Pistons scout Will Robinson recommended Coleman, though he was only in high school at the time. The Pistons official told me that they thought any high school kid would give his eye teeth to work out under their auspices against real live NBA talent. Well, in Derek Coleman's case.
Just a moment away from the start of play here in the third quarter. A 41-40 Detroit Piston lead over the New York Knicks. Game number 4 will be played here at the Palace on Friday night. We'll be on hand to bring it to you. The Knicks shooting only 37% in the first half, 16 for 43. And the Pistons at 38%, 16 for 42. So both clubs having their problems in that department.
Knicks dominating the boards as they have throughout the series. Also in the offensive rebounding department, the Knicks are dominant.
And Dennis Rodman has gotten into it a bit more than he did the first two games at the half. Dennis, 21 minutes, 8 rebounds, and 8 points.
That's the Dennis Rodman that the Pistons have seen throughout the year. He's on target for a normal game for him. You look at his totals, points and rebounds, that's 16 to 4. For Charles Oakley, he's only taken 2 shots. Rodman is healthy and the Pistons are healthy at this moment. Ironically, the score at the half tonight is the same as it was at New York the other day, only the Knicks had the 41 on Sunday.
John, always a master of irony. Dennis Rodman led the NBA, averaging just under 19 rebounds per game, 1,530 the total. It's the highest average since Wilt Chamberlain pulled down 19 per game as a member of the Lakers back in 71 and 72. And look at that stat. He has accounted for 42% of the Pistons' rebounds with the 18.7 per game.
The utterly remarkable part of it is his body. 6'8", a thin man, not the big, burly, tough rebounders that Wilt Chamberlain and others have presented to the NBA over the years.
Dennis, as you say, 6'8", about 210, 205. Third quarter underway, and Isaiah Thomas gets right to it. Hit only 1 field goal in the first half, and he's given the Pistons a 3-point lead. Pat Riley opens with Mark Jackson and Gerald Wilkins in the backcourt. Patrick Ewing, Xavier McDaniel, and Charles Oakley up front. Jackson rebounded by Lambeer.
See, Ewing got into a pushing match with Lambeer, who won the match. But the worst thing for Ewing is that he became stationary. He's got to use his speed.
And Lambeer not able to hit. Bill Lambeer is now 1 for 5. He has been getting the open shots, but has not been converting. They double up on Ewing.
What the Knicks don't do, though, is come back to Ewing after he gives it up. They must do that.
Shot clock down to 5. They're counting it out from the Knicks bench. Down to 1. Got it off. It counts. Xavier McDaniel just did beat the 24. The X-Man has 12, and the Pistons lead it 43-42. Dumars and Thomas opening at the guards. Rodman, Lambeer, and Woolridge in the front court. Here's Thomas dishing off, broken up by McDaniel, recovered by Rodman, could not hang on. It'll be Nick Ball.
Isaiah looms dangerous after a 1 for 6 first half in 19 minutes. 1 for 5 rather, in 21 minutes, excuse me. He should want to come out strong now in the second half. Same for Mark Jackson. Mark was quiet, 1 for 2 in 20 minutes, along with 3 assists.
Now Ewing being played one-on-one, so the help arrived. And a foul called by Joe Crawford is against Detroit. It's on Lambeer.
Lambier's 35 years old. He's guarding Ewing one-on-one. Patrick has to use his strength, his youth, and his speed. Most importantly, his speed to wear down Lambeer.
Wilkins with the open shot. Oakley with the save. Ball foul against the Pistons. It's on Woolridge. So the Knicks maintain possession. Second team foul called against Detroit.
Tremendous pushing between Oakley and Woolridge. Woolridge won the battle of the banging, but committed the foul.
McDaniel. Rebound, battled away from Oakley, recovered by Ewing. The Knicks 44, and the Pistons Pistons 43.
What a difficult shot Ewing makes. That should loosen him up.
Ewing has 10 points. He's hit only 5 of 13. Here's Thomas trying to go glass. Ewing with the rebound. And Jackson had to hold back. Did a wise move. He was in a crowd. Ewing getting it out immediately for Wilkins, but he cannot buy one. The X-Man again. And the Knicks lead 46 to 43. Darryl Wilkins 1 for 8.
Good break for the Knicks as the ball fell right into the X-Man's hands.
Woolridge. And the Pistons have gone cold, or colder. The Knicks have taken a 3-point lead. 3.5 in. Third quarter. Nice ball movement by the Knicks here in the third. Mark Jackson. Oakley with the save. Sally lost it. Ewing from Jackson.
Ewing made a heads-up play by causing that deflection, and he got the reward of that fine play.
8 unanswered points by the Knicks, and they lead by 5. It is their biggest lead of the night.
Another look at that last play. Ewing reaching in, a dangerous play, but it worked. And then Patrick got the return pass. So he's getting some shots under the basket, head under the rim. That's what Pat Riley's been screaming about. Let Patrick Ewing get in position where he is under the basket, not where he can take those long jump shots. But Marv, I still say the Knicks, when they see him as a target and go to him, and he has 2 men on him forcing the pass out, have got to come back to him. They haven't done that once.
Rodman giving it up for Sally. Jackson going all the way, and the Knicks lead at 50-43. 10 consecutive points by the Knicks. Good hustle by Mark Jackson.
Marv, I can recall Sunday, Pat Riley inciting the only letdown the Knicks had was when they got a double-figure lead. Now they have to be careful and not look at the scoreboard.
Yes, at one point they led by 12 in game 2 on Sunday. Pistons having difficulty finding shots now. Here's Woolridge on a pull-up. Thomas. And the foul against Detroit. Oakley was hit by Rodman. Second foul on Rodman, 3 on the Pistons. Woolridge sitting down. And the Pistons now have Rodman, Lambier, and Sally up front. Jackson's pass was deflected. Lambier setting the screen. Oakley over to help. Rodman. Foul by McDaniel, and Rodman and McDaniel having some words. So Dennis Rodman to the foul line.
Dennis is a very brazen guy. You notice, Marv, he's the only member of the Pistons to come over and use the Knicks talcum powder.
No, that's mine, John. I said it. No problem. I always have talcum powder with me.
For Dennis.
Right.
So that's what the D is on the outside.
Whoever would like to use it, fine. They have the talcum powder, the tissue right in front of our broadcast location. Rodman 2 for 3 from the line. Now has 9 points. So that ends the 10-0 run. The Knicks with a 50-44 advantage. 5 minutes gone by. In the third, Marv Albert, John Andres from the Palace of Auburn Hill. That's the first outside shot put up by Oakley tonight.
Oh, he certainly earned one.
And It's Rodman posting up and then decided to throw it back out. Sally setting the pick. Pistons, of course, masters of the pick and roll. Sally. The Knicks lead it 50-46.
Well, that's a gamble in order to stop Isaiah and make him give it up. You double him and you gamble that Sally won't make the jumper, and Sally continues to rise.
Detroit had gone 4 minutes, 44 seconds without scoring before that basket, without scoring a field goal. Patrick Ewing has 14. The Knicks now lead it 52-46.
Well, ever since the series began, every time you'd see a 4 or 6-point lead, it reminded me of college games. You know, it's so tough to overcome a 4-point lead with the Knicks and Pistons.
Oh, what a rebound. One-handed by the X-Man. Daniel putting the spin on Rodman. Through the foul. Xavier McDaniel playing so well and playing with such great enthusiasm. Timeout taken. We'll be right back.
He's not a native New Yorker. Spent most of his time here growing up. I had to get that
quoted regarding John Sally, saying he's only scratched the surface of his skills. His headstone should read 16 minutes, 2 for 6 from the field, 1 for 5 from the line, 3 rebounds, 5 fouls. In effect, Chuck has always had to prod John to reach the next level. Well, he's reached that next level here in this playoff series. He has played extremely well.
Fortunate.
That's put Vereen at third base, though. Vereen's a shortstop.
More like one of the NBA's great humorists.
Yes.
And also an outstanding player. And a fine guy.
Xavier McDaniel. Now 2 of 3 from the line. Knicks lead by 6. 5:49 remaining, third quarter. The Knicks 53 and the Pistons 46. A 10-0 run by the Knicks opening this third quarter to get it going. And Detroit did not hit a field goal for 4 minutes and 44 seconds. Here's Sally. Oh, a rejection by Ewing. He got it with both hands.
One of the best I've ever seen by Ewing.
Ever seen.
Ever. He came out of nowhere. And he wasn't that high.
Ewing. And back comes Dumars. Here's Thomas. Ewing able to stop Thomas. Lambier with room for 3. Bill Lambier with the game's first 3-point field goal cuts the Knicks lead down to 4. Just under 5 minutes remaining, third quarter. Ewing with the fake. Sally getting in, and he's hit. So John Sally will go to the line. Now Patrick Ewing is getting the good shots, but he's not able to hit. But he did come up with, as one noted basketball authority said, the best block ever. Ever. Does that include high school and college?
I said one of his best blocks.
Oh, no, now you're hedging. You're hedging.
You know,
you said I think.
I didn't leave it alone, though. I didn't say it was the only one or the best, but it was one of the best. And I'll tell you, Marv, the replays I don't think showed the speed with which he arrived on the scene. He came out of nowhere, and he wasn't that high.
Are you criticizing the production here?
No, I'm criticizing the body was faster than the eye. I mean, he was flying. Well, Patrick was at half court. Now, Patrick was at half court when Sally started that move. Or it seemed that way.
Is that a better replay for you, John?
That was a little better.
Things may get very physical from the point of view of our director, Bob Lewis, and producer, Howie Singer. They may be coming out to the arena.
They know their responsibilities are to stay where they are, Mark.
It's the Knicks by 3. 4.5 remaining. Third quarter. Wilkins with the back-end move. McDaniel. Yes. Xavier McDaniel providing the Knicks with a 55-50 lead. Gerald Wilkins is now 1 for 9.
Xavier has gotten some wonderfully fortunate bounces, but he's had the soft touch to answer those.
McDaniel's the high man with 17. Jackson playing Thomas so well. Here's Sally. 24-second violation.
That's such a victory for the defense, and all the Knicks rejoiced at that when that buzzer sounded.
Down to 10 on the shot clock. And a bad pass saved by Jackson. Here's Jackson with the teardrop. First the save off the errant pass, and then able to do it on the penetration to give the Knicks a 7-point lead.
They got the 7-point lead right back. Last time Lembeer brought it to 4.
Dumars, that was a 3-point attempt. Rodman able to recapture.
That's Dennis Rodman. The Pistons have known offensive rebounding.
Rodman has 11 rebounds. Just under 3 minutes to go in the third. Thomas met on a switch. Another good defensive sequence by the Knicks. And let's see, will it count? No 24-second violation. The ruling that he got it off in time. But it was a rush shot. And the Knicks want to talk it over. Timeout call with 2:42 to go in the third, and the
Knicks lead the Pistons by 7.
Sometimes it's good. Another look at how Ewing anticipated that move by Sally and sent it back, and also into the hands of his teammate.
Crowd trying to urge the Pistons on. It's Nick Ball as we resume. Patrick Ewing one-on-one against John Sally, and he's fouled. Patrick toward the Knick bench and is so upset with himself that he kicked one of the chairs to the point where maybe a danger area. That's how you can get hurt. I mean, he just wound up and fired. Patrick Ewing is 7 for 17, 14 points. But the last couple of times down court, he had good shot opportunities, but did not hit.
How about McDaniel, 9 rebounds, Oakley 10, and Ewing 9. 29 rebounds, 28 rebounds between the 3 of them here. The third quarter isn't concluded.
Mark Aguirre making his first appearance of this third quarter. The Knicks with their biggest lead of the game, a margin of 9. The Knicks 8 for 18 in this series. That's red hot shooting. And the Pistons 3 for 14 in the third. John Sally, the one Piston who has had the decent touch. He has 14. And the Knicks now lead at 59-52.
Well, you know Chuck Daly's hoping Aguirre can get going. Well, Woolridge will be back.
Ewing pops it out. Jackson for 3. He's been hitting the 3 in the series. And the Knicks get a break as it is deflected back to Wilkins. Oh, nice pass, but Ewing was rejected.
That was Sally.
Dumars. It counts. And the foul. Now, let's see. Was that 3-point territory for Dumars?
John Sally on the rejection. Fine play by the NBA's best defensive team. And then Joe Dumars, Mr. Cool, hits that jump shot.
Foul called on Wilkins. No, that was a 2-point field goal for Dumars. And now trying to complete the 3-point play. The Knicks lead at 59-55. Minute and a half left in the third. McDaniel, Lambier with the rebound.
Rush shot. No one in good position to rebound.
Here's Aguirre. Bad shot. That gets the crowd discussing matters. McDaniel, yes. So the X-Man has 19, and the Knicks now lead 61-55.
He reminds me more and more lately of the Seattle Supersonics version of Xavier.
Yes, so we're seeing Xavier McDaniel at his best in this series.
Ewing with a tremendous denial of Sally's attempt.
Dwyer up on McDaniel. Dwyer not noted for his defensive play, and Xavier wants to go right at him. A good play that time by Aguirre, drew the offensive foul.
That's 3 straight times down court that McDaniel, getting the ball, goes into his own thing, and he's 1 for 3. Got to play with his teammates more.
He has committed his 4th foul. Patrick Ewing now taken out. Charles Oakley replacing Ewing. That's time left in the third. Detroit with the ball. They're down by 6 points. John Starks, who just checked in, playing Joe Dumars in a hold on Starks. He and Dumars have words. Joe Dumars rarely gets involved, so you know something set him off. John has been known to, as they say, talk trash. In fact, at times Pat Riley has tried to calm him down, but there you can see why Starks was upset, because he took a pretty good shot from Dumars.
Dumars, however, does not waste energy putting on a show of macho behavior.
Dumars, one of the better free throw shooters in the league. And the Knicks now lead by the score of 61-56. 10 seconds remaining, third quarter. The Knicks by 4. Dumars draws the foul. It's a charge on Jackson.
I'll tell you, that was a delayed call if there ever was one, however.
3 7/10 seconds remaining, third quarter. Sally just did get it in. It'll be Detroit ball in front court that was last touched by the Knicks. Sally will inbound once again. Now Pat Riley wants Oakley off the ball, helping out. Aguirre. Here's Jackson. It's the Knicks 61, the Pistons 59 after 3.
It's another woman, isn't it?
Sweetheart, you're paranoid. I can't believe you're watching this. Nissan's making deals and you're watching TV? When the deal on stands is over, there won't be a rerun on cable. Oh, come on. You're missing a steal on Stanza's value option package. And catch the special lease rate now, because it'll be over quicker than this relationship.
Run to conclude the third quarter and move within 2 as we head to the fourth. Game 3 of the best of 5 between the Knicks and the Pistons.
Well, the Knicks continuing the pattern they set at the outset of the series and dominating the rebounding department. We look at our Payne-Weber leaders tonight. There's a lot of balance out here when you talk about rebounding. McDaniel and Oakley, the forwards, and Ewing, the center, doing a big job, and Mason off the bench with 7 at the half, also contributing mightily.
Mason is back. Hardaway has checked in. They're up front with Ewing. Jackson and Starks in the backcourt. Here's Ewing. The drop step, and he drew the foul. Patrick Ewing will go to the line. He is 2 for 2 from the foul line. The foul committed by Sally. That's his third.
Patrick working to get position, took a couple of shots, then he gets the ball. Double team comes, but he had already been into his motion. More irony, Marv, at the end of 3 the other day on Sunday, the Knicks are up 2. Same situation tonight.
Knicks now lead 62-59. Mark Jackson will get a rest. Greg Anthony checks in. Jackson leads with 8 points. Ewing now has 17, and the Knicks lead at 63-59. Among the Knicks' problems the last couple of weeks of the regular season, they were not able to do it down the stretch, not able to do it in the fourth quarter. And of course, the Pistons, a very experienced ball club, and able to pull it out the other day in New York. It's Hardaway from behind with the rejection.
Well, it took 4 men to stop Aguirre, and 4 got it done. Hardaway coming in at the end.
Lane Beer battling for the shot. Rebound Walker, and he's hit on a reject. Anthony has words with Walker.
Anthony wants to know why Darryl hit him in the head. And Darryl, with a smile, is explaining undoubtedly that it wasn't personal, and he didn't know what he was doing.
That's a good explanation.
I can see Darryl thinking, oh, those rookies. If he only knew how many shots to the head I've taken. Do you buy that, Marv?
I do. Actually, I do. Darryl trying to laugh it off. Very relaxed. Hits the first. He was fouled by Ewing. For Patrick, his 3rd personal. It's the Knicks 63 and the Pistons 61.
Pat Riley is praying that Greg Anthony can lead the Knicks to good things now. Jackson had to have a rest.
Ewing off a double team, again is fouled. Dumars came over to help out. The foul called on Sally.
You know why I think the reaction, though? Because of the delay.
And as Ewing goes to the line, let's check in with Bob Page.
Marv, at the Meadowlands Arena, the Nets outscored Cleveland 29-14 down the stretch. That three-pointer by Petrovic, part of the run. New Jersey stays alive in their best of 5, turning back the Cavs 109-104.
All right, Bob, and Darryl Walker a moment ago, who was so calm, just erupted on that last foul call and was hit with a technical. Kiki Vandeweghe able to convert the tee.
Well, Ewing with the fake. Draws a foul. You can see the contact, or what appeared to be contact, on the right arm from Sally to Ewing, but there was a split-second delay in the call, and that always makes players crazy. Players on the opposing team, that is.
3rd technical foul called on the Pistons. 2 called on the Knicks. Those came early. So Patrick Ewing with the Knicks' 3rd straight free throw. Vandeweghe hit the tee. And Ewing hits on both. Ewing 6 for 6 from the line, and the Knicks have shot very well at the free throw line today. They now lead at 66-61.
Greg Anthony has a huge job dealing with Dumars, who always seems to come up big late.
Sally had the step, but was way off on that shot attempt.
I wonder why Isaiah Thomas hasn't put himself back into the game, Mark.
Are you saying that he's running the ball club?
No, I'm suggesting that he might be whispering loudly.
Here's Starks. The Knicks are getting Zippo out of the shooting guard position. Both Starks and Wilkins have had very poor shooting ball games. Sally. Ewing did not want to pick up another foul, stepped away, and was fortunate that Sally went short. Vandeweghe. Yes, Kiki Vandeweghe providing a 7-point Knick lead. And the Pistons take a timeout with 2 minutes gone by in the 4th. It's the Knicks 68 and the Detroit Pistons 61. They seem to lose their intensity at home, which is strange. On the other hand, they've done well on the road. Here's Sally. 16 for Sally. And the Knicks lead it 68-63 with 9:35 to go in the fourth quarter.
They're certainly not lacking intensity tonight, but they need better play from their guards. They've been quiet.
Ewing with a fadeaway, again way off. Lampier on the rebound.
Good pressure by John Sally.
Sally was being hooked by Vandeweghe. Nice ball movement. Here's Dumars. And Walker able to get to it. Oh, nice deflection by Ewing. That broke up the pass intended for Dumars. He would have had an easy two. Xavier McDaniel returns, replacing Kiki Vandeweghe. Vandeweghe leads with 5 points. And here comes Isaiah Thomas.
How about this now? Walker, Thomas, and Dumars, 3-guard attack. Although Walker's playing like a forward.
Walker to the fadeaway. Lampier with the rebound, and he's fouled. Starks called for the foul.
Well, the good bounce to Lampier, who wisely goes to the boards. Had he stood and watched, that wouldn't have happened. He went to the boards. Once in a while, the bounce comes your way when you do that.
Lampier making his first appearance at the line. The Knicks 68, the Pistons 66. Anthony bothered by Thomas. Now it is Lampier in single coverage of Ewing. Thomas over to help. Anthony. Now this is where Greg Anthony can hurt the club. Mason got involved, had some words with Dumars, because Anthony is going to be wide open right through. As a matter of fact, here comes Mark Jackson.
Just thinking, too, Anthony and Starks, Pat Riley's been going with two players who have not really done it.
Well, Anthony has not shown that he can hit the jump shot in the NBA. And if Ewing throws it out to the open man, and that has been the problem with the Knicks when they have gone through the trouble periods. Here's Starks. Ewing able to keep it alive and changed his mind. The Knicks are now 1 for 13 at the shooting guard position. Starks 0 for 4. Wilkins 1 for 9. Starks obviously not bothered by the fact that he has not been able to hit the jumper, because that was not a good shot. Starks cutting off the baseline. Good pressure. Ewing came over. Walker. Sally with the tip.
That's over Ewing. Ewing has himself to blame. He did not box out at all.
So the Pistons and the Knicks are now tied at 68. The Knicks take a timeout.
Heroics. One thing the Knicks, Marv, have done all season long is blow leads.
And as I mentioned earlier, they have particularly had problems in the fourth quarter. Game tied at 68. McDaniel had it knocked away. Here comes Thomas, putting the move on Jackson through the foul.
That was Darrell Walker who created that deflection with his aggressiveness.
It is a non-shooting foul that occurred before the scoop attempt.
Walker guarding the taller McDaniel, beat him with his speed.
And the Pistons stay with the 3-guard alignment. Dumars. 13 points for Joe Dumars. Looking to turn it on in the second half as he did at the Garden on Sunday. And the Pistons lead it by 2. Ewing triple teamed. Walker came over and he tied him up. The gamble by the Pistons. Patrick Ewing does not have good hands. And we've discussed that on several occasions this season, and they came 3 at a time and were able to get the tie-up.
Fortunately, he had the strength to hold on to it. He's got to be able to read those situations quicker. He was under a lot of pressure and find the open man. The Knicks need leadership. That's what they're screaming out for. Mark Jackson, who has not had a bad game, has not had a stamp on this one, and the Knicks need him to really take over out there.
6:40 remaining in the fourth. Each club with a foul to give. Dumars played well by Starks. Lane Beer. And the Knicks take a 20. .6:26 remaining, fourth quarter, and the Pistons now lead 73-68. A 12-0 run by Detroit. Now, we saw the Pistons react with great enthusiasm when they came away with the victory on Sunday afternoon. Enthusiasm that people around the ball club here say they have not seen in some time. You have to go back a couple of years to the last championship run, and we just saw it again as the Knicks took the timeout.
Well, this is a crew that won 2 world championships. They know what it takes. Now, Lane Beer, who plays to win, is rising also.
And the foul away from the ball. It's on Sally. That is 5 on John Sally, who to this point has been the MVP of the Pistons. Dennis Rodman leaping off the bench and racing out of the floor, replacing Sally, who hears it from the crowd. 12 unanswered by the Pistons to take a 5-point lead. Knicks led by as many as 9. And once again, they go to the double team on Ewing. Starks for 3, yes! And that is his first field goal. He missed his first 5 attempts. So John Starks with the Knicks' first 3-pointer of the night. And the Knicks are now trailing 73-71.
Interesting, Pat Riley didn't stay with Starks the other day down the stretch, but today he is. And I doubt he'll come out after that one.
Lane Beer hit by Oakley. Charles Oakley just standing and staring. Looked like Bill Laimbeer was going to have some kind of reaction, but did not.
He seemed to be hoping he did so he could get some pleasure out of fouling him. John Starks facing distractions.
Look at Mike Abdenauer, the Detroit trainer to the right of Starks. There he is.
Didn't work.
So Mike was going to come up with a block shot leaning in. Bill Laimbeer, an 89% free throw shooter. And he has played a prominent role in this Piston drive in the fourth quarter. Laimbeer has 12 points in all. .535 remaining in the fourth quarter. For Laimbeer, 8 of his 13 points have been scored in the fourth. And the Knicks are down by 4. McDaniel over Walker. Rodman able to save it.
Should this pattern continue, Chuck Daly is going to cite Darrell Walker. as a key to this game.
Yes, Darrell has played very well. It will not show up on the stat sheet. And as a result, Chuck Daly staying with the 3 guards. Thomas lost it. It's a 24-second violation. So the Knicks will get it back. The Knicks 2 out of 8 in this fourth quarter. Pistons have come on after the poor shooting prior to the fourth. Ewing. Patrick Ewing is now 7 for 21. And a foul call. Lane Reichelt with the indication it's called on Starks.
Patrick criticized himself after the game Sunday by saying, I wasn't playing with enough force. I wasn't going up straight and strong. And it appears to be similar today in his motions, in his offensive moves.
Al Walker only a 62% free throw shooter, but he's hit 3 of 3 here tonight.
Pistons have made a remarkable recovery.
Detroit 77. The Knicks 71. 4.5 left in the fourth quarter.
Rodman on Ewing. Looks like a lineman out there with Ewing.
Rodman has bothered Ewing in the pass through the foul. It counts. The foul on Rodman. And Ewing and Rodman have words. Because of the quickness of Dennis Rodman at times, just to provide a changeup, Chuck Daly will go with Rodman defensively against Ewing, and he has been effective.
Two-time NBA Defensive Player of the Year the last 2 years, maybe this year too. He knows how to work. He's not afraid of banging. The pass came in from Jackson at the perfect time.
And Ewing hits the free throw, completing a three-point play. Patrick Ewing is 7 for 7 at the line. The Pistons 77. And the Knicks 74.
What big moments now for the Knicks. Can they establish the character and the good play and the good decision-making now?
Shot clock at 5. Thomas with yet another big bucket. And a timeout being indicated. Let's see. Oh, no, apparently the Knicks felt that it was a second delay of game against Detroit. They were looking for a technical foul, but Bill Oakes said no. Pistons lead 79-74. Ewing wheeling in on Rodman. Yes. And that's a matchup they may have to adjust.
McDaniel slugged on that play by Darrell Walker. Xavier overreacted a bit. Of course, I think he was kidding somewhat. The foul was called, followed by a technical foul against Detroit.
And that's the second tee on Walker, so he's gone. Darrell Walker with his second technical, the fourth technical foul charged against Detroit. Knicks hit with 2. Jackson missing the technical.
Darrell Walker tied up with McDaniel. Darrell playing quite physically. No question about that.
Now, why is Darrell Walker still in the game? We had him for a second technical foul. And I think he thought he was gone. Here's Dumars for 3. We'll have to check that out.
Rodman, offensive rebound.
Dennis D'Agostino of the Knicks front office handling stats for us. Doing a fine job, John. And he will check with the official score. Oh, what a save by Rodman. And Dumars able to volleyball it to Thomas.
Rodman, another offensive rebound. The king of offensive rebounding is back tonight.
ball. Knicks were looking for a foul on Thomas. Has to unleash. The shot clock was running down. 3-point Detroit lead. 2:40 remaining in the fourth quarter.
The adjustment now. Rodman off Ewing in favor of Lane Beer.
Shot clock at 5. Jackson for 3. And it will be Piston ball. .221 remaining. Fourth quarter. Well, we just checked with the scorers table. They said that Darrell Walker did not have a previous technical foul. But there was a Piston player who picked it up. And we can think back. That's a 24-second violation. Won't count. Too late. But, John, I remember that technical, unless they changed it, it was called on Walker. We'll check it out with the officials.
Oakley getting contact so Rodman doesn't get an offensive rebound now.
Timeout taken with 1:55 remaining.
Facing Houston pinch hitter Benny DiStefano. He cues one down the third base line, breaking up Cohn's no-hit bid. Mets still lead the Astros 4-0 in the ninth.
All right, Bob, 1:55 remaining fourth quarter. Pistons lead the Knicks 79-76. Try to check things out at the scorers table, and apparently the official scorer said that Darrell Walker had only that one technical foul. That was it. Here's Ewing. And Isaiah Thomas comes out of the pack with the rebound.
Knicks continue to get poor shots when they need good shots. No picks out there whatsoever.
3-point Detroit lead, 1:20 remaining in the fourth. Lane Beer with a force. Sally missed time. And Ewing able to get to it. Pistons turning things off the boards in the fourth.
That's with 3 guards.
Starks able to get it back. Shot clock at 5. There's Ewing. And McDaniel rescues. McDaniel. Ewing trying to keep it alive. Loose ball foul called against the Pistons. And Thomas did not like the call. It's on Isaiah. 44 seconds remaining in this fourth quarter. The Pistons by 3. Detroit over the limit. Ewing to the foul line. Knicks have shot well up the line, as have the Pistons, and Ewing is 7 for 7 from the line. But once again, the story tonight from the negative point of view for the Knicks, Patrick Ewing, 9 for 24 from the field. And Patrick has certainly had his troubles down the stretch at the line. So after hitting his first 7, he misses here. The Knicks trail by 2. 44 seconds remaining.
Dumars and Isaiah will kill the time as much as they can before they take their shot.
Shot clock at 10. Dumars. And that's the man the Pistons want going to the free throw line. 87% from the line.
He's hurt momentarily.
Ewing called for the foul. Knicks have 3 timeouts remaining. And now Detroit takes a timeout, so they are down to 1 left. 27 and 5/10 seconds to go in the fourth. And the Pistons lead it by 2.
I love this game.
Pistons lead the Knicks 79-77 with 27 and 5/10 seconds remaining in the fourth quarter. And the scorers correcting the timeout situation. The Knicks and Detroit now each have 2 remaining.
Joe Dumars handling the ball for the Pistons. And there's contact between he and Starks. Dumars hurt on that play. Will go to the foul line.
Dumars is 5 for 5 from the line. The high point man of the game, John Sally, with 18 points. And the Knicks led by Xavier McDaniel, although he's been very quiet in the fourth quarter. And that is most unusual, and that is a critical miss. Instead of a possible 4-point differential, well, it stays at 2. And let's see what the call is. New York ball. Last touched by Thomas.
Unbelievable circumstance. Joe Dumars missing 2. That's incredible.
So the Knicks down by 2 with the ball. See the time running down. Ewing with the jumper. Yes! Patrick Ewing has tied it at 79. Now this is, I can understand the enthusiasm, but this is one of the problems with this club. Early celebration. All they've done is tie the game. And it's Detroit ball. 13 seconds remaining.
This is about driving.
He likes to get. He loves to hop into the lane and take the shot. The reaction of Patrick. 28 points for Ewing tonight. We have to think now, where are the Pistons going to go? If John Starks is guarding Joe Dumars, do they go to him and maybe get a foul, or do they go to Isaiah?
And getting it all. So like this.
13, 4:10 seconds left. Game tied. Knicks are thinking defense now after that dramatic shot by Patrick Ewing loosened them up. John Starks, who has gotten the time in the fourth quarter. Ewing with no hand in his face finally makes one. And it is a big one. This team has been tense. They've been hungry for offense the last several minutes, and they got it. Now it's defense. And one of the best backcourts in the NBA handling the ball.
And it was Isaiah Thomas who hit the game winner Sunday at the Garden against the Knicks. And Isaiah with the ball. See time running down. 5 seconds. Knicks do not want a foul. Down to 3. Down to 2. Excellent defense as Thomas hooks. And we go to overtime. What a job by Mark Jackson. Not allowing Isaiah Thomas to get off the shot.
What was amazing is no Piston came to Thomas to receive the ball, and that's what he has to be most unhappy about.
The Knicks and the Pistons are tied at 79.
To get it to a guard, but Lambeer was the outlet, so seconds were ticked off. Finally, it gets to Isaiah, who's left alone to operate one-on-one. What a tough spot for Jackson. And he does the job. He moves those feet. No one comes to the ball from the Pistons, and a hook shot ensues.
And Pat Riley certainly appreciated the defensive job by Mark Jackson against Isaiah Thomas. He's watching that fling hook shot. The last time the Knicks were involved in an overtime game in the playoffs, May 9th, 1989, they lost to the Bulls in overtime at Madison Square Garden. Game 1 of an Eastern Conference semifinal series.
Ewing becoming more mobile now.
Jackson not able to hit. And a foul called.
Fortunately for Lambeer, there was no one in the area of that elbow that he threw after he drew the foul. Loose ball, Lambeer under pressure, throwing that elbow around.
Xavier McDaniel committing his 5th. Lambeer strip. Knicks try to break, but the Pistons got back.
You realize, Marv, John Starks' three-point shot eons ago has kept him in this game. That's been it.
And here's Starks again from downtown. And the Knicks maintain possession. Well, John Starks with that 1 3-pointer, that's been it. 1 for 7. Wilkins 1 for 9.
Pistons have gone 5 minutes without scoring, including the overtime, and 7.5 minutes without a field goal.
And Starks hits from downtown. So the Knicks have taken an 82-79 lead. The Knicks by 3 with a minute and a half gone by in overtime. Thomas dishing off. Nice play. Rodman converts. And the Knicks lead is now 1.
So rare to see a basket like that with all the physical play that's gone on.
McDaniel, yes. 21 points for Xavier McDaniel. Knicks 84 and the Pistons 81.
What contact. Every field goal seems to result in big men hitting the floor like bowling pins.
The way this game has been played, every field goal is a major event. They double up on Thomas. Lambeer. Bill Lambeer has hurt the Knicks from the 4th quarter on. He now has 15. The Knicks 84 and the Pistons 83. That's time remaining in overtime. Ewing played one-on-one by Lambeer. Shot clock running down. What a move by Patrick Ewing and the foul. And Patrick Ewing has turned it around. He hit the big bucket at the end of regulation to tie the game. And he hit right here. Fouled by Lambeer. For Lambeer, it is number 4.
Equally important was the Knicks leaving the middle open for Ewing to operate and use his superior speed.
And Patrick Ewing now has 30 points. He has not shot well. 11 for 27. And he's now 8 for 10 from the line. The Knicks lead it by 3. Dumars on a quick release. The Knicks lead is 1 with just under 2 minutes to go in overtime.
You mentioned that 30, Marv. 22 here in the second half for Ewing.
Jackson had it knocked away, and a kickball being called. Well, the Knicks get a break. They'll get the new 24. They get possession and the full shot clock. But first, timeout called by the Knicks.
Because he's not made the shot, he ran away from an opportunity there. Timeouts. Detroit has 3 full ones. New York
playoff series will take place here at the Palace of Auburn Hills on Friday night. We'll be on hand on MSG2 as the Knicks and the Pistons meet again. We do not know the starting time. That has yet to be determined by the NBA. There will be a Knicks game night, half-hour pregame show preceding the Knicks-Detroit telecast, as was the case tonight. 1 minute and 40 remaining in overtime, and the Knicks are in front of the Pistons by the score of 86-85. It will be Nick Ball following this timeout, and they will have the full 24. The Knicks staying with Jackson and Starks in the backcourt. Ewing, McDaniel, and Oakley up front. John Starks has not shot well, but he's hit 2 key buckets from downtown.
Many questions were asked the other day why Wilkins was in over Starks. Well, Pat Riley has answered that largely tonight.
Here's Ewing. Yes. And Patrick Ewing has done a 360. The Knicks now lead 88-85. Ewing hitting the big buckets down the stretch. Shot clock at 8. Crowd getting impatient. Down to 5. Dumars. And it's kicked out by the Knicks.
Dumars has some kind of magic in his hands. I don't know how that ball didn't go in the basket. I'd say the Knicks bench is into it, huh?
A minute 6 remaining in this overtime. Detroit has the full 24. The Knicks with a 3-point lead. Dumars drawing the triple team. Thomas off the dribble, got the step. Oh, what a shot by Sally. 20 points for Sally. The Knicks lead is 1. We're down to 45 seconds remaining in overtime. Starks off the screen. Ewing's pass is turned over. The Knicks saying it was deflected by the Pistons. The officials saying no, they checked it out. It'll be Detroit ball in their front court. What may be a critical turnover. 32 seconds to go. Detroit with it, trailing by 1.
They always go to Isaiah. Dumars next.
Thomas. Look out. McDaniel with the rebound. He's claiming he was fouled.
Whistle blew.
Yes, he was. He was fouled by Rodman.
Pat Riley telling his team.
Looks like Rodman's shaken up. Rodman took a shot in the eye. And it's Knick ball with 14 seconds. Oh, inbound pass stolen by Dumars. Charles Oakley with a pass that was picked off. He could not find anyone. And the Pistons get it back. They take a timeout with 13 seconds remaining in overtime.
Yo, what's up? Sinbad here. This is my team. We wear black top only outdoors. You see a team like this. I got my man Too Tall. Show why you Too Tall. That's this thing. I got my man Reg. What's on, brother? All up, man. Good Reg. Alan, Bigfoot Clemente. What kind of shoe you wear? Black top. Ogie. He just whip you in the head with that hair. Whip. Slim got to play outside. You put him inside, he gonna hurt somebody. Show that 2-inch vertical, brother. And of course, I'm the man Sinbad, the greatest outdoor player that ever lived. Reebok Blacktop.
Imagine being born with the ability
A
to...
1-point lead on the Detroit Pistons. But 2 turnovers by the Knicks here down the stretch. And Detroit has the ball back. This was turnover number 1. Patrick Ewing with the intended pass to Mark Jackson. Now let's check out this inbounds by Oakley. It did not appear that the Knicks could get loose. That was not necessarily all Oakley's fault. He also could have called timeout.
Yes, he panicked. His version of panicking is to let it fly and hope it works out.
Yeah, the mistake there was not calling timeout, but there was nobody open, so the Pistons with another crack at it. Down to 10 seconds left in overtime. Dumars lost it. Jackson is fouled with 3 9/10 seconds remaining in overtime. So even the perennial all-star Joe Dumars in a situation like this turns it over.
The man the Pistons want to have the ball. No question about it.
3 9/10 seconds to go in overtime.
And it's not over.
Mark Jackson, 2 for 3 from the line, 77% for the season. And the Knicks lead by 2. The Pistons have 2 timeouts remaining. The Knicks with 1 left. It has been a wild game right from the start. Jackson with the 2 clutch free throws. And the Knicks open up a 3-point lead. The Pistons calling for time. The 3-point lead on the Pistons, seeking to go up 2 games to 1 of this best of 5. The Knicks do have 1 foul to give. The next foul by Detroit puts them over the limit. When we resume, it'll be Piston ball, and they are down by 3 by virtue of the 2 free throws by Jackson.
Joe Dumars going one-on-one before is stopped. John Starks did a big job denying the lane that he was seeking. And then Jackson came over, picked up that ball, and ended up on the foul line.
Pistons 2 out of 8 from downtown. They do have some threats, though, from long range. Down by 3, 3 and 9/10 seconds to go. Here's Beer, and he's fouled. That's the foul to give. And a good foul. It cuts it to 2 and 7/10 seconds remaining. And it means that the Pistons have to throw it in once again. So it breaks the pattern. Rodman will come on now, replacing Sally.
3-point shot only. They must get a 3. And no foul.
Here's Beer, gets it off, and that is it. The New York Knicks have defeated the Detroit Pistons in overtime by the score of 90-87 in a wild game here at the Palace. And John Starks and Darrell Walker continue to have work. Walker motioning to Starks, saying, come on over. Mike Saunders, the Knicks trainer, is trying to settle things down. Darrell Walker and John Starks continued the dialogue after the final buzzer. It has been a very testy game right throughout, and it sets the scene for game number 4 here on Friday night at the Palace. The starting time still to be determined, but we'll be on hand on MSG2 on Friday night, preceded by a half-hour edition of Knicks Game Night. So the Knicks over the Pistons, 90-87. We'll be back to recap it in just a moment.
Atop the French Alps, a drop of water began a journey. Over time, the mountains enriched the water. Only after 15 years could it be called Evian. Pure, balanced Evian natural spring water. Like the U.S. Olympic athlete, to be the best takes time.
Sharp. What you need is sharp. What you need in fax is
Sharp. Sharp thinking about business.
It made us #1 in fax sales. Created the world's first desktop
Color fax.
Color fax.
Sharp.
And the affordable, high-quality laser plain paper fax.
Sharp thinking about fax.
The right fax at the right time, right now. From the number one
in
fax 5 years in a row.
Sharp thinking about business.
Well, it was a stirring game from start to finish. Certainly a game of mistakes. Both clubs involved in important turnovers down the stretch. This, the last possession by the Pistons. Beer did get the look and did get the three-pointer off and hit the side of the rim. And that's how this overtime game ended. Here's another look as Beer was able to elude Wilkins and Oakley and went to the right.
He got a clear shot off. Fortunately for this crew of bystanders, it went the other way.
And the Knicks celebrate the victory, the second time this season that they have won here at the Palace. You have to go back to November to find the other W. Pat Riley with a sigh of relief, taking it all in. I would think he wanted a scream. Maybe the scream will come later on.
They both look like they're leaving a funeral.
As the Knicks win in overtime, and they now lead this best of 5, 2 games to 1. We'll be right back. And the Knicks came up with it. Jackson was fouled, and then he went to the line and hit the 2 shots. Right here, we will listen in as Chuck Daly addresses the media.
Yeah, they kept leaving us in a position. We were down, so we were really struggling to score. When we don't get our guards off, it's difficult. And, we're fooling around with different situations, combinations. If you put in offensive people, then you get kicked on the offensive board, and vice versa. So that gets to be a problem. But, we get it to overtime. We should have won the game in regulation, though. We were in a position to win at regulation, and we didn't.
What was the option on the last
Break them down. We had Billy and the other guy in each wing, but Billy and Joe in the wing, but he couldn't get by him. Obviously, I like to have it over again, but I don't.
Coach, didn't see a lot of Orlando in the second half. I don't have
No reason. That happens sometimes. I went to the combination.
All right, Chuck Daly talking to the media. And right now on the floor, John Andres is in between 2 of the key Knicks in tonight's victory, Mark Jackson and Xavier McDaniel. John?
Thank you, Marvin. We'll start with Xavier, who started things off pretty heavily here tonight. A lot of physical play. That's characterized these 3 games so far. X, quickly, what are your feelings right now about this game? There's so much to say about it.
Well, we worked hard for this game. We had a 7-point lead, 9-point lead, and then we lost it. Then we were down. We just kept coming, and, all the hard work you put into it, you just try to put all your soul into it and try to come up with the win.
Plenty of soul out there. You're a mellow guy right now. You seem like a very cool guy. But when this game began, that was a different story for you. Did you feel you lost control of yourself early in the game?
Not really. I play that way all the time. Even when I play street ball, I play crazy. And the thing was, I was mad because when I made the spin on Dennis Rodman, I'm in the air, and he just pushed me from behind. I felt that he could have injured me and hurt me very bad. And referee didn't see it that way, and he called a tech on me. But what I did was I just gathered my head and said what I'm going to do to him is just try to go at him offensively and play as hard as I can, knock him around, and just try to do it within the rules.
X, you've shown the Knicks a whole different dimension the last couple of games now. Congratulations on your tremendous effort thus far. We're going to now talk to 2 of your teammates now, Mark Jackson and Patrick Ewing joining us. Mark, you finished this game in dramatic fashion at the foul line. Were you happy to be there?
Well, I was very happy because that showed that this game was out of reach at the time, but just a hard-fought victory, just a great showed character on this team. We could have folded at any time, but we came back, stopped them when we had to, and the free throws, knock them down and come home with a victory. That's great.
Patrick, you had a tough first half out there. It was very difficult for you to get the ball, and the touch eluded you as it had last game, but somehow you gutted it out. What did you feel made the difference for you in the second half?
Well, I thought I was taking good shots. They just weren't falling. I thought I had to go up a little bit more stronger than I did, and it started to fall. I'm just happy that we won the game. The game on Sunday, I was disappointed in myself. I thought I let my teammates down. I'm just happy to come out and play a good game and help my teammates to win.
Mark, you made a concerted effort to get the ball to Patrick in the second half. Was that part of the success?
Well, I know which side the bread is buttered on. That's all that matters. And the big fella, he's going to come through. Patrick is Patrick. He's the best center in the game, and he showed why tonight.
Patrick, after that 61-point output by the Knicks in the latter part of the season here on this floor, when you look back at that, now you see what happened here tonight. Does this game have special meaning, do you feel?
Well, it has very special meaning. I thought that the way that Detroit left the court after they beat us, was kind of wrong, and you know, we wanted to come out and vindicate ourselves. And also, I think I'm gonna hire Mark as my PR man.
Patrick showing real team spirit out here. Guarding Joe Dumars and Isaiah Thomas, Mark, you reached the pinnacle of your one-on-one defense tonight, guarding Isaiah down the stretch in the closing moments. What were you thinking during those moments, or were you thinking?
Well, I've been thinking the whole series about containing Isaiah Thomas. He's an explosive point guard, a guy who likes to get into the thick of things and make things happen, and can explode at any time. What I try to do is contain him. I was a little upset in game 2 when he came off and nailed the jumper. I didn't contest. I was on him, but I didn't challenge his shot. I wasn't going to let that happen tonight. Just tried to stay in front of him and challenge every shot he took.
The play of the team tonight was spectacular in that you were able to come together after losing the lead a couple of times. Was there any particular gut feeling about this game coming into it as far as the meaning of it, or as far as could you do it here after the miserable memory of a trip here in the latter part of the season?
Well, there's no question. Patrick and I got together with the guys and let us know that's no problem losing in game 2. We were a bit disappointed, but they were satisfied with a 1-point victory. We know that we're a better basketball team. Give them their due, but if we play the way we're capable of playing, we can play with anybody. And tonight we really showed it. We came out in their home and played a great overall game and really fought for it.
Mark Jackson and Patrick Ewing, a spectacular effort here tonight. I know the fans in New York had to be thrilled by the performance of the team, and thanks for visiting with us, Patrick. I know you usually ice those legs down early, but fans like to see you out here, and there's plenty of ice on them right now, and naturally everyone will be looking forward to Friday night back here in Detroit. Now let's go over to Pat Riley and his press conference.
Well, apparently we're having some audio difficulties, and we then smoothly switch back to courtside. A look at the Evian Natural Spring Water Player of the Game, and it is Patrick Ewing, who was able to come on after the slow start. A terrific fourth quarter and overtime, and he finished with 32 points and 13 rebounds. Xavier McDaniel, 21 points and 13 rebounds. The Knicks able to celebrate the victory as they beat the Pistons in overtime here at the Palace, and now lead it 2-1. And apparently the technical difficulties have been cleared up at the Pat Riley news conference, so let's get back to it.
We just dug it out, and we were very fortunate to get the win, but our guys deserve a lot of credit coming in here after the other night and doing the job. Huh? Well, we've been at this now about 10 straight days, 9 straight days, and you know, they need a day off. They've worked hard. We got some guys banged up, and you know, tomorrow we do get a free day, and I think the rest and just getting away from it for a day is going to help. But they're a pretty happy group of guys right now. They ought to be. Either he or Joe. You know, it's either or. You know, we had a little bit of an advantage with the foul to give, and you know, so we could just create whatever kind of defensive pressure we wanted, and we just didn't want to give them anything going to the basket where they'd get one into the act of shooting, you know. So that was a big situation for us. But either one of those guys was going to have to create. In this league, you know, now going down the stretch, you don't execute anything in this league anymore at the end. It's running some motion to get the ball to a player. You're not going to be able to run some play and catch and shoot somebody and for a jumper. You're going to get it to Joe or get it to Isaiah or get it to Patrick, and they're going to do their thing, and that's what happens now. And you know, we just didn't want to give them any middle, and we did not give them the middle. Patrick came up and helped big on it, and I can't even remember what happened. I don't know if he got a shot off or tried to throw the pass to Isaiah or somebody. Mark made the interception. I can't remember.
Pat Riley with his post-game comments as we take a look at the leading score summary brought to you by your Tri-State Jeep and Eagle dealers. There's only one Jeep, and it's only at your Tri-State Jeep and Eagle dealers. Patrick Ewing, high point man, 32 points, shot only 12 for 27, 8 for 10 from the floor, 21 for McDaniel, Mason with 11, and Jackson with 10. The Knicks shooting only 39% for the game. John Sally led Detroit with 20 points, 15 apiece for Dumars and Lambeer, Rodman 11, Woolridge 10. Isaiah Thomas 3 for 12, only 6 points, and Detroit shot 37%. Well, a look at the dunk of the game, brought to you by Budweiser, the king of beers, with that clean, crisp, cold taste. Nothing beats a Bud. And for the dunk of the game, we go back to the third quarter. Off the steal, Patrick Ewing, isolated here, puts the move on Sally off the pump and is able to knock it down. Again, the final score here at the Palace in overtime. The New York Knicks 90, the Detroit Pistons 87, game number 4.
Takes into account virtually every statistic that a player accumulates, and a very interesting formula. Patrick Ewing, incidentally, finished third behind David Robinson for that award.
All right, now we're set for the introduction of the lineups. Let's pick it up with the public address.
Number 32 from Wichita State, Xavier McDaniel. At center, wearing number 33 from Georgetown, Patrick Ewing. And one of the guards, number 21 from Tennessee, Chattanooga, Gerald Wilkins. And the other guard wears number 13 from St. John's, Mark Jackson. Head coach is Pat Riley. His assistants, Dick Harder, Paul Silas, Jeff Van Gundy, and the trainers, Mike Saunders and Tim Walsh. Ladies and gentlemen, introducing your Detroit Pistons. Starting at one of the forwards, wearing 0 from Notre Dame, Orlando Woolen. The other forward, number 10 from Southeast Oklahoma State, Dennis the center, number 40 from Notre Dame, Bill Lambeer. At one of the guards, number 4 from McNeese State, Joe Dumars. The captain of guard from Indiana, number 11, Isaiah Thomas. Head coach is Chuck Daly. His assistants, the Brendan, Sir, and Malone.
Well, for Chuck Daly and for Pat Riley during the course of what has been a very physical series, this has been the scene of quite a bit of verbal sparring between the two, with Pat referring to the Pistons whining upon occasion about not getting the calls.
He's just doing a lot of whining. That's all he's doing. He's just doing a lot of whining. They ought to step in and take a look at his team. That's what they ought to do.
Whatever he says is probably true. He wrote 2 books. I only wrote 1.
2 books to 1, huh? That's an interesting way of capturing it.
Interesting contrast in attitudes, though. The competitive spirit of Riley and the cool glamour approach of Chuck Daly.
Well, Chuck usually tends to deflect the issues, and did it just that with the humor. Pat Riley with 104 playoff victories as an NBA coach, and Chuck Daly in the number 4 position. So these are 2 of the great coaches in the history of the game meeting head on.
It's a very big game for the Detroit Pistons, not only because their season could end tonight, but what this could do to the roster in the future. It could force massive changes. However, if they win tonight, everybody will be talking about Isaiah back in the Olympic team, and Dumars is the greatest, and the dynasty is still alive. So a lot at stake for the guys in the white shirts.
Well, I don't think there's any question there will be a dismantling of this club, but These days, with the salary cap restrictions, I think it's tough to completely overhaul, but I can see a couple of critical moves made.
Their standards are high here in Detroit, and they want to keep winning.
Orlando Woolridge, Patrick Ewing on the opening tip. Jack Neese will throw it up. He's working with Dick Pavetta and Hugh Evans, and the Knicks control the opening tip. Mark Jackson, Gerald Wilkins, open in the backcourt. Xavier McDaniel, Patrick Ewing, and Charles Oakley up front. Ewing setting the pick. On the pick and roll, it is Ewing with the jumper, and the Knicks for the 2-0 lead. Nicely executed.
Xavier limping, coming up court ever so slightly.
And Mark Jackson is bothered by a bruised thigh, although he says it is all right. From the Detroit point of view, Darrell Walker, a question mark with an upset stomach, but he says he will play. Joe Dumars has tied it at 2. Here is McDaniel, and a loose ball foul against Bill Laimbeer.
I saw that from here. Notice Bill isn't complaining much, so he knows what he did.
McDaniel will throw it in. The X-Man coming off a terrific game here on Tuesday night. Shot clock at 10. Jackson. And Laimbeer able to get to it.
Fortunately, Xavier wasn't in New York yesterday, so he could read about himself. That would soften him up, because a lot of great things are being said about him, and you just don't want a player focusing on how good he is.
Well, don't you think Xavier had all the articles faxed to him? I have a feeling he knows about it, though, John. Here's Wilkins, and it was deflected short by Dumars. Thomas off the hesitation dribble. Ewing to the rebound.
What's unbelievable is that after 3 games, you look at point totals and you see Isaiah Thomas with 25 points in 3 games for the Pistons.
McDaniel backing in, and then Thomas called for the reach-in. Isaiah trying to help out. Yes, Isaiah Thomas coming into tonight, and you just saw him miss his first attempt. Only 10 of 33 from the field, and he's averaged just 8 points per game in this series.
Which points to the 2 men discussing things right now, Dumars and Thomas. These are the lead men offensively for the Pistons, and if it's going to happen for them tonight, they have to lead the way. They don't have to get the majority of the points, but they've got to step up in a very big way. They know it, and the Knicks know it. Question is, can the Knicks deal with Isaiah Thomas and Joe Dumars?
The Knicks 3 and the Pistons 2. Matchups, Jackson on Thomas. Dumars guarded by Wilkins. Now Ewing watching Rodman. Detroit trying to establish some offense from Dennis Rodman. He has been encouraged to take that short-range jump.
And the guards want to go to people like Rodman early to see if he can get into it. They're going to give him a shot.
McDaniel tripped up. No, they say offensive foul. Pat Riley upset about that call. It is an offensive foul on McDaniel.
Pistons also have to get Woolridge going early. He only played 18 minutes the other night. He's been the forgotten man in many ways in many of the games thus far, and he is effective.
He had that one strong performance. There is Woolridge. Back in game 2 Sunday at the Garden. Game 1 by Detroit. Woolridge with the excellent third quarter. That also the game that saw Dumars come alive in the second half. Ewing getting it to Oakley, but he blew the layup.
He should at least come out of a move like that with a foul.
Here is Woolridge. And the Pistons lead 6-3.
The guards are wise to go to Woolridge and Rodman early. Laimbeer will get his off-ball movement by hanging around the top of the circle. Isaiah and Dumars can basically get their shots, but they're wise going to other people to make the Knicks spread their defense out.
Here's Thomas penetrating and rejected by Ewing. Oh, the help from Patrick Ewing coming over to stop Isaiah Thomas, who says he's never been trapped and covered by as many men as he has by the Knicks during this series.
What a compliment to the Knicks defense he gave them by saying he just can't get the ball.
There you see the double up, but it left Woolridge open.
The Knicks cannot bring a we can do it in our stride effort to this game. They've got to play with a feeling of desperation.
And the foul on Lambeer for hooking Ewing. I know it's tough from the naked eye to make this type of point, but they don't seem to be playing with the same kind of intensity that we saw on Tuesday night. And the same for Detroit, but it may be an unfair, as Lambeer has some words with the vet as he departs. John Sally has come on. It might be an unfair assessment because don't forget, the opening couple of minutes of Game 3 were highlighted by a flagrant foul and then 4 technical fouls, several shoving confrontations. McDaniel getting inside, and the Pistons now lead by the score of 6-5. So it was really a fierce start on Tuesday.
Well, Marv, that's what led me into my feeling that the Knicks, what they have to do, and I don't sense it early, but we're only 5 minutes in here.
But there could be a natural letdown. Dumars rebounded by McDaniel. Wilkins on a pull-up. Yes, Gerald Wilkins hitting from the outside to give the Knicks a 7-6 lead.
He's the man in many ways. If the Knicks get a lift from their shooting guard position tonight, whether it be Gerald or Starks, it'll be another surprise, another problem for the Pistons, and they haven't seen that problem yet.
Gerald Wilkins has hit only a couple of outside jump shots in this series. Open shot. Dumars with the wide open opportunity. Wilkins to the crossover. And McDaniel able to get to it, and he pops. Yes. And the Knicks are now getting much enthusiasm off the bench, led by John Starks, who I thought was going to join Xavier McDaniel on the court to congratulate him.
Rare to see Pat Riley actually slap a player on the rear end, congratulate him during the action, as he did to Xavier.
Foul called on Ewing. I think Pat trying to get the club going. 6:44 remaining, first quarter.
To the starting guards on both
3-1. Mike.
The pressure is on Detroit because their starting guards are their leading scorers. They are not shooting well at 39%. The Knicks right behind them at 38%. The matchup, however, points to Gerald Wilkins, who's way down, and Isaiah Thomas. Isaiah at 30%, as you mentioned moments ago, Marv.
Pistons 0 for the last 4 from the field. Knicks have hit 3 of the last 4. They lead 9-6. And the foul is called on Wilkins. It is a non-shooting foul. Sally now up front with Woolridge and Rodman, Dumars, and Thomas in the backcourt. 6.5 remaining in the first quarter. Woolridge met by Oakley and had to regroup.
Perfect reaction in that low defensive rotation.
Sally. Suddenly in the series, John Sally has erupted as an offensive force.
The second leading scorer, averaging 15 a game. Patrick Ewing has got to start respecting him.
He's also been hitting the jump shot, as you just saw. Knicks lead it 9-8. Ewing facing a double team. Open shot for Oakley. Yes. Charles Oakley with the angle jumper. And a good reaction from Patrick Ewing off the Detroit double team.
Nice sign for the Knicks. Charles in 38 minutes the other night did not score.
The Knicks 11. The Pistons 8. Woolridge. And Oakley with the rebound.
Terrific defense by McDaniel. Great pressure to Woolridge and no foul.
The X-Man again. Xavier McDaniel giving the Knicks a 13-8 lead.
This is a bad sign for the hometown. The Knicks are rolling.
Well, the Knicks are hitting the early jump shot attempts. Dumar's pass broken up, and Wilkins is fouled. It's called on Dumar.
McDaniel is in a winning formula for himself and for the Knicks by playing as hard as he is on both ends of the court. Another defensive presence by him resulting in that turnover for the Knicks.
Alley-oop. Nice try.
Oh, let's bring in Michael Jordan for that. I don't think he would have got it.
Woolridge. And it's Jackson snatching it. Rodman mistimed on the leap. That backdoor play was a good idea, though. Knicks did work it in one of the earlier games. And Woolridge pushed. The basket will not count. Here's Mark Aguirre for Dennis Rodman. Xavier McDaniel called for his second foul.
I think that call by you, Evans, clearly demonstrates that the officials tonight are coming with a great awareness of what's gone on prior in this series. It was a bit of a light bump, and the foul was called quickly. There's no sign whatsoever of what we saw the other night with the aggressiveness by both teams.
Thomas with the step, and he is rejected once again by Ewing.
Well, Patrick Ewing puts this one away for good. And it looked like it would have been, naturally in retrospect, one he could have tipped to his own man.
Oh, you're really looking fine line, John. Come on. Dumar's able to hit.
Marv, he was so on top of that ball.
How about deflecting it into the other basket?
He was so on top of the ball.
Rangers with a 3-1 lead on the Devils in Game 7 at the Garden. On goals by Turcotte, Gartner, and Graves. Ewing, and the Knicks now lead it 15-10. Just under 4 minutes remaining in the first quarter. Dick Pavetta blowing the whistle, calling the illegal defense against the Knicks for the first time. So the Pistons get a new 24. Kiki Vandeweghe has checked in. Sally slipping it to Woolridge, and that's the first hard foul of the first quarter. Charles Oakley with the physical foul of Orlando Woolridge.
It looked to me, actually, that Woolridge created the hardness of that foul by Oakley. Orlando, very determined player, going charging to the basket, but Charles would not relent, gave him no ground.
Yes, Orlando did have the elbows flying, but Oakley, who certainly enjoyed the contact.
He loves contact.
The Knicks to this point have hit 7 of 13 from the floor. Detroit only 5 of 15. Pistons free throw shooting has been slightly off, 21 for 27 the other night. Joe Dumars, of all people, missing those critical free throws.
During the season, they're over 80% or thereabouts. Now they're at 76 for the 3-game series.
The Knicks 15, the Pistons 11. 3.5 to go, first quarter. The block by Thomas. Aguirre for Woolridge. The Knicks lead is 2.
Good ball movement. Woolridge, the beneficiary of some nice passing.
Jackson indicating the set play. Vandeweghe is fouled. It's called on Woolridge. That is his first. Here's John Starks. He'll come on along with Anthony Mason, Chero Wilkins, and Charles Oakley will sit down.
Met Kiki Vandeweghe in the workout room today, Marv, at the hotel. He was working on the bike along with James Donaldson, which players will do, those that don't get a lot of time. And I asked Kiki at the end of his workout as he was leaving if he's enjoying his new sneakers. And he said, yeah, they feel good. I'm starting to really like them. And I asked him who makes them, because there's no way when you look at them, there's no sign, there's no indication. And he said, well, I could tell you, but he said, if I do, I'll have to kill you. Well, I just assumed that meant they were his father, Ernie Vanderway, or his uncle, Mel Hutchins, or something.
I was waiting for the punchline.
No, that's it. He said, I'll have to kill you because I can't let you know who makes these sneakers.
Well, the Knicks wearing the black sneakers at the suggestion of Patrick Ewing. Dumars brings the Pistons within 2. The black sneakers being worn as a show of solidarity for team unity, but Kiki's are a little bit different than his teammates, and he hits from three-point land. So Kiki Vandeweghe with the different style of black sneakers, but it has not hurt his shooting touch. Kiki Vandeweghe the other night, game 3, played 9 minutes, took 2 shots, hit both. Dumars' pass broken up. Starks changed his mind. Ewing, yes, and a good entry pass from John Starks.
Which leads to the point the other night, Pat Riley citing why Starks played the latter part of the game over Gerald Wilkins. He cited that exact point, that Starks makes the good entry pass to Ewing.
Knicks by 7. Just under 2 minutes to go in the first. And Joe Dumars showing some signs. Knicks lead at 22-17. Dumars has hit 4 out of 6 for 8 points. Dumars guarding Starks. Here's Starks for 3. And rebounded by Aguirre. Oh, Detroit fortunate to get that back. It was deflected, and a foul is called. Foul committed by Starks. And now our first testy moment of this first quarter.
Orlando Woolridge went right for John Starks after that foul was called.
The game here Tuesday night ended with Starks having words with Darrell Walker. And the Knicks are now hearing it from the crowd as a timeout is taken. I did what he labeled as the hate factor.
It's a hate factor. We use it also. When, you dislike somebody, you play a whole lot better. And you come in with an attitude of, hey, they're trying to steal something from me, they're trying to take something from me, and you play better. Bill Bradley's always say play for something, for some reason, don't just play.
Oh, wait a second, is he blaming the senator from New Jersey for this type of philosophy?
Well, he's crediting him with some kind of motivation, which John turned into hate.
Yes, he did.
It's so rare to hear an interview with John Sally that doesn't finish with a laugh.
Yes, he usually goes for the punchline. Woolridge hits 1 of 2 from the foul line. The Knicks 22, the Pistons 18, 1:20 remaining in this first quarter. The Knicks stay with Ewing, Vandeweghe, Mason up front, Jackson, Starks in the backcourt. Anthony Mason had a sensational first half here on Tuesday. Ewing bothered by Sally, but Mason got it back out. Here's Jackson, took a bump, no call made, and the save by Woolridge.
With McDaniel's fine play, I think Mason got lost in the press based on his performance the other night.
And a foul, a hold on Vandeweghe. Talking about a pressing defense or the media press, John?
The media press.
Oh, I see.
I don't think paid enough attention to Mason because he, in many ways, helped determine the outcome of that game based on his second quarter play the other night, which was sensational because the Knicks were so flat. He kept this team alive.
Did not get much time in the second half, as you say, because of how well Xavier McDaniel played. McDaniel went 44 minutes for the game. Anthony Mason 5 out of 8, 9 rebounds, 11 points, did most of the damage in the first half. Patrick Ewing getting a rest. 47 seconds remaining in this first quarter. And the whistle blown. Someone stepped in too quickly, and apparently it was Sally, lane violation, so the ball goes to the Knicks. Oakley now up front with Hardaway and Mason. Knicks lead by 3. Mason posting up on Aguirre. Right here, says Hugh Evans, holding foul against the Pistons.
Boy, did Mark Jackson beat Isaiah. Fortunately for Isaiah Thomas, a foul was called because he would have been embarrassed.
Foul on Aguirre, his first. Detroit is over the limit, so Mason to the line.
Another look at that drive by Mark Jackson. A little hesitation, and that's what left Isaiah behind him. Mason cleared out. You can see those arms up.
Anthony, he drew the foul. Anthony Mason, only a 64% free throw shooter. Here's Darrell Walker, played very well on Tuesday. As I mentioned, a question mark tonight because of an upset stomach, but he'll give it a shot. Isaiah Thomas sitting down, as does Mark Jackson, so Greg Anthony has come on. Mason connects on 1 of 2. It's the Knicks 23, Detroit 19.
Knicks with some initial pressure now to slow down the beginning of the Pistons offense. Take some time off that 24-second clock. That's the goal.
That is time remaining in the quarter. 7 on the shot clock. They double up on Dumars. Sally. Knicks have to rush it down. Mason shoots. Good play to get the shot off. That's how the first quarter comes to an end. And the Knicks with a 23-19 lead here at the Palace.
And it's 5-1 Rangers.
Controlling the board. Amonte was hidden behind the goal, but the Rangers continue to work to find the puck. And Graves just slingshotted the puck through the screen of Casatona. Terreri didn't see it till the last second. Messier sets up Graves. The screen, the puck's underneath Terreri's right leg, and the Rangers are rolling.
The Rangers have scored 10 goals on Chris Terreri in the last 2 games here at the Garden.
Diamante, he got nailed. He took the check. The Rangers kept the play alive. Messier was involved. That's called cycling. When the Rangers go round and around in a corner of the ice, they did so, did it effectively. Rangers are rolling.
Nemchinov tied up with Stosny. Hardy moves the puck all the way out. This will be an icing.
Slim got to play outside. You put him inside, he's going to hurt somebody. Show that 2-inch vertical, brother. And of course, I'm the man, Sinbad, the greatest outdoor player.
We head to the second quarter. The Knicks 23, the Pistons 19. The Knicks 9 for 20 in this first quarter. Pistons 8 for 19. Both these clubs keeping pace. That's the way this series has gone. Actually, both shooting better than they have in the 3 previous games. A matchup of the 2 top defensive teams in the NBA. And 2 clubs, in particular the Pistons, who have struggled offensively time to time. Aguirre draws the foul.
There's no question that the Pistons are getting the ball in the hands of Woolridge when he's out there, and now Aguirre. The message is clear. We need points, and they're going to people who can score. Woolridge gave this team a nice lift in the first quarter, and Aguirre's out there now to continue it.
Anthony was called for the foul. Mark Aguirre, in his 11th season out of DePaul, spent 8.5 years with the Dallas Mavericks. This is 4th year with Detroit. Came to the Pistons in that deal for Adrian Dantley and a #1 draft pick. Aguirre bringing Detroit within 2. Anthony played by Walker. Anthony and Starks in the backcourt. Oakley sets the pick. Oakley rebounded by Walker, and he's fouled. Called on Anthony.
Very shaky offensive sequence for the Knicks, and the result was Charles Oakley reluctantly taking a shot.
Riche leaving it for Todd. Todd gets knocked down by Broughton. Sorella plays.
Going with Dumars and Walker in the backcourt. Isaiah Thomas getting a rest. Sally up front with Woolridge and Aguirre. Marv Albert, John Andres from the Palace before a packed house. Rebounded by Mason.
See, with Ewing out now, Chuck Daly can gamble and put Aguirre and Woolridge in together. They're scorers, but they're not big rebounders. With Ewing out, he can take that luxury.
Anthony rejecting Sally.
Anthony penetrating well. But Sally is the all-time playoff shot blocker for the Detroit Pistons.
Should say Anthony rejected by Sally. Here's Dennis Rodman. Checking back in along with Isaiah Thomas. Yes, the Knicks are having difficulty locating shots. Vandeweghe on a quick release. Kiki Vandeweghe with a major contribution here tonight. Knicks lead 25-21. And again, the Knicks with the edge off the boards. Thomas came off a pick and was met by Mason on another switch. Here's Walker. Mason with the rebound. Now Anthony being guarded by Thomas.
Knicks want leadership out of Greg Anthony and good decisions.
Starks, yes. John Starks coming off a screen. He had Darrell Walker picked off and was able to hit the jump. The Knicks now lead it 27-21.
Extremely quick release by Starks.
The power move did not work. Mason is fouled. Nice lead thrown by Anthony. Walker called for the personal.
I thought Walker made a terrific play. It appeared the official might have been blocked out, but he got the hand in there quickly. Knicks pushing the ball up court, trying to get a break. Good job by Anthony getting it inside. Darrell Walker reached right around and bothered Anthony, but committed the foul.
So Mason has hit 2 out of 3, and the Knicks have matched their biggest lead, a margin of 7.
Pat Riley experimenting with this lineup now. Only Charles Oakley is the starter for the Knicks on the court now.
The Knicks 29 and the Pistons 21. 2:20 gone by in the second. And once again, Detroit having its problems offensively. Rodman for 3. Here comes Anthony. Oh, what a shot by Greg Anthony going over Mark Aguirre. And the Knicks have opened up a 31-21 lead, an 8-0 run leading to the 22nd timeout called by Detroit.
Well, Greg Anthony just exploded down court and finished this very exciting move going behind the back. Now he'll get down. The defense will wake up slowly, forcing him to go right. He's a natural left-handed shooter, but he goes to that right hand off the backboard beautifully. Marv, you know, it's another look at this now. You know what's nice for Pat Riley is, and I think this is the game within the game sometimes a coach may do, he's got his substitutes out there now with the exception of Oakley, but when the starters come back, you know they're going to be raring to go. They're sitting for a rather long time now. They want to be in the action, and Pat Riley's making his starters hungrier and hungrier the longer they sit.
And Greg Anthony has been able to buy some playing time with that last driving shot. Foul called on the Knicks. Here's Bill Laimbeer checking back in.
Stasny have been about the only two Devils who have really had the good offensive chances.
Stasny wins the face-off. Kasatonov moves in with a puck. Centers, but Patrick
Sally leaves with a field goal for 2. Here's Thomas. Isaiah Thomas able to work his way in on Anthony. Well, Pat Riley roaming along the sidelines. He has been warned by the officials to stay closer to the bench or else it will be a technical foul. Hardaway couldn't get to that pass, but Lambier deflected it out.
Greg Anthony will get continued minutes if Pat Riley stays with his formula of playing those who perform well. He's been doing a good job. Coming in tonight, though, Anthony's only played 29 minutes in 3 games.
Starks had to force it. The shot clock running down. And here's it from the crowd. Not what John had in mind, shooting behind the backboard. Gerald Wilkins and Patrick Ewing getting set to return. Dumars and Thomas in the backcourt. Lambier up front along with Rodman and Aguirre. Illegal defense called for the second time against the Knicks, so that is a technical foul. And no argument at all from that man.
See, this is a great substitution in that the Knicks are coming back with their strength with an 8-point lead, which will probably decrease a bit now. But the Knicks have not played well historically with leads. And that's got to be something that Pat Riley certainly is aware of. He'd like to see his team continue the momentum, and he's bringing the big people back.
And what is amazing about the Pistons this season is that they have not done well here at home. 25 and 16 for the regular season. The basket will not count. Loose ball foul on Aguirre. No, they say the basket does count, and a loose ball foul on Aguirre.
Pistons sharing the basketball once again with their forwards, and Dennis Rodman, who wants to shoot that basketball, gets another opportunity.
John, Detroit here at home with 16 losses, 25 and 16. That's their most defeats in 4 years since moving over to the Palace from the Silverdome and Pontiac. Anthony handled by Aguirre. Greg Anthony apparently encouraged by that last strong drive, and they have forced the issue. Also, the Pistons have developed a habit of losing home games. Look out.
Mason and Aguirre.
Double technicals indicated by Dick Pavetta.
Personal foul.
Mason is called for the personal foul, and then the technical on Mason. And apparently that was it. Seemed that Pavetta gave the sign for 2 technicals, but Mason called for the technical, and Dumars will shoot the tee.
Well, it appeared he unnecessarily had his arm around Aguirre's neck. And that's something a player tends to notice if you're Mark Aguirre.
So the technical and the personal foul call on Mason. And it is Detroit ball. They are now down 31-27. As I was saying, the Pistons developing a habit of losing home games immediately following impressive road wins. That's the case right throughout the season, and it happened in this series. Here's Dumars. It will be Detroit ball. Here at the Palace from 88 through 91, you can see the Pistons won nearly 85%, and that record has diminished. Oh, Ewing with the steal. He stripped Thomas. Jackson behind the back for Wilkins, and he blew the layup.
He blew the dunk. If he had made a layup or shot a layup, he would have probably made it.
Aguirre not able to hit on the reverse, but the Pistons maintain possession.
Ewing with the slick steal. Mark Jackson has Ewing to the right, but he goes to Gerald, who has the momentum. Gerald attempts to dunk and has a complaint after it.
wet spot on the floor being handled by one of the ball boys. 7:16 remaining in this first half. The Knicks 31, Pistons 27. Knicks have led most of the way. They've led by as many as 10.
Well, it was 31-21 at one point, and the Knicks are allowing the Pistons to crawl right back.
Aguirre got the step. The Knicks lead is 2, and Pat Riley calls for a timeout.
He's being beaten one-on-one, and Xavier McDaniel was beaten clearly by Mark Aguirre, and Pat Riley welcomed his team back to the huddle with venom, and it dealt with the subject of defense because the Knicks have allowed the Pistons right back in this.
Here's Jackson for 3, and it's rebounded by Rodman. The Knicks with a 2-point lead. Pistons turning it up the last couple of minutes. Nice lead from Thomas, and Rodman has tied the game at 31.
That was a half-court defense. It was a set-up situation. No Knicks' hands were up, and the pass was made right through.
And Ewing was fouled. He drew the double team. Bill Laimbeer committing his 3rd, so Patrick Ewing will go to the line. Patrick Ewing came on very strong in the second half on Tuesday night after the slow start.
Not a smart play by Bill Laimbeer. It's a gamble because he'll now come out. He made a very aggressive move to Ewing.
Ewing has played very well here in the first half, not forcing shots. He's been snapping the ball out on the double team. He's hit 3 out of 4. Laimbeer will sit down. Sally returns. Here comes Oakley. And Anthony Mason will go to the bench.
Charles Oakley drawing boos.
Yes, so Charles not a popular guy here. Either is Xavier McDaniel. Knicks 33, the Pistons 31.
That broke a long spell for the Knicks. They have not had some scoring in several minutes.
Aguirre from deep. Aguirre has tied the game at 33. 6 points for Mark Aguirre. Wilkins backing Dumars. 3-second violation. So the Pistons get it back. It has been a long time between field goals for the New York Knicks.
Over 4 minutes.
Thomas with the step. And that time he got it over the outstretched hand of Patrick Ewing. And tonight, Isaiah has been beating Mark Jackson more consistently. Mark has done an excellent job against Thomas in this series. Earlier, the Knicks got the help from Ewing, who twice rejected Thomas. Ewing's pass intercepted by Aguirre. 4-on-2. It counts, and the foul. Foul committed by Wilkins. Here's another look at it.
Well, the best part of the play was on the defensive end for the Pistons. Mark Aguirre read exactly what Patrick Ewing was going to do with the ball, and he jumped right into the passing lane, stole the ball, and this is a big turnaround now, a potential three-point turnaround for the Pistons.
3-point play completed by Thomas. He has 7 for the game. And Detroit with his biggest lead of the night, a margin of 5.
However, if I'm correct, the Pistons were down 21-31. So the Knicks have 2 points, and the Pistons have 17 since that time.
That would be a 17-2 run, John. And I think you are correct. Illegal defense called for the first time against the Pistons. And the Knicks have not scored a field goal in 4.5 minutes and counting. Again, Ewing's pass picked off. Dumars from McGuire. Detroit leads by 7. The Knicks will talk it over. Detroit all series. This particular run.
But Marv, the Knicks are allowing them in many ways with their sloppy passing and lackluster play.
Wilkins attempted the 3, and the foul is called on, let's see, Sally called for the foul for backing into Ewing. It is now a 22-4 run by Detroit.
John Sally working on Ewing. He doesn't have the muscle. He has speed. He doesn't have the muscle to keep Ewing out. Patrick, however, drawing the double team, forcing that passing.
At one point, the Knicks led by 10, 31-21. Here's Ewing. And a loose ball foul against the Knicks. It's on Ewing. That is his second. The Knicks over the limit. Pistons to the foul line.
What the Knicks have lacked here in the second quarter is fervor or anger or determination. They have been playing through the motions, allowing the Pistons to start to believe in themselves, and that's exactly what's happened, and the crowd is certainly behind the Pistons now.
A 23-4 run by Detroit. As we discussed earlier, it is impossible to get into the heads of individuals, but from the naked eye, it did not appear that the Knicks came out, even though they had that early lead, in the same manner as they did on Tuesday night. They appeared to be crazed on Tuesday. Now, that doesn't always necessarily work for you. You can be too hyped, but they made it work.
Well, particularly at the end, Marv, that's when they really had it.
Open shot for the X-Man. Isaiah Thomas has certainly recaptured it. And the Pistons now lead 47-35.
Boy, you couldn't convince the Pistons that they're not going to win this game right now. They're smiling and they're tough.
Foul on Starks for a push. Detroit has hit 7.
At the point, keeps it in.
And a timeout has been called with 2:41. Oh, gorgeous look away from Thomas, setting up Rodman. And the Pistons jump in front by 12. It's their biggest lead of the night.
But why is Rodman standing alone under the basket? And that's what Pat Riley will want to know.
Well, if the Detroit Pistons go on to beat the New York Knicks, there then would be a game number 5, and it will take place at Madison Square Garden Sunday afternoon. Tickets are available on sale at the Garden box office and through Ticketmaster. The number to call 212-307-7171. If the Knicks can come back and wrap up the series tonight here at the Palace, they would play game 1 against the Chicago Bulls on Sunday afternoon in Chicago. On the subject of the Bulls, you heard the reaction from the crowd. For some reason, Scottie Pippen's photo ended up on the big screen above, and Scottie, not a popular individual here in Detroit, so he heard the boos. A look at the Eastern Conference bracket. Chicago just waiting in the wings for the winner between the Knicks and Detroit. Cleveland defeated New Jersey last night, take that series in 4, and the Celtics and the Cavaliers will play the first of their best of 7 at the Coliseum in Richfield tomorrow afternoon.
Pistons just had the message board meter measuring the strength of the crowd cheer, and that, of course, gets the crowd going.
And the Pistons on fire here in the second quarter. Led by Joe Dumars, who's the high man with 15. They collapse on Ewing. It was triple team, and the Knicks could not hit a shot. Oakley gets it back out. McDaniel off the fake over Sally. Tipped home, but it won't count. Offensive interference.
Soft touch by Oakley on that tip-in, but the ball had not cleared the rim.
Detroit in the midst of a 28-4 spurt to lead it by 14. And Dumars was out of bounds. These are spurts that are uncharacteristic of the Detroit Pistons, who are not a good offensive club, but they have been hitting everything in the second quarter, while the Knicks have really struggled.
But the Knicks are not playing hard enough on defense, and that's where those 28 points come from.
Xavier McDaniel has gone cold. Jackson's pass not handled by Oakley.
That was uncatchable. It was too hard.
The Knicks have scored only 12 points in the second quarter. They've been outscored 30-12 here in the second. And Xavier McDaniel, after the good start, is now 3 for 9 from the floor. Minute 28 remaining first half. Detroit leads the NBA, allowing only 97 points per game. They have led the league defensively 3 straight years. Knicks are number 2 in that department, but this has not only been a case of tough defense by the Pistons. The Knicks have had their shot opportunities. Once again, they have gone into a funk from outside.
It was 31-21 in favor of the Knicks, and it was a wonderful world at that moment for the Knicks.
Ewing. And Thomas off the rebound. Guns it down to Dumars. Nick Pivetta blowing the whistle. Offensive foul on Sally. Try to clear the path. So the Knicks get it back. Down to 9 on the shot clock. The Knicks have hit only 4 of 17 prior to that jumper by Ewing. 4 of 17 in the second quarter. The Knicks now trail 49-37. Just under 1 minute remaining in the half.
Pistons letting Aguirre go one-on-one.
Rare miss for Detroit here in the second. And the loose ball foul on Rodman. That is his first.
A little brush fire with Rodman and McDaniel. Dick Pivetta, the official, jumping right in there to prevent anything. Question now, Marv, is are the Knicks at any point going to establish the spark that they need to compete at a better level? They still have not done that despite this run by the Pistons. They have not woken up in a sense.
McDaniel to the line. Pistons have outscored the Knicks 30-14 here in the second. Brad Sellers making a rare early entrance. That because of the 3 fouls picked up by Bill Laimbeer. And now here comes Orlando.
Game in overtime. Bookable, Messier.
Pistons 49, the Knicks 39.
Oh, Aguirre just got away with one on Oakley. Charles took it very well. Aguirre just mashed him in the face with his hand and kept it in there as he turned around.
And that is the matchup now at the other end. Aguirre battling for position with Oakley. And he is rejected. Knicks want to hold for a final shot. Down to 10 seconds to go in the quarter. Knicks down by 10. Here's Ewing. Jackson. Air ball. Too late. Not a pretty first half for the New York Knicks. The Detroit Pistons hear it from the crowd. By virtue of a 28-4 run, the Pistons trailing by as many as 10 have been able to swing it back the other way. The Pistons now lead.
When the team was trying to make the playoffs for the first time in 6 years, you want to focus on winning down the stretch. Was it the right time to do the things you did?
As far as what?
Criticizing Bill Fish, screaming at him in public, all the turmoil again.
Well, I think every player in the league does that to their coach at some point in time. I mean, it's just intensity and what's going on out there on the court. I mean, and once the game is all over and you come in the locker room, I mean, it's a whole different story. I mean, I scream and curse at my teammates. You know, they scream and curse at me, but once the game is over with, I mean, everything is back to normal.
But that's in the locker room, though, Derek.
No, I scream and curse at them on the court. I mean, and they scream and curse at me on the court. So, I mean, we don't take it personal.
Does Bill take it personally?
I don't know. I think that's something you should ask Bill.
Well, he referred to this as, and I quote, insubordination. So he must take it personally.
Well, that's Bill.
Meanwhile, Lenny Wilkins and the Cavs move on to the second round of the playoffs for the first time in their history. They'll meet the Boston Celtics.
They're a good team, and you know, a couple of times this year we beat them the very first time we played them when both teams were relatively healthy. And then the next couple of times we didn't have Brad Daugherty, we didn't have Craig Elo, and so it was a tough matchup for us at the two guard because Reggie Lewis is just too big for all the guards. But they're an experienced team. They've been together for a while. They know how to win, and I think the biggest thing is their experience and their ability to pass the ball.
Cleveland is 0-2 in previous playoff series versus the Celtics. Wilkins told me last night they still do not know whether Larry Bird will play for Boston. I'll have more right
brought to you by your Tri-State Jeep and Eagle dealers. There's only one Jeep, and it's only at your Tri-State Jeep and Eagle dealers. And Joe Dumars has come up strong in the first half. 17 points for Dumars, 7 for 10 from the field, 9 for Woolridge, 8 for Aguirre. Thomas with 7, along with 8 assists. Patrick Ewing, the high man for New York, 4 for 7 for 10 points. Xavier McDaniel shot only 3 for 9 for his night, and Kiki Vandeweghe with 7. Looking at the stat sheet, John, it's so unusual to see either of these clubs in this series shooting 50%, but that's the story for Detroit in the first half.
And the numbers are outstanding in favor of the Pistons. When they shoot 50% or better, they're 20-1 this season. And they're on their way to 100 points also, and those numbers are similar. So the Knicks have got to do something defensively, and they've also got to shoot the ball better.
Oh, a little show and tell?
Yes, they've got to put this ball in the basket at a more frequent pace.
Is that the game ball, John? Guys are looking, they're missing a ball. You know they will not see that.
I'll give it back. Don't worry.
On the rack. Let's take a look at some of the highlights in the first half, brought to you by Minolta, creators of the world's most responsive SLR cameras, the new Maxim XI series. And Patrick Ewing did get it going early. Nice move on Sally here with the spin.
Yes, the Knicks were rolling early in the game. They were playing confidently and shooting the ball very well. Patrick Ewing, 4 for 7 in the first half. And he had all the moves going. He beats the triple team, works on Sally, gets off that nice running one-hander. But then the Knicks got sloppy with the basketball. They had 8 turnovers in the first half that led to 13 points for the Pistons. And when you look at a 10-point lead at halftime, 13 points loom large. Joe Dumars plays catch after that turnover and an easy layup for the Pistons. And some very tough defense, shot blocking by John Sally, who had 2 in the first half. The Pistons running up court. And they get another fine effort tonight in the first half from Orlando Woolridge. He had a very strong start to the game, 9 points in 14 minutes.
Pistons outscoring the Knicks 30-16 in the second quarter, and at the half they lead by 10. Isaiah Thomas coming into this evening against the Knicks in this series, averaging only 8 points per game, 10 of 33, but he's played well, distributing the ball, good setups, and he's hit 3 of 6 from the field.
Well, that's a discrepancy that has a crushing effect on the Knicks. Joe Dumars breaking out tonight. 17 big points, shooting the ball very well. I think, Marv, the Knicks are fortunate after that flat second quarter when they were outscored by 30-16 to be down only 10. They are not out of this game by in any way you look at it. They just have got to get back to work, and they can do it. They've demonstrated they have the ability to do it against these Pistons, and fortunately their low point came early in the game.
And once again, the Knicks have had the decisive edge off the boards. That has been the case right throughout the playoffs. Well, if there is a Game 5, it will take place Sunday at the Garden, and tickets are available at the Garden box office and through Ticketmaster. 212-307-7171. The Knicks opening with Wilkins and Jackson at the guards. Ewing, McDaniel, and Oakley up front. The Pistons with Thomas and Dumars in the backcourt. Sally, Woolridge, and Rodman on the front line. Detroit by 10. They've led by as many as 14. Oh, Isaiah does not like the hand check by Jackson. Sally with the turnaround. Pistons lead 51-39.
I don't think Patrick Ewing really accepts Sally as an offensive threat yet. The hand is not up in his face enough.
Second field goal for Sally has 4 points. Ewing getting position, and in doing so called for steps.
Sally hadn't established a physical presence on Ewing. Patrick felt he could get closer to the basket, so he walked in the process.
Thomas with the step, and again it's Ewing there to cut him off. Third block by Ewing, all 3 on Isaiah Thomas. McDaniel way off.
Thanks to Sally, he challenged him. He had the hand in the face.
Sally, Ewing got a piece of it. Here's McDaniel going to the basket. Very strong, and he drew the foul. Dumars called for his second.
An unusual feeling for Xavier to be going to the basket here in the first in this game tonight. Thomas shut down by Ewing, as you mentioned, Marv, several times tonight. McDaniel drew the foul by driving that basketball. The Knicks manufacturing a bit of a fast break for a change.
Pistons lead 51-40. Chuck Daly in his 9th year as head coach of the Detroit Pistons. Joined the Pistons back in 1983. He's coached 2 championship clubs, 5 straight 50-win seasons. This year, Pistons went 48 and 34. They had their ups and their downs. Wound up 3rd in the Central behind Chicago and Cleveland. Woolridge lost it. Minute and a half gone by, 3rd quarter. McDaniel, he is way off following the good start, forcing the issue now. Thomas, and it's Woolridge to give the Pistons a 53-41 advantage.
Remarkably, the Pistons had no offensive rebounds in the first half, and that certainly was a big offensive rebound and finish by Woolridge.
Wilkins. McDaniel rejected, and he's fouled. Called on Rodman.
That last basket by the Pistons comes from a loud offensive rebound and slam dunk by Orlando.
McDaniel back to the line. He's 5 for 6 from the foul line. Very subtle sign behind the basket greeting the Knicks as they go to the free throw line.
Yes.
You will choke. think
it's one.
brick.
Yes.
And pro choke.
Pistons 53, the Knicks 42. Oakley jumping out, switching off. Isaiah, went to the fadeaway, was able to go one-on-one with Jackson after Oakley switched back.
Jackson couldn't have played him better. It was a sensational shot.
13-point Detroit lead. Ewing to the hook. Very nice. I know you like that. You love the hook shot.
I like the old-fashioned hook, though. The jump hooks, the line drive hooks are tough, though. And when you make them, boy, that's special. They're hard to make those shots.
You like the sweep?
I like the backboard. I like to use the backboard.
You like the two-hand set, John? Oh, pass between the legs to set up Thomas. It's a three for Isaiah. And the Knicks take a timeout. Pistons by 14.
A lot of women find my looks intimidating.
Have managed only 3 field goals. And they are down by 14. The Pistons matching their biggest lead of the night, and they are now hearing it from the crowd.
Isaiah Thomas very anxious to show that he can't be stopped one-on-one by Mark Jackson. Mark's done such a fine job on him. Mark stays with him throughout all of this. Isaiah takes a bad shot, but he makes it good. Joe Dumars, football player, a center. And Isaiah Thomas with the three-point shot.
Little hike maneuver by Dumars. So the Knicks 1 for 7 from the field here in the third. Good pressure, leads to the turnover. Sally took the hip check. That's 3 on Ewing. Now Greg Anthony replacing Mark Jackson. The Knicks have been taken out of their game completely by the Pistons. It began early in the second. They have not been able to recover. Woolridge. Rodman able to keep it alive. Woolridge lost it and then recovered. Here's Sally, and he's fouled. A very spirited group of Detroit Pistons who are out hustling and severely outplaying the Knicks.
Coming in tonight, the numbers in rebounding for the first 3 games showed the Knicks out-rebounding the Pistons by an average of 15 a game. 15 a game. Now at the half, the Knicks were winning the boards by 7, but what's happening now is that the Pistons are owning the boards because the Knicks are not doing what they said they had been prepared to do and had been doing so well prior, and that is boxing out. The Pistons are getting jumping room, and boy, are they jumping.
Well, we are seeing a different mentality when you look at these two clubs. Detroit playing out of desperation. They lose here. Season is over. And they will face all the questions concerning the certain dismantling of this ball club, a franchise that has won 2 NBA championships the past 5 years. They've been in 3 NBA finals, 5 Eastern Conference championships. It's been a terrific run, but they're not ready to end it. And they now lead 60-44 as they hope to force a 5th and final game of this series back to the Garden. On Sunday afternoon, here's Starks. He's bottled up. Last touch by Sally. And a foul call on Sally. That is his second. Make it 3 on Sally.
The Knicks' best leadership, of course, comes with Mark Jackson in the backcourt. So now Greg Anthony has a very big job. How does he share the ball and get the most out of Patrick Ewing?
And the foul away from the ball. It's on Sally once again. He was holding Ewing.
Jackson sitting down. He's had an outstanding series, but to this point, it has been Isaiah Thomas with the edge on Mark Jackson.
Big surprise, Lambier checking in for Sally. Played only 7 minutes in the first half.
Lambier in early foul trouble. Starks shots have been way off. Oakley able to run it down. Here is McDaniel. And Ewing gets to it. Another opportunity for the Knicks. Anthony. And he is tied up. Anthony tied up, so they'll jump it up.
I think the best thing Greg Anthony could do would be pass the ball every single time he gets his hands on it. That would show that he can develop leadership qualities.
And Starks ends up with a nice feed for McDaniel. Pistons lead by the score of 60-46. 5 minutes gone by in the third. Now it is Anthony guarding Thomas. Thomas and Dumars in the backcourt. Woolridge, Lambier, Rodman up front. Traveling violation.
Pat Riley still has not seen the energy level that his team must generate to come back into this game.
From deep, not a good shot. He settled for the long jumper, and that was at the start of the possession. Last touch by Anthony. It is Detroit ball with 11 on the 24.
Quite a competition between Anthony and Isaiah.
Lambier with a good pick. And Thomas was way off. Anthony for three. Greg Anthony, who struggled from downtown, struggled from two-point range right throughout the season. At one point, 1 for 24 from three-point land. Hits a three-pointer, and the Knicks are down by 11.
Very big shot for Anthony. Shuts my mouth.
Dumars. And the Pistons lead 62-49. However, we've seen that type of shot can actually hurt a player, because here's another three attempt. Starks. Sometimes players, after hitting that type of shot, then will continue to look for it. And Patrick Ewing picks up the foul. That's his fourth. From Greg Anthony, you want leadership and you want him to distribute the ball. You do not want him picking shot first.
Well, you want reliability and leadership, as you say, Mar, with capital letters. You want him to elevate his teammates, and there just hasn't been enough of that this year.
Ewing sitting down. The Knicks now go with Oakley, Mason, and McDaniel up front. Starks and Anthony in the backcourt. 5.5 remaining, third quarter. Woolridge is rejected by Oakley.
Oh, that poor basketball. That was punched into the crowd.
And both clubs mouthing off. Here's a look at that trash-talking sequence.
Charles Oakley sending that layup attempt by Woolridge back. Isaiah driving hard, gives it up. Isaiah gets decked a bit by Oakley, who then goes over and smashes that ball and has a lot to say after it.
McGuire has come on for Rodman. 24-second buzzer sounding. Starks hit the deck. Knicks down by 13 as we come up on 5 minutes remaining in the third quarter. Daniel trying to shoot his way back into it. Not have the shot. Anthony for three. Again! Greg Anthony hits two from downtown.
You know, unlikely scenario, but oh, is it welcomed by Pat Riley.
8 points for Anthony. Woolridge, Pistons lead 64-52. You're looking at the finest shooting moments as a pro for Greg Anthony, and he draws the foul. Thomas picks it up. So Anthony, the rookie from Nevada, Las Vegas, will go to the line. I mentioned Anthony at one point, 1 for 24 from three-point range. For the season, he hit 8 of 55. Now that comes out to 14% shooting.
Well, if the best is for last, Greg Anthony is certainly turning it on in the best fashion that he can offensively.
He's 3 for 5 overall tonight, and he was only a 37% shooter during the season. Pistons by 10 as we come up on 4 minutes to go in the third. Woolridge, Oakley with the box out, and the foul is called on Detroit, and suddenly the Knicks are showing some signs.
Marv, it has come from Charles Oakley, too. The last several times down court, Charles has established his presence. People are noticing him now in a big way. Example is that quickness to the rebound by Oakley. Bent him in half. But Charles Oakley at the defensive end and Greg Anthony at the offensive end have started to bring some fear to the Pistons.
Oakley, 74% free throw shooter. Making his first appearance at the line. Well, Mark Jackson sitting it out as Greg Anthony has come on, and I think has even stunned his teammates with his long-range shooting. It's the Pistons 64 and the Knicks 55. Detroit led by as many as 16. One stretch in the second quarter, they were able to run off a 28-4 spurt.
Dumar's trying desperately to get away from Starks. He can't.
Good play by Oakley to front Aguirre and break it up. Detroit with 7 on the shot clock.
Pistons setting a lot of picks. Bill Laimbeer leading the way.
Dick Pavetta wants someone to inbounds. He's looking for a Detroit player. Seven on the 24. Dumars for 3. And Oakley gets to it. McDaniel open. Yes! Xavier McDaniel, who has not been able to hit, finally hits the jumper, and here are the Knicks right back in it, down by only 7. And Detroit calls for time with 3:29 remaining in the third quarter.
Riley has had good fortune playing with his lineup when the starters weren't doing it. Greg Anthony doing a humongous job here, pushing the ball up court along with his fine shooting, and Xavier McDaniel found the touch on that last basket. Chuck Daly trying to encourage his team now to get going. He's worrying.
And Patrick Ewing cheering from the sideline. He's sitting down after picking up his 4th foul. Oakley over aggressive. Called for that foul. It's only his second. 3:21 remaining.
Drop to Riche, save and beats the
lead by only 7. Laimbeer played by McDaniel. Thomas.
Intensity has picked up greatly for the Knicks.
And here's Laimbeer. So the Pistons now lead at 66-57.
Starks. Strong pride by John Starks. It is Detroit by 7, 66-59 with 2.5 remaining in the third. Dumars. Last touch by Woolridge.
Amazing turnaround for the Knicks defensively. They are making every shot attempt extremely difficult for the Pistons now.
And that was not the case, in particular, in the second quarter. And the Knicks have made this run with the players they have on the floor. Backcourt of Anthony and Starks. McDaniel, Mason, Oakley up front. And McDaniel took a hit from Woolridge. Oh, Laimbeer and McDaniel with the extracurricular action.
After the whistle was blown, McDaniel got a shot in the arm from Bill Laimbeer. Unnecessary.
Foul called on Woolridge, his third. Pistons over the limit. Next foul will put the Knicks over the limit. McDaniel is 6 for 8 from the line. He has 16 points. He has not shot well tonight. 5 for 14 from the field. But the Knicks have been able to crawl back into it. Down by only 6. Here's Rodman for Woolridge.
Xavier McDaniel drawing the foul.
2 for flinching.
He got Bill Laimbeer's attention with that attempt, or fake of attempt to throw the ball at him.
The Knicks are down by only 5. Thomas, oh, he got walloped. Anthony was looking for help, and he did get it from Mason.
Isaiah exploding to the basket, gets by Anthony, then 3 Knicks come over. They have woken up. They're helping each other out, much to Isaiah's dismay and pain.
It's been a very difficult spell for Isaiah Thomas in terms of injuries. Last year, sidelined frequently. And, of course, he took that hard hit earlier this season from Karl Malone,
which resulted in 40 stitches in his head.
He had ankle problems, knee problems last year. The wrist that forced him out. Pistons lead it by 6. Starks. Rebound, Laimbeer. Thomas off the spin. And a loose ball foul is called on Rodman.
Rodman and Oakley, you know, 2 great spirits. I mean, they're lying on the ground, and Rodman is patting Oakley on the leg, like, you know, like sharing the moment of great intensity. You'll see this now.
Well, he thought he got the call, so he was excited about it.
No anger, though, with all that contact and tremendous effort by both players.
Dennis Rodman has a great personality, though. He really, I think when he first came into the league, he was misunderstood, except here in Detroit. Plays with such enthusiasm, plays so hard all the time. And he was reacting because they showed it on the board up above, and he did not think it was a foul. However, Charles Oakley not able to take advantage at the line. He is 1 for 3 from the line.
Well, with Patrick Ewing on the bench with 4 fouls, Pat Riley has to be very happy with the way his team has come back now.
Detroit leading 67-61. The Knicks with a 12-5 run after Ewing sat down, picking up his 4th. Kick ball, says Jack Neese, and Detroit gets the new 24 with 1:19 to go in this third quarter. For those of you who may have just tuned in, Detroit led by as many as 16. The Knicks have come back, and they were sparked by Greg Anthony, who had 2 3-point field goals. It's against the Pistons. Offensive foul. It's on Thomas. So that's 3 on Isaiah.
Pistons are going to picks down low, and they're using their hands a lot when setting picks.
Walker got a piece of it. No backcourt violation. Shot clock at 8. Here's Starks. He drew the foul. Walker called for the foul, and that will send John Starks to the line.
It appears Gerald Wilkins is out of the rotation of Pat Riley to a great degree. Starks is not scoring that much, but he's working hard, playing his typically tough defense. And Pat Riley is sticking with this group that got this team back into it.
Well, Gerald has not shot well once again. 1 for 6. And now the Knicks are suffering at the foul line. 18 for 25 from the line. Pistons lead 67-62. Oh, Rodman was wide open. Oakley switching around, and that cost.
All that motion away from the ball distracted the Knicks.
Here is Anthony. I think there will be a saliva test following tonight's proceedings. Greg Anthony is having his most impressive performance as an NBA player from the offensive point of view. Aguirre drew the foul. The block called on Oakley. 22 seconds remaining in the third quarter. Anthony has now hit 4 out of 6 from the field, 2 for 2 from the line. He has 12 points. Mark Aguirre to the foul line. He's 4 for 4 from the line. Pistons lead 70-64. Joe Dumars returns. Joe Dumars had the hot first half, 7 of 10, 17 points. Knicks with the ball, down by 6, holding for a final shot. That's what Pat Riley would like. Anthony checking the clock. McDaniel backing Rodman. After 3 here at the Palace, it's the Pistons 70 and the Knicks 64. Back at the Palace, the Knicks, after trailing by as many as 16, turning it in the third, and they have moved within 6 points as we move on to the fourth quarter. Look at the brackets. First in the Eastern Conference, Chicago waiting in the wings. It will be Boston and Cleveland in game 1 of their best of 7 tomorrow afternoon at the Coliseum in Richfield. And in the Western Conference, a look at the series, and several games have been changed in terms of sites and dates, with the Los Angeles area hit by violence and protest reacting to the Rodney King verdict. The LA Clippers, we're told, will now play the Utah Jazz in game 4 of their series Sunday at the Anaheim Convention Center. That'll be Detroit ball. It'll be 6 o'clock Eastern time. And then, if necessary, game 5 of that series scheduled for Monday in Salt Lake City. And the Lakers-Portland series will resume with game 4 Sunday afternoon, and they will play it at the Thomas and Mack Center on the campus of the University of Nevada at Las Vegas. Aguirre's pass broken up, and the officials checking it out. Hugh Evans, standing at the near side right in front of us, says last touched by the Knicks. Detroit gets it back with 3 on the 24. Pistons lead it by 6. Here's Aguirre. Knicks wanted a 24-second violation. They felt the clock a bit slow, but it is Knick ball. A minute gone by in the fourth. Pat Riley stays with Starks and Anthony. Stays with the front line of McDaniel, Mason, and Oakley. Starks off the dribble. And tied up by Walker.
It was Darrell Walker's defense that thwarted any effort by the Knicks and John Starks to get anything done. And there he was with that ball on the ground all over Starks.
Darrell Walker a question mark for tonight's game because of an upset stomach. He's played well in this series, did an excellent job, in particular at the defensive end Tuesday night. Controls the tip.
Question now is, at what point does Pat Riley bring Ewing back into the picture?
Well, Pat Riley has decided to bring Patrick Ewing right back into it. Illegal defense called once again against the Knicks. Third time they've been hit. And a technical foul has been awarded. Here comes Ewing.
Do you want the most, or do you want the best?
Joe Dumars who missed 2 free throws down the stretch the other night. Misses on the technical.
On that subject, Marv, the other night when Dumars was going to the line, the Pistons called a timeout. Everyone wondered why Chuck Daly did that. Well, the fact is, Dumars asked for the timeout.
5-second violation. Rodman could not find anyone, and the Knicks get it back.
It was Dumars, who had been banged up on a play prior to that foul being called, who asked for the timeout, not Coach Chuck Daly.
Ewing spinning lane beer, then gets it back outside. Here's Ewing. Played very tough by Lane Beer. Rodman being guarded by Ewing. Now Ewing on a switch. Walker lost it.
With Walker and Rodman out there now, this team has 2 players who are not big scoring threats for the Pistons.
Kiki Vandeweghe coming on. Played 8 minutes in the first half. Hit 2 out of 2. 1 from downtown. Vandeweghe now with Ewing and Mason up front. Starks and Anthony in the backcourt. 2 minutes gone by in the fourth. Vandeweghe. And Rodman with the rebound. That's his 10th.
Be interesting to see if Pat Riley comes back with Jackson now. Ewing was grimacing as Anthony was out ready to pass the ball, and he didn't seem happy about something.
Aguirre. Oh, he was in. He beat Ewing off the dribble. Rodman giving Detroit an 8-point lead.
Well, he hammed it up, too, in front of Kiki, although I don't think Vandeweghe noticed it after he scored.
10 points for Dennis Rodman. Here's Vandeweghe. Aguirre. Pistons able to get back on the transition. It's not a series where you'll see many fast breaks. Ewing thought he was fouled. Oh, Rodman signaling for the crowd to get into it, and they respond. Nice pass from Rodman. Walker blew the short pop, but it was last touched by the Knicks. Isaiah Thomas is back, replacing Darrell Walker. 8:16 remaining in the fourth quarter. The Pistons 72, the Knicks 64.
Knicks have been stuck on 64 for a while. They need to get the ball to Ewing as Mark Aguirre hits that jumper.
It is Detroit by 10. And the Knicks take a timeout. Like Mark Aguirre trip.
This call to the bench is brought to you by New York Telephone, who reminds you the New York Telephone regional calling area is bigger than you think. And thanks to Greg Anthony and certainly Kiki Vandeweghe, the Knicks have gotten a big help tonight off the bench with 29 total points. The Pistons relying on Mark Aguirre for their points off the bench. Little Lane Beer getting away with a little push on Ewing, made it a difficult shot. Rodman on the rebound gives the crowd their instructions, and they respond.
And Pat Riley staying with Greg Anthony in the backcourt with John Starks. 10-point Detroit lead. Starks stripped, and a foul is called. The timeout rundown. Detroit has 4 and a 20 remaining. The Knicks have 3 left. Isaiah Thomas charged with the foul. That is his 4th. And now Charles Oakley returns, replacing Anthony Mason. The Knicks 19 for 26 from the line. John Starks 78% from the line during the season.
Always excellent in crunch time, however.
Only 5 points for Starks. Once again, he has not shot well. Pistons 74. The Knicks 66. We're just under 8 minutes to go in this 4th quarter. Detroit trying to hang on, looking to send it back to the Garden on Sunday for a Game 5. And the Knicks hoping to wrap it in 4 here tonight. Aguirre. Mark Aguirre has located the touch. He has 13 points. 10-point Piston lead.
A double team forced a mismatch. Aguirre has no problem shooting over Anthony.
Starks. John Starks not taking good shots. Rushing the shot. Xavier McDaniel getting set to come on. Here's Lane Beer. Bill Lane Beer has not been a factor tonight. Got in the early foul trouble, has only 1 field goal.
But the Knicks can't let up on him.
Vandeweghe for 3. Kiki Vandeweghe hitting from downtown, and the 3-pointers have helped the Knicks get back into it. 2 by Anthony, 1 by Vandeweghe.
McDaniel ready to come in, it would seem, for Kiki Vandeweghe. And he's pulled back by Pat Riley after that shot.
And that is a charge on Thomas.
I don't know when we've seen Pat Riley pull a player back like that, Marv.
5 fouls on Isaiah. And he'll sit down. He's very upset. Darrell Walker is back.
Greg Anthony drawing that foul by Isaiah. Anthony does that very well.
They double up on Ewing. Vandeweghe. Yes. And a good look from Anthony.
Pat Riley feels smart now for pulling back McDaniel a moment ago after Kiki had hit that last one.
12 for Vandeweghe. He's hit 4 of 6. And the Piston lead is down to 5. 5:40 remaining 4th quarter. Aguirre. The tip by Rodman, who is very much back into it tonight. 12 points, 15 rebounds.
No box out on him. The Knicks have got to do what Jackson does so well, and that is break the defense down with his penetration.
Ewing, yes. 78-73, Detroit. Patrick Ewing
14 points. He's hit 6 of 12. Hasn't really forced the issue. Just a couple of shots where he may have been outside his range. And he sat for a long time because of the 4 fouls.
Dumas trying to get free off a pick, and Starks is in his shirt.
Oh, that's a wet spot on the floor. Both Aguirre and Dumars went down. Knicks very fortunate. Meanwhile, Oakley tries to go the length of the court and is called for an offensive foul.
Well, Aguirre slipping, as you mentioned, Marv. Oakley picking that ball up, and then he decides he can go all the way. And Dumars takes that away from him quite easily, although that looked like he got bumped pretty badly.
Charles, not the man you want on the move with the ball. He's upset with himself. Davey McDaniel trying to settle him down. 5-point Piston lead. 4:40 remaining in the fourth. Aguirre again setting on Oakley. They isolate, and Aguirre tosses out. 5 on the shot clock, and it's Hardaway called for the hold.
This is the point of the game where the Knicks have to unleash their force, which is Patrick Ewing. They have to find a way to do that. Now, Ewing must keep Rodman off the boards. He didn't last time.
Dumars extending to a 7-point Piston lead. 21 points for Joe Dumars. Starks for Ewing. And the Pistons now lead 80-75. Just under 4 minutes remaining fourth quarter. Wyatt trying to save it. It'll be Nick Ball. And Pat Riley asking for a timeout. Taking it off the leg of Sally. He was forced along the baseline. 11 on the shot clock. 3.5 remaining fourth quarter.
Pat Riley calls out the play that he wants, number 2.
Anthony. He's hacked. Anthony to the line. Fouled by Dumars. That's his third. Isaiah Thomas now reporting back in. Isaiah playing with 5 fouls.
Marv, it has been a long, long time since Greg Anthony finished a game for the Knicks as their point guard. Mark Jackson has been sitting for quite a while. Anthony has had a major role in this turnaround.
Anthony is 3 for 3 from the line.
Going back to Atlanta, as a matter of fact, Greg Anthony was into the closing moments of the game before Pat Riley came back with Mark Jackson. But Pat is sticking with Anthony, who has done a very big job.
And Anthony able to get it off the tip from Oakley. The Knicks are down by only 4. 3:20 remaining in the fourth.
Ball's got to get into Ewing.
Thomas with a steal. And he stepped out of bounds, or a timeout. Let's see. No, he stepped out. Isaiah not arguing. He's well aware as he tried to save it.
And Isaiah steps on that sideline, which Pat Riley reminds the officials in case they missed it. But the Knicks have got to find a way to get the ball into Ewing.
Knicks get the new 24. Knicks staying with Anthony. Starks in the backcourt. Ewing, Hardaway, Oakley up front. Here's Starks. And he's fouled by Dumars. That's his fourth. Greg Anthony has played over 17 minutes straight now.
And has been a significant factor in this Knick comeback drive. Timeout has been called. We'll be right back. One quarter. The Pistons 80 and the Knicks 76. The season on the line for the Detroit Pistons. If they can hold on and come up with the win here tonight, the series shifts back to Madison Square Garden in New York for Game 5 on Sunday afternoon. If the Knicks can continue their comeback, they would move on to the Windy City and face the Chicago Bulls in Game 1 on Sunday. Well, the Detroit Pistons certainly feel that the Knicks have been getting the calls here in the fourth quarter.
We've talked about John Starks excelling in tension moments of a basketball game this season. This will be his most tense opportunity at the lines this year.
3 for 4 tonight and a 78% foul shooter. And the Knicks have not been hitting their free throws in the second half. Starks hits 1 of 2. The Pistons lead 80-77. Detroit with Thomas and Dumars in the backcourt. Isaiah playing with 5. Shot clock at 7. Here's Thomas, and he's fouled. Very strong defensive sequence by the Knicks. Greg Anthony called for the hack, and Isaiah Thomas to the line.
Part of the greatness of Thomas over the years, now in his 11th season, is his ability to draw fouls when the clock is running down. Incidentally, Isaiah turned 31 years of age yesterday.
And he told reporters, hey, don't deal with that. That's not why I'm having a tough time. This series, it is not age. As he mentioned, the Knicks have done such a strong job on the double team against him to hold him in check. Tonight, Thomas 15 points. Pistons lead 82-77. High man for Detroit is Dumars with 21. Starts the 3. And it's rebounded by Thomas. Got a piece of it. It's a loose ball foul called on Hardaway.
Game of a series throughout his coaching career.
I didn't see it. Starks and Aguirre get involved in a hold on Starks.
A good goaltending early from Van Beesbrook. They've scored big goals, and boy, did the power play ever come through.
On Xavier McDaniel in favor of Hardaway after Kiki hit those jump shots.
Just under 2 minutes remaining, fourth quarter. Detroit with the ball and a 5-point lead. Aguirre. Good.
Well,
yes, he had his body in front of Rodman.
A key possession for the Knicks, trailing by 5. Minute and a half remaining, fourth quarter. Ewing facing up on Lambeer. Shot clock at 4. Anthony for 3. Oakley rescues. Ewing from deep. 82-79 Detroit.
Congratulations to Roger Nielsen, his coaching staff, Neil Smith, the management team, and to the Rangers. Congratulations to the Devils and their management and their players.
It will be Nick Ball off the pick and roll. Aguirre's pass sailed.
Huffy did a great job this year with the Devils. You can see the disappointment on his face. He took his team along. Earlier, they missed a couple of outstanding players. Tommy McPhee and Wayne Cashman. And Tommy goes over to find Roger Nielsen.
A couple of war horses right there. Players shaking hands. Claude Lemieux had a great series. He shakes hands with everybody. Scott Stevens, Chris Terreri, Adam Graves, many players on these two teams. Delapuka and Nemchinov just embraced as they had their separate ways. Tremendous series. I think the fans were winners in this one. Of the Hudson.
What a series. Boy, is this rivalry. Look at this. They fought in the last game. At the end of the last game, Graves and Lemieux, they acknowledge respect for one another. The Rangers head off the ice as victors. And boy, has this rivalry just increased a couple of dimensions with a tremendous series. The Rangers win Game 7, as they have done throughout the season, coming up with the big games when they needed it the most.
Rangers had to beat Montreal during the regular season to embrace first place. They had to beat the Devils in Game 4 in a much...
Well, there's a familiar face now, a consultant for the New York Knicks. Red Holzman sitting with Knicks Vice President, Player Personnel, Ernie Grunfeld. Red, a guest of the Knicks for Games 3 and 4 here at the Palace. Also an opportunity for us to congratulate a man who covered Red Holzman and his New York Knicks during the course of an illustrious career with the New York Times. Congratulations to Sam Goldapper, who, along with Chick Hearn, were named winners of the Kurt Gowdy Media Award by the Basketball Hall of Fame, and they will be part of the induction on May 9th up in Springfield.
The audience meter on the video screen here is at its highest, and that's why the fans are reacting now.
The Knicks are down by only 3. 50 seconds remaining in the fourth. Starks for Oakley. It's a 1-point Detroit lead, and the Pistons call for time. Beautifully executed by the Knicks. So Detroit with 2 timeouts remaining. The Knicks also have 2.
All and that first round, it doesn't matter whether it's 1 and 20, it's tough, and we're real glad to get out of there. The Devils gave us more than we bargained for.
Speaking of the first round, before this series began, that you talked to Cliff Fletcher, who assembled that team, the 1989 Stanley Cup championship team in Calgary. He told you, for a good team, the key round is the first round. If you get your confidence, you can carry it through.
Come back from a 16-point deficit, down by only 1 with 48 seconds remaining in the fourth quarter. And at the Garden tonight, the New York Rangers, in a very tough 7-game series, defeat the New Jersey Devils 8-4. 2 goals apiece for Adam Graves, Mike Gardner, and Darren Turcotte. And it will be the Rangers and Pittsburgh, beginning with Game 1 at the Garden on Sunday night. The Penguins knocking off the Caps. So the defending Stanley Cup champion Pittsburgh Penguins will go up against the New York Rangers, who actually won a 7th game of the series at the Garden.
John Starks finally gets some penetration for the Knicks, and in so doing, sets up Oakley beautifully.
Pistons will put it in play at midcourt. Pistons with that 1 foul to give. Xavier McDaniel has checked back in. Dumars played by Starks, and a foul call. So Joe Dumars to the line. The Knicks are over the limit. Joe Dumars missed the 2 important free throws Tuesday night here with 24 seconds left in regulation. He's now at the line with 41 seconds to go.
I would think, Marv, that he's very happy to be there right now.
He is 2 for 3 from the line and has been one of the better free throw shooters in the NBA, although in this series only 72% at the line. Pistons lead by 2.
a career 85% free throw shooter. Pistons by 3. Starks for 3 to tie. Rebound Rodman, and he takes a timeout.
This is about
John Starks went for the shot from downtown. It's a good shot. I don't think there can be any criticism. The Knicks are now 4.
And he's ready.
Studio now. Well, no matter how big of a lead the Rangers get in this series, the Devils always seem to become charging back. Were you getting a little nervous out there?
Well, you can never sit back, especially against them. They have an excellent team, and you know they're an excellent team when they never give up, and they've given us a tough go throughout the series, and I think it could have gone either way. You know, they have nothing to hold their hands about, and we've gained a lot of respect for them, and they're just a team that's going to continue to, you know, improve every year.
Joe Dumars, a happy man at the foul line. The Knicks again feeding Ewing from out high. They're not getting Ewing the ball in low enough position. Also, the guards can bother him when he gets the ball out so far. They've got to somehow, in the future, whether it be this game or the next game, get that ball into him in lower position. As Pat Riley said, got to get his head under the basket, and it hasn't been there tonight.
The Knicks are now 4 of 14 from three-point range. So the Knicks need a stop right here, and then would probably set up for the 3, unless it's a quick stop and they go for a quick 2. And then foul. 28 seconds remaining. McGuire had a call for a timeout. The Pistons earlier were hit with a 5-second violation. Good defense by the Knicks. McGuire could not inbound. So the Pistons.
Restaurant certificate.
1 and a 20, and now they're down to their final timeout. The Knicks have 2 conventional timeouts left. Sally will try to inbound. Down to 20 seconds. 15 on the shot clock.
Pistons want to be fouled.
And they want the ball in the hands of Dumars. Starks trying to draw an offensive foul. Shot clock at 5. Here's Aguirre. And it's thick ball. They call for time with 5 and 2/10 of a second remaining. So, when we come back, the Knicks down by 3 with the basketball.
There's a celebration going on at Nobody Beats the
Oh, y'all are. It's the Pistons 84 and the Knicks 81.
John Starks all over Joe Dumars. He has done a good job tonight trying to draw the offensive foul. Dumars consuming time, wants to be fouled, finally sees Aguirre. Shot clock going down. Knicks get the ball and the timeout.
Knicks will throw in from center court, looking for a 3. They are 4 for 15 from three-point land. Anthony, who hit 2 earlier, was fouled. And that is the smart play for Detroit. Wait a moment. Dick Pavetta was grabbed on the arm by Joe Dumars. Let's see what Pavetta's call is. Is he calling a flagrant?
I thought he signaled 2 shots.
Apparently he is. Do we call a 2-shot foul?
I thought Dick Pavetta put up 2 fingers.
Because the Pistons are not over the limit. So Anthony goes to the line. Calling an intentional foul. Greg Anthony, a 74% free throw shooter, has cut it to a 2-point lead, and the play here has to be miss the shot on purpose. Timeout taken. When we resume, Greg Anthony will go back to the foul line. He has one free throw. He hit the first. 2 5/10 seconds remaining, and I would think he has to purposely miss and hope that the Knicks can rebound and put it up to tie the game. The Knicks are out of timeouts. Pistons have one left.
We've often heard of a call for a 3 foul shot situation if the shooter is in 3-point range when he shoots. And what better example of how valuable a call like that would have been to send the Knicks to the foul line after a 3-point shot draws a foul. But that rule is not in effect. There is no such rule, so it, of course, doesn't matter at this moment. Greg Anthony now has to do almost an impossible thing.
Has to angle it perfectly. Has to be careful that he doesn't step in too quickly.
Looks like McDaniel's going to come running in for a rebound. He's got Dumars in front of him. Same with Starks, with Isaiah in front of him.
And Anthony has to be very careful that he does not jump in too quickly, looking to follow up.
Big men have to box out under the boards.
Knicks down by 2. 2 5/10 seconds remaining. Here they come. And
you got to touch.
The whistle is blown.
Got to touch the rim.
Yes, that is the call. The ball will go to Detroit.
Did not touch the rim on the shot.
So Rodman will throw it in. Knicks looking to put the pressure on. Lambeer is fouled by Starks. And Chuck Daly looking for an intentional foul call. We're down to 1 7/10 seconds, and words being exchanged between various Knicks and Pistons.
Bob, I don't understand why Greg Anthony didn't know he had to put the ball on the rim. That's the most puzzling part of that play.
Well, he may have been aiming and perhaps just didn't connect. You know, you're so intent on trying to get the right hop, looking for the favorable carom. I don't know. You don't think it got away from him?
No sign of that at all. Didn't go near the rim.
Unless he was trying to bank it so it hit the rim. Well, we will not find out until after the game is over. Here's Lambeer. The Knicks do not have any timeouts remaining, and they are down by 3 with 1 7/10 seconds to go. And Bill Lambeer has been a solid free throw shooter over the years. Darrell Wilkins at center court looking to fly down court. Being watched by Rodman. But it will not matter. It's a 4-point differential. And it will be Piston ball.
The Rangers defeat the New Jersey Devils 8-4 to win the series.
By 4, this series is headed back to Madison Square Garden on Sunday. That'll do it. The Pistons defeating the Knicks 86-82. And the series is even at 2. They will meet again on Sunday at Madison Square Garden. There will be a 5th and final game. The Pistons at one point led by as many as 16. They had that 28-4 run in the second quarter. The Knicks were able to battle back But Detroit, before the home crowd here at the Palace, hanging on to win it. Again, the final, the Pistons 86 and the Knicks 82. We'll be back with the recap in a moment.
In Kareem Abdul-Jabbar, and one he came to love for the lust with which he competed and won. In New York, it was a mission to create what Red Holtzman had created, and Pat Riley has put his special fire into Patrick Ewing, who is becoming more of a leading force. And in the rest of a team that is learning to play together, to be prepared, and to win.
In game number 3, certainly, but we did not see the same type of extracurricular action. What do you look for Sunday in the 5th and final game?
Well, intensity, Marv, but for 48 minutes for the Knicks. They let down in the second quarter after leading at the end of one. They were outscored by 30-16.
It's important to note that the man so often viewed as intensely as he is on the floor is never far from the other half of his life and the balancing of priorities.
Wilkins, who had only a 1 for 6 on Friday in Game 4. These two have been very effective throughout the series. Charles Oakley and Xavier McDaniel up front, along with Patrick Ewing. And Pat Riley, the coach of the New York Knicks. Jake O'Donnell, Jess Kersey, and Hugh Hollins are the officials. And that is a very strong officiating crew.
No question about it. They were going to bring in the very best that they could to try and handle this basketball game, establish control right in the beginning. And talking to all 3 officials just a few moments ago, they were all looking forward to a really great basketball. They were as pumped up as the players are for this one.
Game 4 Friday night. The Pistons able to beat the Knicks at the Palace 86-82 to tie the series at 2. Isaiah Thomas controlling the tip. And the foul is called, and Isaiah took a spill into the photographer's area. Mark Jackson getting back, so Mark tested in the backpedal move right at the start.
Isaiah Thomas, who many consider to be one of the best ever big game basketball players, really has not had a chance to explode in this series thus far. And the fact that he gets the opening tip, takes it strong to the basket, the number of free throws that he shot was a big concern with the staff. He was not getting to the foul line. This could be a big plus for their team.
Isaiah Thomas saying that he has never been trapped and covered by as many men as during this series.
I think New York realizes that if you take the guards out of the game for Detroit, they have problems finding other scorers.
Here's Ewing. Rebound Oakley. Through the putback. Thomas gets it down to Woolridge, and Detroit is off to a 4-0 lead.
They're certainly not looking to walk it up this afternoon. They're going right at New York.
McDaniel, yes. Xavier McDaniel has had a terrific series. Did not shoot well in Game 4 on Friday night, 5 for 15, but a strong all-around game, and he did finish with 18 points. McDaniel again on a pull-up and able to follow it through. A minute in. Pistons lead 4-2, and the foul is called, or is it a travel? Traveling violation. Good play by Lambier to come over, and he created that turnover.
The great recognition by Lambier, realizing that Isaiah Thomas was getting back under the rim. Lambier makes the rotation. McDaniel makes the turn, but travels first.
Detroit with that 28-4 spurt in the game. On Friday night, at one stretch, the Knicks led by as many as 10. Detroit has a 16-point lead, but the Knicks able to get back into it. Ewing jumping out to help. Here's Lambier. Bill Lambier had a very quiet game on Friday at the Palace, but he hits on his first field goal attempt.
And Jess Kersey has just called a delay of game warning against Detroit. Detroit on offense just ran what I'll call a token pick and roll. Isaiah Thomas didn't come off the screen to really try and score, get in the lane. He came over to see how New York was going to play at the beginning of the game, then eventually created something for Lambier off the dribble.
Wilkins, yes, and it counts. And you know that has to feel very good for Gerald Wilkins, who has been having a difficult time.
But it's Patrick Ewing that's going to the line, and it's the push right there by Bill Lambier that was detected by the official.
So the basket by Wilkins does count, and away from the ball, that push on Lambier to put Ewing on the line.
Detroit has so many players that they cannot afford to have pick up early fouls, because when they're on the bench, this team just does not function the same way.
It is Detroit 6, New York 5. Light pressure by Jackson. And Isaiah tries to blow by, got the step. Ewing with the rebound. McDaniel. Good look by Jackson.
What happened that time, Joe Dumars in transition ran back under the rim, and it looked like he was going to take Xavier McDaniel in the transition matchup. Then Dumars ran out to get his man. No one seeing McDaniel. He snuck under the rim.
And a defense from the crowd. Lambier to a hook. Last touch by Ewing, so the Pistons maintain possession. Looked like Ewing took a poke under the left eye. Rodman will throw in. Oh, Lambier did not like the aggressive defense of McDaniel. Rodman for Lambier. Rodman able to keep it alive, and he's pushed by McDaniel. And we have the first words of the afternoon between these two ball clubs. That's the way the series has gone. Dennis Rodman did not like the shove from Xavier McDaniel.
As Dennis Rodman is chasing the ball down, McDaniel comes in late, realizes he has no chance, just gives a little hip and body and sends Dennis into the front row, the VIP seats. These two guys have been hustling down loose balls the entire series for their team.
Nice lead from Lambier. Oh, a hard foul given by Oakley. And we'll see right at Rodman.
We'll see right away if the officials are going to award them the basketball, meaning Detroit back again on the side after he shoots these two free throws. In my opinion, it would be a good move right now to clean things up and establish how this game's going to be called.
It is a flagrant foul. That is called.
Oakley on the rotation. If you're not playing the basketball and you're going after a body where there could be an injury, the officials have a decision to make. Do you call it the A or the B interpretation of the flagrant foul? If it's the A interpretation, you shoot your free throws and then get the ball back. If it's the B interpretation, they could throw a player out of a basketball game.
Mike, I got the idea in watching the game on Friday night that the Knicks intensity was not what it was in Game 3, and what we're seeing right here as Rodman misses on the free throw. So it is 2 shots and possession for Detroit. The Knicks with the score, with the lead of 7-6. That holds up. But the Knicks, by coming out physically, getting back to that point, and it's difficult to make that assessment from the naked eye. You don't know what is going on in the minds of the players, but the physical play seems to get the Knicks into it. That was certainly true with Detroit over the years.
It's one of the things that every coach in the league noticed right away at the beginning of the season about New York. They were so much more physical coming out to play this year.
Off 5 consecutive points, lead by 1. Right now, Detroit is going with single coverage on Ewing. And Wilkins' pass lands on the Detroit bench. He thought McDaniel was cutting toward the corner.
And he was looking for the float by Xavier McDaniel to the deep corner in front of the Detroit bench. Instead, X-Man moved the opposite way. The pass winds up in the stands.
Pistons have hit only 2 of their first 8 from the field. They have missed their last 6. Woolridge with a crossover called for the travel.
You get away with no hop, skip, and a jump here in this particular game. The officials will look at every minute thing and make sure that it's carried out the entire game. Consistency is what you want from the officials. That's why they have 3 of the best here this afternoon.
The Knicks 7 and the Pistons 6. Ewing with the step. Oh, he beat Lambeer down on the block.
The lead pass was right where Patrick Ewing wanted it. The angle was perfect so that there was no chance for any other Piston to get there and help out.
Knicks 9, the Pistons 6. 7-0 run by New York. Dumars, Joe Dumars had a terrific game Friday night. 9 for 15, 23 points. And he's able to connect to end the Knicks run. The Knicks now lead it by 1. Here's Oakley. And it will be Detroit ball.
Sometimes the angle's just right where the defensive man, Lambeer, gets too high on the top side. It makes it easy for Ewing to catch and convert.
Pushing and shoving down low. Now McDaniel switches out to Dumars. Lambeer. Pistons with a 1-point lead. Phil Lambeer getting inside.
Detroit has added a few wrinkles to their offensive set for New York. That last one, a triple stack for Joe Dumars.
Here comes Thomas. Robin, nice pass for Woolridge. And the Pistons lead it now by the score of 12-9.
Sometimes you forget the skills that Dennis Rodman really has, and you don't appreciate it as much, but he is a terrific passer.
So Detroit roaring back with 6 unanswered.
He has been through this on many an occasion, getting his team ready for the final game of a playoff series, a subject that we discussed with him earlier.
To me, the ultimate game is a privilege. It's a privilege to be part of. It's the highest level of competition. Yeah, your stomach churns and your pulse pounds a little faster, but hey, that's what this is about, and they'll step up and get the job done.
Coaches realize that there's an abruptness when you get to this type of a situation. When it's the deciding game, one team will continue and move on in the playoffs. The other team goes home. When they wake up tomorrow morning, they suddenly start saying, what do we do now?
John Sally was telling me before the game, he talked about that with Magic Johnson. After, on a rare occasion, Magic's team would be eliminated early. He said he still wanted to go out and play ball in May. He didn't know what to do with himself. He was so accustomed to continuing with championship series. Illegal defense called for the first time, so the Knicks get the new 24.
There's no question that when you start training camp back in October, November, and then you get into this routine, and now you're in May, and suddenly you get up to nothing, so to say, it changes.
Chuck Daly did not like that call and had some words with Hugh Hollins. Pistons 12 and the Knicks 9. 6.5 to go in this first quarter. Ewing taking that return pass. Good box out by Lambeer.
And Detroit changed this rotation, came with Orlando Woolridge to double team that time. Ewing got up in the air at the last minute, found Oakley as an outlet.
Orlando Woolridge hitting on his 3rd field goal. He has 6. Pistons with a 14-9 lead. 8 consecutive points by Detroit. Again the double. Thomas couldn't get over, but Ewing did not hit. It is Oakley giving it to Wilkins, and he's fouled.
That time the double team comes down from Isaiah Thomas, the point guard. Last time Woolridge, this past time, Isaiah Thomas comes down from the top. Oakley at the last minute turns down the shot, finds his teammate cutting to the rim.
Foul charge to Lambeer, his 2nd. Gerald Wilkins to the foul line. John Sally getting set to check in.
Lambier will sit down. Darryl Wilkins only a 73% free throw shooter. His foul shooting has dropped off. Pistons lead it 14-9. Thomas looking very offensive-minded here at the start.
There's no question. Isaiah understands that the guards must score if you have to have a chance to win, but then you can't get to the point where you get carried away and take everybody else out of the offense just trying to get yourself and your backcourt mate Dumars into it.
And Wilkins' pass was off the mark. Charles Oakley will sit down. Looks to be hobbling to the Knicks bench. Anthony Mason checking in. Looks like Oakley is favoring a leg.
Yeah, and trainer Mike Sanders right down there to check out what the problem is. He's grabbing his right side as if he may have taken an elbow at the lower part of the rib cage or in the hip area.
And John Sally gets right to it.
Could be a hip pointer.
Pistons with a 16-9 lead. Mason sets the pick.
Easy.
Traveling violation on McDaniel. Detroit with a 10-0 run. And John Starks will check in, replacing Darryl Wilkins, who continues to struggle. The matchup will be Starks against Dumars. A little byplay between Ewing and Sally. And Mason also involved. Mason called for his first.
On the one side, you tell your big people that if we're going to free up our guards, you have to set good screens. On the other side, the defensive team has been told to destroy all screens. Don't let them get to the point where they can free up their shooters. So you have that body checking going on a regular basis.
The Knicks have not scored in 4 minutes. The Knicks went through this type of drought in the game at the Palace on Friday night. So John Sally to the line. John Sally has had an excellent series, always seems to step up during the playoffs. During the season, averaged 9.5 per game, which was a high for him, but during the playoffs, he has averaged 12.5 per game.
Well, John Sally has worked hard at his game, helped develop the inside game, and he is a natural power forward. But they moved him at times into the starting lineup during the season as a starter instead of Bill Lambier, which gave them a completely different look at the center spot, a center who could run the floor, get some transition scores, and put it on the floor against bigger centers, take it to the basket.
Here's Ewing from way out. Patrick Ewing has the good touch. I don't think Pat Riley wants him out there too frequently. As he said prior to the game on Friday night, he wants Ewing's head under the basket most of the time.
But he also understands that he has a very unique player in that he has a terrific ability to face up from 15 to 17 feet and knock it out on a regular basis.
Shot clock running down when Woolridge unleashed. That was last touched by Detroit. Let's go over to Ahmad for this report.
All right, Marv. During the course of play, Charles Oakley had fallen down and hit his hip right on the hip pointer. It's very painful, but he will return to action. Marv?
Ahmad and John Starks able to drill the three-pointer. The Pistons now lead it by 3.
That's a big plus for New York because when Starks comes in and knocks down a big shot, he immediately gets that adrenaline flowing, gets pumped up, and then he tends to turn it around at the defensive end and do a real good job there as well.
Foul called before the shot attempt. It's on Starks, who is battling his way through a screen. John Starks is a weapon from three-point land. There's Charles Oakley, who, as Ahmad mentioned, hurt his hip just a moment ago. The Knicks the other night at the Palace were 4 for 14 from downtown, getting 2 apiece from Kiki Vandeweghe and a surprise source, the rookie Greg Anthony, who helped get the Knicks back into it by hitting 2 from three-point land, which has not been
a skill that we've seen during the regular season. Pistons are struggling at the line. They are 3 for 7 at the foul line. 3:36 remaining in this first quarter. The Pistons with a 3-point lead.
Orlando Woolridge in the series shooting only 58 from the foul line during the regular season, just under 70%. So a big drop-off, major drop-off in that area.
Foul on Dumars, who's called for a hold.
And his complaint to the official is, if you're going to call that hold, they have 2 hands on me. Every time I'm trying to run around or off screens, we have to call it the same way at both ends.
That's the 13th foul committed by the Pistons. The Knicks have been over the limit the last couple of minutes. Starks works off the screen. It's rebounded by Rodman. Crowd looking for a travel, but Sally did not move both feet. Woolridge, not a good shot. And Ewing with the rebound.
Excellent individual defense that time by the X-Man.
Here's Jackson going all the way. Well, that may be a message that the bruised thigh is feeling all right. Chuck Daly calling for time as the Knicks have moved within 1 point.
Someone must step up and stop the basketball. If you see your teammate is beaten, then get in front of the ball so he doesn't get a clean look at the basket.
Well, with speculation right throughout this season concerning the coaching future of Chuck Daly, this may well be his final game as coach of the Detroit Pistons. I asked Chuck earlier if he'll be thinking about that during the course of this game.
Well, I could be maudlin about it, nostalgic, but I really don't dwell on those sorts of things. I'm interested in the game today, and you know, I've had a great run there, and I don't know what's going to happen. Those decisions will be made down the road, but you know, I'm interested in today, and all my thought process has been, how do we get a shot for Joe? How do we stop Ewing from getting catches? And that's, you don't have a lot of time to dwell on those sort of things when you're coaching NBA basketball.
I was privileged last night to go to dinner with Chuck Daly and his staff, and it really was an emotional evening because in some respects it was like, is this the last supper after this group has accomplished so much together for so long?
All right, Sally, rebounded by McDaniel. Pistons with a 1-point lead, 2.5 to go in this first quarter. It has been an opening quarter of streaks of runs by both teams. Starks for 3. Mason kept it alive. Thomas was down, and he and McDaniel have to be separated. And it's Patrick Ewing looking to settle the X-Man down.
Because of defensive rotations, the Pistons all wound up with different responsibilities, different men than they normally have to box out. That time it was Isaiah Thomas wound up having to go after the X-Man, and there you see the takedown, and after it the words take place, but both remain smart enough and under control enough not to do anything that would get them thrown out of this basketball game.
Well, Mike, Isaiah Thomas tried to kind of lighten things with Xavier just now. He walked over to him, tried to apologize, and McDaniel would have no part of it. He continued to point at Thomas and would not accept the words from Isaiah. Thomas will go to the line. The foul was called on McDaniel. Detroit is 3 for 8 from the foul line.
Tell you what, Isaiah Thomas understands the magnitude of the situation, the importance of the game, and that his team cannot win without him. But if this were a different situation, there is no one, okay, that would jump quicker at someone than Isaiah Thomas. He doesn't back down or away from too many people.
Yes, he's handled himself on a number of occasions.
Yes, he has.
Against bigger people. And certainly Xavier McDaniel has a ring record in the course of his basketball days.
the two officials were checking Isaiah's right elbow, and I think it was because if there was an open cut on that elbow, they would have to stop play and let the trainer, Mike Abdenauer, close that cut.
Jake O'Donnell blowing the whistle now.
That's exactly what's taking place. Isaiah bleeding from the right elbow. The officials came over, looked at it. If it's an open wound, new rule instituted this year in the NBA, the game must be stopped. The trainer must stop the bleeding, cover it before play may resume.
And as a result, Isaiah Thomas has to be taken out of the game, and he is replaced by Darrell Walker. Want to look at this first quarter of spurts. 6-2 run followed up by the Knicks, reeling off 7 straight. Detroit with 11 unanswered. Knicks back with 7 straight. Jackson again. And the Pistons now lead it 19-18. Xavier McDaniel sitting down, replaced by Kiki Vandeweghe. And Xavier, in parting, had words with Orlando Woolridge.
That's 2 times now that Mark Jackson has turned the corner. Offensive foul called by Jake O'Donnell. That free arm wrapping it around the defensive player by Darrell Walker. But I was saying twice, Mark Jackson has turned the corner. The Piston big men step out at him, but not real hard. They think he's going to pick up his dribble, but he keeps it alive and goes to the rim.
Walker sits down, replaced by Thomas. Pistons lead by 1. Sally jumping out on a switch. McGuire on a switch taking Ewing, who again fires from deep, and a hold is called on Woolridge.
And Woolridge knew that he had lost that inside position, that if it came off short, Mason was going to tip it back in. So he holds him down, free arm, no takedown, but a foul. Woolridge on Mason, but then Orlando gives up the inside position. Now Mason's on the inside. Got to take him down. Can't let him tip it in.
It is a non-shooting foul. The next foul by Detroit will put them over the limit. Here's Ewing. Patrick Ewing is 2 for 7 from the field.
That time you saw a near triple team by Detroit on Ewing. Sometimes it's not by intention, but their attitude is, if you're going and it's aggressive, continue to go. So you may see some extra guys wind up on the big man.
Mark McGuire with poor selection of shot, although he claims he was hit. Jackson from deep. And Mark Jackson way off on his jumper.
And he claims the official that he was hit. So it's the same boat as when you miss a shot badly, you got to look for someone to kind of bail you out.
Pistons by 1, 40 seconds to go. First quarter. Dumars played very well by Starks, who hears it from the crowd. Shot clock at 5. McGuire for 3. Crowd looking for a foul. And McGuire is able to bury it. His first field goal. Detroit leads 21-18.
And the reason McGuire pulled up short in that foul line area is because he finally got a good look at the rim with no one around. So he said, let me get this one off before they catch up to me.
Foul called on the double team. Thomas over to help out. And he's called for the foul. Once again, the Pistons are doing a very effective job in bothering Patrick Ewing.
And Mark Jackson and Ewing had eye contact right after the whistle and foul was called there. And Jackson, in essence, said to Ewing, pointed to his left, I know I've got to move over to my left so that you can see me better. If you stand in a straight line with the defensive man that's double teaming coming back, sometimes that big guy can't get a good look out of there. You must give him the vision, the ability to make that pass.
Ewing 1 for 1 from the line. 74% free throw shooter. The Knicks have not been a good foul shooting team. Later report on Charles Oakley, who left with a hip pointer. Oh! It's a hip pointer of the right hip. And the word from the Knicks benches, he will be able to return. We're winding down in the first quarter. Thomas, and a foul is called. With 3 8/10 seconds remaining in the first. Isaiah Thomas to the line. He was fouled by Kiki Vandeweghe.
Yeah, and Isaiah drawing a little bit of traffic himself, understanding that the clock is running down. The Knicks swarm to the basketball, but Thomas, with that toughness, tries to draw the contact and get to the line before the quarter ended.
Isaiah is 4 of 4 from the line. He is a 77% free throw shooter. Isaiah Thomas has been held in check during the course of this series, averaging just under 10 points per game against the Knicks.
Both Piston guards shot for the regular season 44%. Thomas way down from the regular season. Dumar's way up. So much pressure on him, though.
That was deflected out by Walker. Only 0.4 of a second remaining in the first quarter.
So there is time for a catch and shot in this situation.
And Mason will throw in. Starks gets it off. So that's the end of the first here at Madison Square Garden. The Detroit Pistons 23, the New York Knicks 19.
Put it out in October, but they're still playing stuff off my last album, which I can't complain, but I'm really anxious to get the new stuff out.
You're on one of those hard fouls. What was he talking about?
I don't know. I'm going to ask Chuck myself what all that was about at the end of the game.
All right, Marv.
All right. Jim Clemens, a one-time New York Knick. In fact, he was acquired from the Cleveland Cavaliers in the deal that sent Walt Frazier to Cleveland. Mason, through the foul as the second quarter gets underway. Pistons lead by 4. There's Clyde. He's handling the color commentary on the Madison Square Garden Radio Network along with Jim Carvelis.
Clyde, one of my idols when I was growing up.
Me too.
No way. No chance.
Anthony Mason to the free throw line. So the Pistons lead it by the score of 23-20. And Greg Anthony, the rookie from Nevada, Las Vegas, who played so well against the Pistons Friday night, coming on for Mark Jackson. So Mark, despite the bruised thigh, has hit 2 out of 3 4 points and has 3 assists. Greg Anthony did a nice job offensively and defensively on Friday, and he's had an up and down rookie season.
I think he's played very well for a rookie in his first season. Pat Riley has given him a lot of time, showed a lot of confidence in him, and it's just the beginning of what he hopes will be a very long career in the NBA.
Pistons by 2. Here's Ewing. And Patrick Ewing now 2 of 8 from the field. Dumars. Walker gets to it. Darryl Walker, an exceptional rebounder. And Thomas is pushed by Anthony. It is a non-shooting foul. Detroit will throw in. They have Walker, Thomas, and Dumars going with the 3-guard alignment that has been successful from time to time during this series. Thomas played well by Anthony. Sally, last touch by Sally.
You know, Mark, some people feel that Anthony has not had a real good season, but let me just say this. The young man has played in all 82 games for a team that won 51 basketball games. So he's done a pretty good job. A lot of rookies don't get in the game their first year.
Well, the problem has been shot selection. When you want a point guard mentality, Anthony has been looking shot first. Darryl Walker called for the foul. His defense has been no question. But I think some of his teammates feel entry passes could be a little better, and that he should be looking for setup more than shot.
That's why he's called a rookie. And that's why veteran guys tend to perform better in big basketball games over the long run because of experience.
And a look at Greg Anthony's 4th game where he played 26 minutes. 2 of those 4 field goals from downtown. At one stretch, Greg Anthony 1 for 24 this season from downtown. Pistons 23 and the Knicks 22. being played by Starks. And the foul against the Pistons. It is Sally who tried to set the pick, called for the personal.
And with Detroit inverting their guards, Thomas now goes into the role of the shooting or scoring guard with Walker running the show. So those baseline screens are being set for Isaiah to try and free him up.
Charles Oakley is back despite the injured hip. Patrick Ewing sitting down. Ewing only 2 of 8 from the field. Anthony checking the shot clock. And does it off the dribble. Yes! The Knicks lead by 1, 24-23.
If you're watching the basketball game and you're wondering, maybe you like turned away for 3 or 4 or 5 minutes and then say, what, have there been any scores? No, you're right. This is defense right now dominating the basketball game. There are no easy shots.
The officials checking it out. Excellent defensive play by the Knicks to break up that drive, and it will be Nick Ball. It was last touch by Detroit. The crowd responding to the play of the New York Knicks.
The Trailblazers battle the Lakers. The NBA playoffs control territory. And with Alamo, all those miles are free.
Well, Mike, apparently you did not walk your dog today. Just let him loose in front of the guard. Charles Oakley getting the hip run down during the timeout, and Charles is back on the floor.
The dog was fashionably dressed in Albert attire.
Thank you very much. So dangerous, though, to see a dog smoking. Knicks 24, and the Pistons 23. 2.5 gone by. Second quarter. Marv Albert with the czar of the telestrator, Mike Fratello, and Ahmad Rashad. Offensive foul on Mason.
New York immediately going down, trying to exploit the defense of Mark Aguirre. And Aguirre in the stands, when he's on the floor, teams are going to go at him. It's easier for him to defend down low with his physical contact and play as opposed to when he has to get out away from the basket and move his feet.
Darrell Walker shooting. And for Darrell, his first field goal. Pistons lead by 1. Both clubs 8 for 21 from the field in the first quarter. It is a matchup of the 2 top defensive teams in the league. Anthony. And Woolrich with the rebound. Sally from Thomas. It is a charge on Sally. That is the second foul.
That is a tough, close call. Whether or not he had a chance to catch, and is the defense sliding underneath? The other angle perhaps gives us a better look. Starks releases, anticipates the pass. No question he's there, but Sally never got a chance to look and see.
Looks like Oakley is laboring. He's on the floor now with Patrick Ewing getting a rest. Oakley hurt his hip in the first quarter. Starks off the dribble, got the step, but was rejected by Sally. Shot clock running down. Oakley had a fire.
Talk about boxing out. That's just how you diagram it, how it is in the books. The ball bounces on the floor. That's what you like to see if you're the defensive coach.
Dumars being played now by Anthony. Starks on Walker. Aguirre. Stopped by Mason, who got a piece of it. Nice save. And here comes Anthony for Oakley. Good luck by Anthony. Starks is rejected by Sally.
The Piston defense is all over the place. First they stop dribble penetration, then they block shots, then they rotate to the next open man. Aguirre looks like he was in slow motion, but he draws 5 white jerseys as he attempts to score the basketball. Down at the other end of the floor, there's going to be a challenge and block by the 6'11" shot blocker, John Sally, and keeping it a play causes his team to scramble and help out, which is what it's all about.
Oakley and Vandaway sit down. McDaniel and Ewing are back. The steal by Ewing. And Ewing able to recover. Starks fouled by Walker.
Just a second ago, Patrick Ewing looks like he's going to wind up with a sure score, but then the roll of the ball on the rim, it just doesn't quite grab the way he expects. Kicks back out, and then it's just a mad scramble. Everybody's sticking their nose in there trying to go after it. They're giving it all out here right now.
Knicks have missed their last 6 shot attempts. Ewing. The Knicks 26 and the Pistons 25. 5 minutes gone by. Second quarter. Starks knocked it away. It's a 3-on-2. McDaniel. Mason. And Lane Beer rebounds. 2-on-1 the other way. Thomas. Starks for Ewing. 3-on-2 again. McDaniel. Yes. The Knicks lead by 3.
They'll be checking out those charts to see the fast break conversion factor at the end of this basketball game.
Dumars is crunched. Starks and Ewing all over Joe Dumars. John Starks called for the foul. A second. Pat Riley calling for a timeout with 6:11 remaining in this first half.
And he lays off for ball 3.
You get the feeling that Erickson thinks that Jim Joyce's strike zone is a little small. A couple pitches in there were very close. Matthew Noakes laid off them.
He's ahead in the count, 3-0. And takes a strike. So we got a 3-1. Erickson coming into this one had walked 13, 14 now with a walk to Mattingly. In a little over 30 innings. Mattingly third, Kelly at second, and Hall at first. 1 out, 3 balls and a strike to count to Matt Noakes. And a chop to the right side. Knobloch's going to go to second, out there and back to first. They get the double play.
And do it they did. Not your normal features, not your normal announcers, not your normal sports show. But then again, who wants normal? NBA Inside Stuff, Saturday on NBC.
Fierce physical basketball that has taken place in this first half at the Garden. I talked about the heavy-handed play with the Pistons' John Sally.
They haven't hit me yet. I've been knocked over a couple of times. A lot of it's from acting. And the refs are not calling the flop, so I stopped acting. But they really haven't hit me many times. I think Oakley likes me, you know. He thinks I'm an all right guy. But he doesn't like Bill and Dennis and Mark as much, and Isaiah, so he's really laying it on. He's like the new Rick Mahorn with no fat.
The reason they haven't been able to hit Spider Sally is they can't get to that thin body he's got. It's the wide ones that they're going after.
You like that characterization of Charles Oakley, the new Rick Mahorn with no fat. Knicks have outscored the Pistons in the second quarter, 9-3. Detroit only 1 for 6 from the field. Charles Oakley having a problem with the hip, and he was struggling out there in his last time on the court. And Patrick Ewing made his return. Knicks lead it 28-27. 6 minutes to go in this first half, and it will be Detroit ball.
Talk about the opportunity to score points. New York, up to this last trip down, had 14 shot attempts at the basket in this quarter. Detroit only 5 attempts because of 6 turnovers.
Woolrich played by McDaniel. McGuire matched by Mason. Shot clock at 5. McGuire out for Lane Beer, who is open. And
followed by Dumars. They get the new 24. Illegal defense called on the Knicks.
And Detroit right now is playing the chess match, just trying to pick New York's defensive apart. They have Dumars, Isaiah Thomas, Lambier, and Woolridge on the perimeter. Aguirre's the post-up guy, and it's his job to read and make a decision. Go to the basket, try and score, or draw a double team, and then kick out to the appropriate man.
Dennis Rodman replacing Orlando Woolridge, who leaves with 6 points. 5:15 left, first half. Fifth and final game between the Knicks and the Pistons. Offensive foul on Aguirre, who actually is agreeing with the call. He gave that indication to Hugh Holland.
Mark, Detroit came out, and the first play they ran this afternoon was a high pick and roll, but not for real, just to get a look at the defense. Since that time, the pick and roll, which is their bread and butter, it's basically disappeared from their offense. Now, there could be a number of reasons. One, they're not going to it because the Knicks have done so well, or they're trying to... Greg Anthony with the downtown jumper. They're trying to lull New York into falling asleep and perhaps pull it back out in the second half.
The Knicks with a 30-27 lead. Greg Anthony has hit 2 out of 3 from the field, picking up from his performance on Friday night. Aguirre, Lambier, a couple of air balls, rebounded by Mason. Daniel changed his mind, and Ewing operating outside, draws the foul. And that is number 3 on Bill Lambier.
And that's a foul that Bill Lambier will be talking to himself about inside, saying, I shouldn't have used that one up at that time. It was just that Ewing got him in the air a little bit, leaning forward, and then initiated the contact by kind of leaning into Bill Lambier.
Mark Jackson returns. Big hand for Greg Anthony as he sits down. Greg Anthony shot only 37% from the field during the regular season, but he has come on here in games 4 and 5. Now John Sally returns. Bill Lambier departs. Lambier, 2 out of 6 from the field for 4 points.
Greg Anthony almost 55% in this 4-game series up to this point with the Pistons.
The Knicks 32 and the Pistons 27. Detroit with only 4 points in the second quarter. They've hit 1 of 9 from the field. Crowd looking for travel.
Feeling that Isaiah snuck a big step in there before he put the ball down on the floor.
The Knicks 32. The Pistons 29, just under 4 minutes to go. First half, and Ewing's pass sailing high and wide.
Mark Aguirre had good intentions to go double team, never really even got there, about halfway. Isaiah, it wasn't that bad, the step, just a little advantage for the veteran guard.
Thomas again, able to penetrate, and then able to go fast to cut it to a 1-point Knick lead.
Isaiah taking advantage of a guard that has been sitting on the bench, coming off, not warmed up yet, plus has a little bit of a problem with that thigh bruise. Certainly is.
Wilkins, yes. The Knicks lead by 3. Isaiah Thomas, the high man for Detroit, he has 10. Patrick Ewing, although he has not shot well, 3 for 10, leading the Knicks with 10 points. Thomas bottled up. Sally on the recovery. Rodman gets to it. Thomas for 3. And it will be Nick Ball. Isaiah Thomas has come out firing in this first half. He has 10 points, but he's done it for the most part from the foul line where he's 6 for 6. He's hit only 2 out of 8. From the floor.
How about only 3 shot attempts for Joe Dumars?
McDaniel. And again, it's Rodman. 6 rebounds for Dennis Rodman. Aguirre brings Detroit within 1.
Sharing the basketball. Very easily that time, Dumars could have pulled up, taken the open jump shot to try and get himself going. Instead, he kicks it across to a trailing Mark Aguirre.
McDaniel and Rodman belting each other around as they grapple for position. Here's Ewing. Back come the Pistons. McGuire from downtown. Rebounded by Mason.
They understand the Pistons that when McGuire gets it going, you got to keep the ball in his hands.
Offensive foul. Called on Jackson. As he made his move, he was clearing out with one hand.
Isaiah trying to hustle back with the left arm, just tosses him away, and Isaiah, great acting job by Zeke. How hard is that shove? Not quite that hard.
Second foul committed by Jackson, and a timeout has been called.
New York coming up on the Prudential Halftime Report. We'll bring you a visit with Suns coach Cotton Fitzsimmons. We'll get Quinn Buckner's thoughts on the first half of this steel cage death match between the Pistons and the Knicks. And we'll have a report from Anaheim, which happens to be the site of this evening's Jazz-Clippers game. Right now, back to the Garden to rejoin Marv and Mike.
Thank you, Bob. Bennett, 56 to go in the first half, and the Knicks lead the Pistons by the score of 34-33.
In the open, we mentioned that if Detroit was to win today, it had to come with the backcourt of Thomas and Dumars scoring. Well, Isaiah's getting his shot attempts. He has 10, but obviously not shooting very well. Dumars, they need to get him more attempts at the basket.
And Thomas fires one. Handled by Rodman. Now Dumars shooting. And Jackson able to get to it. Minute and a half left in the second quarter. Shot clock at 10. Ewing fumbled the dribble. Thomas tried to tie him up. And now he is tied up. He couldn't find any help. Let's go over to Ahmad.
All right, Marv, I just talked with Charles Oakley. He does have a hip pointer. That's a bruise of the tendon that goes right to the bone, right on that hip bone. And it is stiffening up a little bit on him, and he is having trouble running. Back to you, Marv.
All right, Ahmad, and as they lined up positioning for this jump ball, the Knicks and the Pistons got involved once again, and double technicals will be handed out.
And the reason officials will cause a double technical is when two players, and this time Mason and Rodman, lining up under the basket, starts pushing and shoving, and after the officials have talked about it and warned them, when it continues like this, the best way to handle it, double technical, so both players understand if they get another one, they're gone from the game. That's one way you can control it.
That replay from our upper deck camera. Technical fouls in the series, 13 in all. So Rodman and Mason were called on the technicals.
League office picking up more cash.
A little spending money on the side. They are resetting the game clock now. Minute 18 remaining in the first half. Knicks have a 1-point lead. It is Ewing and Woolridge once again on the jump, and Jake O'Donnell blew the whistle.
Jake saying that Detroit tried to steal the tap as the ball was being tossed up. You cannot tip the basketball while it's on its way up. If you get it while it's on its way up, it's a violation. Jake O'Donnell felt that Orlando Woolridge went after it too soon and made contact before it had reached the top of the toss.
On the subject of the technical fouls and the rough play back in game 3 at the Palace on Tuesday, the opening 5 minutes of the game were highlighted by a flagrant foul, 4 technical fouls, and several shoving confrontations. Here's Ewing, and he's hacked by Rodman. First foul committed by Dennis Rodman.
And if that seems unusual that Dennis Rodman is playing Patrick Ewing down in the low post, it's not. It's something that the Pistons have used the entire season. Rodman knows that if he goes one way towards the baseline, he's on his own. If he gets him to come back to the middle with his move, there's help there double teaming Patrick Ewing.
And it's a nice changeup that Detroit can throw at Patrick Ewing. If you lead by 2 with a minute remaining.
If Ewing goes baseline, then the double team can't get there anyhow, so Rodman plays him straight up. But if he comes back towards the middle of the floor, then there's help there.
All right, Xavier McDaniel sits down. Kiki Vandeweghe
Greg Anthony for Mark Jackson. We should mention right here that the lowest scoring playoff game of the history of the NBA, at least since the inception of the 24-second clock, combined total of 145 points back in May of '56. Fort Wayne, the Fort Wayne Pistons over the Syracuse Nats, 74-71. Thus far today, only 69 points have been scored, so we are on pace. It will be Detroit ball with 51 seconds remaining first half.
Patrick Ewing acting like one of those batters that thinks he's taken the fourth pitch and starts to walk down to first base, and Jake Alonzo, no, come on back here.
Dumars puts it right through. That's his second field goal. And the Knicks lead is now 45 seconds remaining in the half. Hardaway could not gather it in. He was not set for the shot.
And he was behind that three-point line just waiting to tee it up.
Anthony with a wild shot. Mason. And Wilkins with the steal. Wilkins. Ewing. The Knicks by 3.
Just a series of great defensive plays. Wilkins knew he was in trouble. The only guy back against 3 Pistons. He went for the steal, came up for it. Rodman makes the great block, and then the conversion by Ewing.
Detroit would like to hold for a final shot. Isaiah checking the clock. Out of 10 seconds, first half. Thomas guarded by Anthony. Down to 5. Down to 3. Down to 1. Boston. Oh, what a job by Greg Anthony.
And the first guy off the bench to congratulate Greg Anthony is Mark Jackson.
Anthony also had something to say to Thomas. Isaiah felt he was fouled. A defensive clinic put on by the rookie, Greg Anthony. Game 5 between the New York Knicks and the Detroit Pistons. The winner will go on to face the Chicago Bulls, who have been waiting in the wings off the sweep of the Miami Heat. And the loser goes home. 5th and final game. Second half is underway. Ewing giving the Knicks a 40-35 lead.
Chuck Daly just talked about guards drawing defensive guards, kicking to the open man. Knicks that time, big men drawing big men, kicking to an open Patrick Ewing.
Sally puts the spin on Oakley and is fouled. Charles Oakley injured his hip in the first half, but he has managed to hang in, although he was yanked on a couple of occasions and came hobbling off. Oakley called for the foul, his second.
Detroit probably never noticed that he was hurt. First play down, they isolate Oakley and Sally and tell him, take him off the dribble, make him move his feet.
The Pistons opening with Thomas and Dumars at the guards. Sally with Woolridge and Rodman up front, and the Knicks go with their usual starting lineup. Jackson, despite the bruised thigh, and Wilkins in the backcourt. Oakley, Ewing, and McDaniel up front.
When you look at the halftime stat sheet, so many categories almost dead even for both teams in this basketball game.
And that starts with the shooting percentage. Both teams at 33%. And the first half, that's been the story this series. Detroit with the best defensive record in the NBA. The Knicks second in that department. And neither of these clubs will bowl you over with their offense. And Jake O'Donnell, the outside official, says it was a traveling violation on Gerald Wilkins.
Hugh Hollins was about to call the foul, but Jake gave the extra couple toots on the whistle to let him know, yeah, there was a foul, but the travel took place first.
A minute gone by, third quarter. The Knicks lead by 3. Ewing jumping out to help out.
Early pick and roll by Detroit.
Here's Woolridge. The Knicks now with a 1-point lead.
Now Detroit continues to go to pick and rolls, which have been their bread and butter play for years and years. They stayed away from it in the first half.
forget how they wanted to play it.
And Ewing was forced into the difficult shot, but a loose ball foul called on the Pistons. A push charge to Woolridge. That is his second foul.
It's a war zone under the basket. There's pushing, there's shoving, anything you can to wind up securing the basketball.
Wilkins, way off. McDaniel. Gerald Wilkins is going through a nightmare this afternoon. The shots have been way off. He's turned it over on a couple of occasions. Knicks lead by 3. Dumars. And Oakley with the rebound. McDaniel. Good look from Ewing.
That secondary or transition part of the fast break when the initial one-on-one isn't there, no quick score, just a little bit of ball movement, guys rotating down, filling open spots. Worked very well that time for New York.
The Knicks lead by 5. Again, Ewing stepping out. Thomas took advantage. Rebound Sally. The Knicks 44. The Pistons 41. Again, McDaniel and Rodman battling for position down low. Then Rodman switches off to Ewing. Now McDaniel played by Dumars. Shot clock at 3. McDaniel. Rebound Rodman.
So he never had time to really back him down all the way.
Woolridge is fouled. He was stopped by the combination of Jackson and Wilkins. And Wilkins called for his second. Orlando Woolridge to the line. He is 0 for 2 from the foul line. Orlando Woolridge spent 5 years with the Chicago Bulls, 2 with the Nets, 2 with the Lakers, 1 with Denver, acquired in the deal for Scott Hastings in a second-round draft pick that comes up next season. And Orlando has brought the Pistons within 1.
Little token pressure that time by Detroit after the free throw just to use up some more time on the 24-second clock.
Once again, Ewing nearly threw it away. Did that earlier. And Ewing able to recover. Here's Oakley. Loose ball foul called on Ewing. That is his first foul. Right now, the Knicks are not getting good shots.
Well, I'd say you certainly have to be happy knowing that Patrick Ewing starts the second half with no personal fouls, so he's got a bunch to use up here and trying to shake free in the middle.
John Starks replacing Gerald Wilkins. Starks has not shot well. 1 for 7. Hit a 3 early, and that was it. Sally twisting in. Oakley with the rebound.
When New York jumps out and takes away the first option, that time Joe Dumars, the next player must step in.
McDaniel. Starks' shot was deflected short, but the X-Man was there. He now has 12. The Knicks lead is 3 points.
X-Man with 3 offensive rebounds in the basketball game.
And the Knicks doing well with the second chance point department. Starks called for the foul.
Scorers will find a way of producing points on the glass. When you go up after it, offensive rebounds, inside position, they work to get their points.
Once again, Ewing jumping out. Woolridge. Orlando Woolridge. College has 12. It's the Knicks 46 and the Pistons 45. Starks coming off the pick. Starks is now 1 for 9 from the field. As Kersey will make the call. It is called on Rodman.
There's a battle going on down low between Rodman and McDaniel. It started in the beginning of the game. This is going all 48 minutes for this basketball game.
Stark shaking off Thomas, setting up Ewing. The tip by McDaniel. The Knicks lead 48-45. Patrick Ewing is now 5 for 15. Sally lays it off. A gorgeous pass for Rodman. And Rodman and Ewing now having some words.
John Sally, a 6'11 player, having the ability to put it down 1 or 2 dribbles and make an interior bounce pass to his teammate. Some skill level.
Jake O'Donnell just warned both Rodman and Ewing. Now, Rodman already has a technical foul. Next one, and he's gone. They collapse on Ewing. Just under 6 minutes remaining, third quarter. Here's Sally. John Sally has come up big once again, and he's given Detroit a 1-point lead.
A little wrinkle that New York put in, some dribble handoffs or an outside weave, and then they throw it into Ewing, trying to distort the defense of Detroit, causing indecision on who's double teaming.
The Knicks are called for time. We'll be right back.
I'm now inside the film room, and this is what the Knicks do at halftime. They tape the first part of the game, and they find out different situations they want to make adjustments. They watch them during halftime, and then that's how they make the adjustments. I'm with assistant coach Bob Salmon. How does this work?
Well, basically what we do is we take some sets we've seen in the first half and try and make adjustments to how they're running their offense. In this instance, we've got Joe Dumars on a side out of bounds. And what he's starting to do in this game is curl into the middle of the floor, whereas in the past he's come out to the wing. And we've got to make an adjustment with the man setting the screen so that we can get a piece of him and Dumars can't get middle of the floor and create havoc and give the ball to other players.
All right, thanks, Bob.
No problem.
High tech here at Madison Square Garden. Back to you, Marv.
All right, Ahmad. And let's see what adjustments Pat Riley will make.
Another guy trying to steal a telestrated job.
Yes, that's right. Trying to steal from the bazaar of the telestrator. The Pistons by 1. Jackson for 3.
Jackson with the slider on the last jump. Not a sharp curve, but just a slider on the jump.
And the foul called on Ewing. It's a hold, so Sally will go to the line. The Knicks are now 5 for 15 from the field in this third quarter. Look at some of the Knicks shooting. Ewing is now 5 for 16. He certainly had his shot opportunities, although the Pistons earlier made it difficult for Ewing to get down low. Starks 1 for 9. Oakley 0 for 5.
It's unusual to see Chuck Daly going back again to John Sally. All these years, Chuck has had a reputation when a player gets it going, he stays with it. He keeps calling that player's number, but you don't associate that with a Rodman or Sally. John Sally comes out, gets 6 quick points to start the half. So what does Chuck do? Goes right back to John Sally again. There's consistency in the man's coaching. I think that's what the players really appreciate about Chuck Daly.
John Sally had the 20-point performance in Game 3 at the Palace. The game the Knicks won in overtime. Jackson able to elude Woolridge and Thomas, but could not take advantage. Just under 5 minutes to go in this third quarter. Here's Jackson. Tip and missed by Ewing. McDaniel, yes, and it counts.
And that foul is going to be called with the body on Dennis Rodman. He didn't challenge it when he went back up. He just kind kind of slid that left side of his body into McDaniels just enough to throw him off balance. The first attempt, no good. Then Rodman knows too late, so there's that left hip into McDaniel, but the strength of Xavier McDaniel enables him to convert.
7 rebounds for McDaniel, 5 off the offensive glass. Completes the three-point play, and he's tied the game at 51. McDaniel has 17.
Detroit, will they go back to the isolations for Dumars to get him going? Will they go to their pick and roll, which has been bread and butter? Here's the isolation right now. Clear the side of the floor for Joe Dumars.
And he drew the foul. Will it count? Yes, it does. The basket counts and the foul.
A tremendous ability to Joe Dumars with the basketball, clearing the entire side of the floor. Go ahead, Joe, do it on your own. Well, Dumars certainly has the ability. The whistle goes. He almost passes, but hooks it up at the last second. Tremendous ability. What an adjustment. Here's the whistle, and then says, well, look, I got to get it up there to maybe get 2 shots out of it. Not only does he get the score, but now a chance to make a 3-point play.
John Starks called for the foul, his 4th. Like Joe Dumars came up a bit shaken up after that funnel through.
Go back to the game in the Garden when Detroit beat the Knicks in the playoffs. Joe Dumars struggled in the first half. It was a 3-point shot that got him going in the second half. There's a 3-point play for Joe Dumars. You take the 3 any way you can get it.
Dumars with 9 for this afternoon. Pistons by 3. Gerald Wilkins back replacing John Starks. Ewing. It is Detroit 54. New York 53 with 4:20 left in the third.
What you're seeing is why you hear people say big-time players make big shots. That's exactly what's happening now here in the second half.
Wilkins played Dumars very well. They trap him. Dumars calling for a 20-second timeout.
Joe Dumars got himself down in that deep corner, and Dumars, a guy who over the last 4 seasons has had his field goal percentage go down, but there are reasons for that. More responsibility has been placed on the shoulders of a Dumars and an Isaiah Thomas. With Vinnie Johnson moving on, James Edwards out of there, Detroit has struggled for scoring. So when there's more pressure, obviously tougher to get easy shots.
And now they've called for a full timeout. The winner here this afternoon will go on to meet the Chicago Bulls in the second round of the playoffs. Chicago waiting it out after sweeping the Miami Heat. Yesterday afternoon it was Cleveland in a blowout of Boston in the Western Conference. Portland up 2-1. And it'll be Portland and the LA Lakers meeting at the Thomas and Mack Center in Las Vegas, Nevada. We'll have it for you. Dick Enberg and Magic Johnson will be at the microphone. Clyde Drexler and the Blazers going up against the Los Angeles Lakers. That is coming up following the Knicks and Detroit. Look at the Pistons shooting in this third quarter. 6 for 11. They have stepped it up. The Knicks only 7 for 19 in the third. Pistons with a 1-point lead. 4 minutes to go. Third quarter. Last touch by Detroit.
Making Orlando Woolridge a standstill jump shooter is not his strength. Much better at being able to put the ball on the floor. The guy that they like to have in there for those open standstill shots is Mark Aguirre. Unfortunately, sometimes it doesn't work out that way.
Crowd now attempting to urge the Knicks on. Jackson, Wilkins in the backcourt. McDaniel, Oakley, Ewing up front. Rodman defending on McDaniel. Did a terrific job. Wilkins. He drew the foul. Dumars called for the foul.
No question that the shove on the hip threw Wilkins entirely off balance that time. Couldn't get that body squared up and facing the front of the rim.
Darryl Wilkins to the line. He's 0 for 2 from the line. He's made his return because John Starks, who has not shot well,
picked up his 4th foul just a moment ago. So the game is tied at 54. Darrell Wilkins in his earlier years with the Knicks was a solid free throw shooter, but he has dropped off this season.
And sometimes you just go through one of those years where you can't figure out what the adjustment is, the correct adjustment is at that particular time. You struggle for the entire season, then you start thinking too much about it, just continues to get worse for you.
So the Knicks lead 55-54. Sally. Oakley with the rebound. Ewing drawing the double team. Wilkins gets. Those free throws may have straightened out Darrell Wilkins' stroke. How often that can happen. The Knicks now lead by 3 with just under 3 minutes to go in the third.
Are you now the new shot doctor?
You know, I knew that was coming.
Strokes. That's right.
I knew that was coming. The steal by Ewing. Jackson penetrating. And a count, no. Offensive foul.
Joe Dumars was there the entire way, just camped in the middle of the lane, waiting for Jackson to come down. The only chance he had. Take a shot at it. Rodman gets a little too careless protecting the basketball. Ewing sticks the arm in, gets the deflection and steal. Joe Dumars just waiting for him to come to him.
So the charge called on Jackson. Mark McGuire is back, as is Bill Laimbeer. 2:25 left in the third. Knicks lead by 3. Traveling violation called on Dumars.
What Chuck Daly, I think, sees is the fact that Isaiah and Dumars have been able to create off the dribble, so he has taken out Woolridge and put in a better spot-up shooter in Mark McGuire, hoping that the guards can continue to do that.
Laimbeer doing a good job fronting down low. Ewing. Yes. And Patrick Ewing penetrated against the double team. He went to the hoop very strong.
Because it was not a hard, aggressive double team. They came down too soft, too slow. He split it, as you said, off the dribble in the big step.
Laimbeer able to answer, and it's 59. The Pistons 56 with 1:40 left. Third quarter. McDaniel from deep. Set up beautifully by Isaiah Thomas, has brought Detroit within 1.
And that's the same play that took place a few minutes back, but it was Woolridge there who is not that type of shooter. Chuck made the move just for that reason. It paid off.
Laimbeer jumping out on Jackson. Finds Oakley. Shot clock at 2. Oakley for Jackson, who fires. It's a 20. No, he just did get it off, but Detroit able to get it back.
One thing in this game, don't assume the 24-second clock is going off if you're a player. You fall asleep for 1 second. As active as these people are, it's going to produce an easy score.
Laimbeer. Oh! And a foul call on the Pistons. Ewing was held back. Foul on Sally, his third.
Ewing gets that quick big step before the double team can close down, and that's exactly what they do not want. Ewing to get into that painted area and get a good look at the rim. When they come down hard and quick, he's not able to establish himself in the lane or take that early big step.
Detroit over the foul limit, so Ewing to the line. 7 for 8 from the line. He has 21 points, although he has not shot well at 7 for 19.
Detroit scouting report says pay special attention on the free throw line to New York because they come up with a lot of missed free throws.
The Knicks 61. The Pistons 58. 30 seconds left in the third. Dumars beat Ewing with the rebound. And the Knicks will hold for a final shot. 10 seconds left, third quarter. Ewing from way out. Not the shot Pat Riley would want. Wilkins. Gerald Wilkins has suddenly turned it. Here's Sally. Gerald Wilkins hitting a couple of jump shots, including one just before the buzzer. After 3, the Knicks 63, the Pistons 58. We'll be back after these messages and a word from your local station.
This copyrighted.
Well, this is an enormous day for New York area sports. The Knicks in Detroit in the 5th and final game here this afternoon. Tonight at Madison Square Garden, New York Rangers and the Pittsburgh Penguins in game 1 of their NHL playoff series. The crowd now reacting to the Knicks, who with that late spurt in the third have taken a 63-58 lead.
Will the hockey be much more physical than this thing was saying this afternoon?
It'll be close. Knicks outscoring Detroit 25-23 in the third quarter. And Gerald Wilkins showing some signs, turning it, hit the shot just prior to the third quarter buzzer. You'll recall it was Gerald not able to hit last Sunday afternoon here at the Garden against Detroit with that last second shot after Isaiah Thomas was able to convert. Bill Laimbeer cuts it to a 3-point Knicks lead.
The Knicks and the Pistons both are rotating so hard to challenge shooters. All you have to do is show the ball a little bit, and you can get it to where you want on the floor for a little better shot. Ball fakes, get him up in the air.
Jackson, yes. The double team on Ewing, and Patrick tossed it back out to Mark Jackson, who was wide open.
And that's the confidence that teammates must develop in one another. If you're closed off, give it up to an open teammate, and then he's got to produce.
Ewing with the rebound. Knicks with a 5-point lead. 1 minute gone by in the fourth quarter. McDaniel. Here's Wilkins. And the foul.
Sometimes it's a guy in games like these that just steps up and suddenly raises his level of performance. Something that hasn't been seen from Wilkins in this playoff series thus far. But with the crowd behind him, his teammates encouraging him, he's stepping forward here in this quarter and certainly taking over. At this time, for Chuck Daly, do you bring back a Darrell Walker who, with his defensive play and scrappiness, may be just what Detroit needs to get themselves going?
Laimbeer on the foul. And Wilkins, who was hearing some boos earlier today, completes the 3-point play, extends to the biggest lead of the game. Knicks by 8. Gerald Wilkins over the first 4 games hit 7 for 28 from the field. Today, 5 of 7. Thomas able to save it. And he's fouled. It counts. Isaiah Thomas will go to the line.
Just when you think, you've got them where you want them, Isaiah Thomas makes something big happen as he has done so often in his career. The captain of the team is not going to go down easy, hangs in there, and makes big things happen.
Foul called on Wilkins. Mark Jackson hears it from the crowd as He sits down. Greg Anthony coming on. Jackson leads with 6 points, 4 assists. Both Jackson and Anthony have played well at the point guard position. Patrick Ewing asserting himself off the boards. 16 rebounds for Ewing. The Knicks with a 6-point lead. Nice move by Anthony. Yes, it counts.
The basis of team defense is keep the ball in front of you. If the guards get beat off the dribble, then it makes everybody else try to rotate and cover for you.
The Knicks lead 70-62. You can understand the enthusiasm of the Knicks, but I know Pat Riley was upset with the early excessive celebration that has taken place from time to time, and he talked to the club about it. Don't want to see too much at this stage of the ball game. Lots of time remaining. Dumars for 3. Joe Dumars back from downtown to cut it to a 5-point Knicks lead.
There's a difference between a celebration and then tempering your emotions. That time, the play by Anthony was just an emotional outburst.
Here's Ewing. And the Knicks now lead 72-65. Technical foul has been called. The by-play coming off the bucket by Ewing. Looked like Anthony Mason was involved. Hugh Hollins. No, apparently calling a loose ball foul on McDaniel first. In fact, Bill Laimbeer is arguing, indicating that he called a technical and that the call was changed. It looked like a T was indicated. That's what Chuck Daly is claiming.
There was a signal given as the players were walking up the floor after the whistle stopped play, and it looked to Detroit like a technical foul was being called.
And now a timeout is taken. And apparently, the technical was not called. 9:43 to go in the fourth. We'll be right back.
The Trailblazers battle the Lakers.
Garden, New York, 9:43 remaining in this fourth quarter. The Knicks 72, the Pistons 65, and the Pistons very upset. They felt that the initial call by Hugh Hollins was a technical foul on Anthony Mason, and I get the idea change was made in that decision because had it been a technical on Mason, he would have been ejected.
I'll say this. On the one side, the Pistons are correct. A signal was given for a technical foul. On the other side, I will say this. If Hugh Hollins thought it over and in best interest of the game decided that a technical was not warranted at that time, then congratulate him for making a change and moving on with the game.
However, if the basis of that decision was made on the fact that it would be his second and ejection, that's not the right call. Here is Sally, and the Knicks now lead 72-67.
Well, then maybe we'll have a first. We'll send Ahmad over during the next time out. We'll do a little sideline report with Hugh Hollins on the technical or no technical call.
All right, here's Anthony setting up Ewing. Wilkins getting a piece of it, but handled by Thomas. The Knicks lead by 5. McGuire feeling for Mason. Nice move, and he drew the foul. Mason called for his fourth. Crowd of 19,135 here at Madison Square Garden. Fifth and final game between the Knicks and the Pistons. The winner will go on to face the Chicago Bulls with the series beginning on Tuesday in Chicago. Now here's Charles Oakley replacing Anthony Mason. Marcus Aguirre making his first appearance at the line. Sally gets to it. Nice pass, but it's now broken up by Ewing. Aguirre lost it. The Knicks with the ball and a 4-point lead. And Aguirre gets it right back.
Two examples of players trying to make hard passes, difficult passes, rather than simple ones, easy ones, result in turnovers.
Thomas coming off the pick, dumps it off to Sally, and a foul. It's Kersey with the indication. It's on Ewing, his third.
Well, going back to that questionable call a few moments ago, the foul eventually being called on Mason. We also must remember this. If it would have been called a technical foul on Mason, he would be out of the game right now. It would have been his second tee and then out of the basketball game.
And Isaiah Thomas cuts it to 2. That was my point. That's why I feel that the call was changed. But you can't make a judgment on that basis. Mason got involved earlier with Rodman. McDaniel giving the Knicks a 4-point lead. There were earlier technicals called on Rodman and Mason. So Mason would have been ejected. And in light of Charles Oakley playing with the hip point of Mason, could be significant down the stretch. Thomas is fouled by Anthony. And the Knicks have gone over the limit very early. And Darrell Wilkins, here's the applause. He's replaced by John Starks. Wilkins, a major contributor this afternoon, sits down with 13, and John Starks hit his first from three-point range. He's missed his last 8 field goal attempts.
If you're Detroit struggling to score points and you reach the bonus situation this quickly, that's a big, big plus for you, because all those loose ball fouls wind up giving you the chance to go to the free throw line and score points.
Riley sending Anthony Mason back out of the floor. Charles Oakley will get a rest. The Knicks 74 and the Pistons 72. Knicks have led by as many as 8. The Pistons at 1 point led by as many as 8. Ewing getting possession. Knicks 76. The Pistons 72. 26 for Ewing, who has turned it around in the second half. Thomas with room. Rebound. Ewing. Patrick Ewing controlling the boards. He now has 17 rebounds. What a play by John Sally, and then able to keep it alive for Isaiah Thomas. Lambeer on a quick release.
And you said it, quick release, rushing the jump shot, not quite getting himself set like he normally does for that good look.
Anthony and Starks in the backcourt. McDaniel, Mason, Ewing up front. Now Lambeer defending on Ewing. Shot clock to 4. McDaniel. Oh, good play by Thomas, able to save it off the rebound.
And Detroit has reversed the roles of the guard. Dumars running the show now. Isaiah playing the off guard or scoring guard position.
Five on the 24. Anthony with the steal. 4-on-2. Anthony with an air ball. And a foul is called. It's on Thomas. Isaiah commits his third timeout taken by Detroit. Today's Miller Genuine Draft Genuine Memory takes us back to 1990. Chuck Daly facing Stu Jackson in the last playoff game between the Pistons and the Knicks. Detroit beating New York 4-1 on the way to the second straight NBA championship for the Detroit Pistons. In recognition of that moment, Miller Genuine Draft will donate $1,000 to the Thurgood Marshall Scholarship Fund. For more of that controversial call that we have been discussing, let's go over to Ahmad Rashad.
All right, thanks, Marv. I just spoke with Hugh Hollins, and he told me that he did call a technical. It was his fault. He should not have called a technical. It was just a loose ball foul. So he rescinded the technical foul and called a loose ball foul. His decision.
All right, Ahmad. Knicks with a 4-point lead. 5:33 remaining in this fourth quarter. The high point meant Patrick Ewing with 26. And he has come on strong in the second half. Xavier McDaniel has been solid throughout. He has 19. Gerald Wilkins providing a spark. He has 13. Isaiah Thomas leading Detroit with 16. John Sally with another strong performance with 13 points, 12 apiece for Dumars and Woolridge. And it has been another strong game for Greg Anthony. He has 8 points. Ewing with the rebound. The Knicks lead 79-72. That's the play that you mentioned earlier.
It's on the front page of the scouting report for Detroit. They miss free throws, and they get a lot of them back. When they miss them, you just got to box out, pay attention, don't fall asleep there. One basket in this type of game could be the difference. The long rebound. Sally did the best he could to fight Patrick off, but it just went over his head and then the strength of Ewing.
Matt Riley in deep thought.
Both coaches are exhausted right now. All the mind games going on. Look at them. Both of them are worn out.
Isaiah Thomas sent to the line off the foul. Called on Greg Anthony. The Knicks have been over the limit for a good portion of this fourth quarter.
You had mentioned earlier that at halftime, Detroit was holding its own on the glass, only down 1 rebound. New York, 12.5 differential rebounds per game over Detroit. Right now, second chance points, New York 23, Detroit 10.
Anthony, rebound Mason. Yes, and a count.
Make that 25-10 in favor of New York.
Mark Aguirre called for the foul. Anthony Mason to the line.
You must limit the number of second chance scoring opportunities. That's where the offensive board becomes so important, and that's where Anthony Mason shows up big. The strength, the size of Mason inside.
And this is where you will hear many complaints from the Detroit area concerning the change of that technical foul call by Hugh Hollins with Anthony Mason on the floor. Dumars, rebound Mason. Because it appeared that Mason had picked up a second technical and would have been gone. In particular, with Charles Oakley playing hurt, Mason has been very important for the Knicks all season long, is very significant here in the fourth quarter. Starks for 3, Lambier with the rebound. 4:35 to go in the fourth. The Knicks lead it by 9.
Not that you want to take rush shots, but you can't keep running that 24-second clock down.
Anthony off the steal, goes all the way, and he will go back to the line. Thomas called for his fourth.
You said it all along. Greg Anthony's major contribution has been defense this year to the New York Knicks. In the playoff series, he certainly has come up with his share of big plays. You produce offense sometimes through great defense.
Anthony is 74% free throw shooter. He is only 2 for 5 today. Greg Anthony, the all-time leader in assists and steals at Nevada, Las Vegas. The Knicks' first-round draft pick, 12th overall. Here's Dennis Rodman returning, replacing John Sally. It's the Knicks 83, the Pistons 73. Thomas with the foul.
Detroit runs a series when they inbound the ball called their sideline series. It's a slowed down fast break of there where players go to designated spots on the floor, and then it's up to Isaiah or Joe to make something happen either by going one-on-one or coming off a sudden quick pick and roll. They try to get shots up somewhere within 8 to 10 seconds after they inbound the basketball. It's kind of like their version of the hurry-up offense.
Thomas is 10 for 12 from the foul line. Detroit has 4 timeouts and a 20, 4 conventional and a 20. The Knicks with 3 and a 20 remaining. As we approach 4 minutes left, fourth quarter. The Knicks 83, the Pistons 75. Fifth and final game of the series. The winner goes on to face the defending NBA champion, Chicago Bulls. Shot clock at 3. Anthony gets to it. Bad pass. And the Pistons get it back. Here's Thomas with the hesitation dribble, and he's fouled. And that is 5 on Anthony.
And the crowd reacting because they wanted the call of the right arm push-off by Isaiah as he was making his dribble penetration.
So Mark Jackson returns, replacing Greg Anthony.
Just before Isaiah elevates the right arm, right there is what the crowd reacted to, the shove-off of Greg Anthony. Now, is it enough to warrant an offensive foul call? No, probably not in this situation.
Isaiah Thomas, 11 for 13 from the line. Here's Sally back, replacing Aguirre, who leads with 7.
For New York, so many times this year, John Starks has come on the floor and bailed them out by having good shooting nights. Instead, it's Wilkins, 5 out of 7, who's produced. Starks right now 1 for 11 in the basketball game.
And the Knicks going with Jackson and Starks in the backcourt. Ewing, Mason, and McDaniel up front. 3.5 remaining in the fourth. Ewing off a double team. Sally with the rebound. Detroit down by 7. Here's Dumars getting it high off glass. Last touch by Sally.
And John Sally knew he had a chance right there with the follow-up. He just lost control of the basketball as he tried to slam it down.
Starks with a good entry pass for Ewing, who was fouled. John Starks, according to Pat Riley, is the best Knick in terms of getting that pass down low to Patrick Ewing. Lambeer charged with his 5th.
It's a small point, but if you have a great low-post scorer like Ewing, what good is he if you don't have people that understand how to pass it to him, how to get it to him? Sounds so simple, but not that easy with great defensive players up against you.
Ewing is now 9 for 10 from the line.
Ewing calls for it with the left hand. The ball's delivered right on the money.
The Knicks by 8. 3 minutes remaining, fourth quarter. McDaniel with the rebound.
Another missed free throw, another rebound by New York on the foul line.
And a timeout taken by the Knicks. 2:52 to go in the fourth. And the Knicks lead the Pistons 84-76. Back at Madison Square Garden, Marv Albert, Mike Fratello, Ahmad Rashad. 2:52 to go, fourth quarter. The Knicks with an 84-76 lead on the Pistons in this 5th and final game of the series. The Chicago Bulls waiting for the winner. The Pistons have missed their last 7 shots. Knicks have missed their last 5 from the field. Shot clock at 5. Starks, yes!
with a three-pointer, opening up an 87-76 lead.
Does he have any fear, the man? He's 1 for 11, gets behind the three-point line, and knocks it down.
He had missed 10 in a row. He hit a three and then missed 10. Lambeer for three. Rebounded by Dumars. Thomas from downtown. And the Knicks now lead 87-79.
When you realize that it's going to be difficult to score, coaches emphasize to the players, you got to get on the offensive boards. Get us some easy points. There have been 38 offensive rebounds in this game. 22 for New York and 16 for Detroit.
Ewing stopped by Sally. Another superb defensive play by John Sally. Isaiah Thomas for three. And Isaiah Thomas has scored Detroit's last 14 points. It is now a 5-point game, a minute and a half remaining. Well, longtime fans of the Knicks are well aware of what Isaiah Thomas can do in short stretches of time come playoff competition. That was last touched by Dumars. We're down to a minute 21 remaining in the fourth quarter. The Knicks lead by 5.
You've got to get possessions back. If you can do it at the defensive end and then hurry on back down, you still have a chance.
John Starks and Joe Dumars on the floor and in obvious pain. Mike Abdenauer, the Detroit Pistons trainer, out to check out Joe Dumars. The Knicks now lead 89-82 with a minute 18 remaining in the fourth quarter, and a timeout has been taken. And Dumars running it off to the Piston bench. And we'll take a break. We'll be back at the Garden in a moment.
On the out-of-bounds play, knows he's got to free up his guard. This is where the collision takes place with Joe Dumars. Sends Dumars down with the injured right shoulder. Talk about crunching screens. There it is by Patrick.
And Mike, we are witnessing another amazing performance by Isaiah Thomas. He has scored Detroit's last 14 points. It was back in the 84 Eastern Conference playoff, round number 1. One of the remarkable playoff performances pulled off by Isaiah Thomas. He scored 16 points in 94 seconds late in the fourth quarter against the Knicks, but it was 44 points by Bernard King that propelled the Knicks to a 127-123 overtime victory. The Knicks by 7 with a minute 15 remaining in the fourth quarter. Lambeer for three. Rebounded by McDaniel, and apparently Dumars all right. Still on the floor. We come up on 1 minute remaining in this fourth quarter as Starks was tripped up. Both clubs are now over the foul limit. Lambeer has fouled out.
Well, Starks plays with reckless abandon, and Lambeer going for the swipe of the ball gets more abdomen than he does any kind of basketball.
This crowd is saying goodbye to the Detroit Pistons. This is a Detroit team that has won 2 NBA championships the past 5 years. They have been in 3 NBA finals in 5 Eastern Conference championships. A minute 3 to go in the fourth. The Knicks lead by 7. Mike, what do you feel? And I know you're very close to this man. What do you think is going through his mind? And obviously the thought that this is his final game with the Pistons, although nothing official has been said, it appears that he is headed elsewhere. Thomas rejected on the downtown attack.
Marv, it's the finality of losing in the playoffs. The realization that tomorrow when you get up, it's all over. You've worked so hard in training camp, 82 regular season games. You go through an intense series like this, and after 9 years of developing relationships and in the community of Detroit, the spirit and that attitude that they had developed by winning 2 world championships, this man spearheaded the entire thing. And as his players have said over and over again, it's not going to be easy for the next guy. We doubt there ever could be another Chuck Daly.
In his 9th year as head coach of the Pistons, the winningest coach in the history of the franchise. And he does know his next coaching assignment will be the U.S. Olympic team. Patrick Ewing adding to the Knicks lead, 93-82. That's time remaining in the 4th quarter. Oh, Thomas in a collision with Ewing, and that will set Isaiah to the line.
And Patrick upset with the fact that he felt Isaiah came right into him. Isaiah going over right now to talk to Patrick to try and make him understand that, look, this entire series has been a tough one. I've taken my share of blows. We'll dish a little bit out here at the end also. Isaiah knows there's going to be contact, but if he's going to get hit, he wants to deliver a good lick. You know what that reminded me of? The same type of shot that Karl Malone laid on top of Isaiah back in Utah, which produced 44 stitches in Isaiah's forehead.
26 points, 10 rebounds, 6 assists for Isaiah Thomas. Now 13 for 16 from the foul line. So the Knicks now lead 93-84, 45 seconds to go. Aguirre with the reach-in on Starks. And now all the speculation following this game will center around the general manager of the Detroit Pistons, Jack McCloskey. There's Jack, who has a number of decisions, starting with the head coach, and then perhaps the dismantling of the core of this ball club.
You said earlier, nothing official has been announced by Detroit, but speculation, it could go from a complete turnover. And I'm talking about McCloskey going elsewhere to be a general manager, Chuck Daly moving on to perhaps be a GM or coach another team, players changing teams, big trades, massive trades of key guys in Detroit. Big decisions coming up.
Thomas was looking for the three-pointer. Sally from downtown, rebounded by Jackson. The Knicks with a 10-point lead. The New York Knicks about to defeat the Pistons in 5, and what a first season for Pat Riley. This is a Knicks club that won 51 and lost 31. They did sputter at the end of the year. Jackson not able to hit. They were caught by the Boston Celtics, who won the Atlantic Division title. There is Isaiah Thomas, and the Knicks now lead 94-87. 7 seconds to go, but the Knicks able to turn it around in this series against the Pistons, and this one is all over.
People said early that Pat Riley won because of only great players. No, Pat Riley is a great coach.
The celebration has begun here at Madison Square Garden. And Bill Laimbeer congratulating Pat Riley. The New York Knicks have defeated the Detroit Pistons 94-87 to win the series in 5. A fiercely played 5-game set. And they will move on to face the Chicago Bulls. We'll be right back. AT&T. Pistons last 19 points. The Knicks win at 94-87. They win the series in 5. They'll face the Chicago Bulls next. First of the best of 7 in Chicago on Tuesday. Thanks to our producer, Tommy Roy, our director, Andy Rosenberg, and thanks to our statistician, Mr. Stats, Elliot Cow. Coming up next, Game 4 between Clyde Drexler and the Portland Trail Blazers going up against the